81. At the same time, in the Rufeng Sek's private room on the third floor, Wuxia's tall and slender figure stood beside the carved railing of the hollowed-out Tonghua flower pattern. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his lips were thinly pursed. "Young Master Yi, Elder Shu asked us to buy the divine martial sword. If you really want to bid for the butterfly bone beauty seat, I'm afraid you won't have enough money. It's fine. I'll pay for it myself." Seeing Wuxia's insistence, they secretly looked at each other and didn't utter another word. The second pavilion master of the Xianyuan pavilion said crisply, "The butterfly bone beauty seat starts at 10 million gold coins. Immortals can bid higher, 11 million. 12 million. The noise on the first floor grew louder and louder as the price soared rapidly, 19 million. "I bid 25 million. The sudden increase of 6 million made many cultivators sigh and sit down while shaking their heads. At this time, the silver slips from the private rooms on the second floor fell in front of the pavilion master of the Xianyuan pavilion. She quickly took them one by one and opened the slips between her fingers. Like opening a folding fan, she opened the slips with the price written on them. The highest bid. After the second pavilion master read it, she said clearly, "The black room number 1 offers 35 million, 35 million. Everyone gasped and looked back at the black room on the second floor. However, the lights were dim and the silver gauze fluttered, but they couldn't see who was sitting there. 35 million is enough to buy a palace on the Immortal Island. Who offered such a high price? It's too outrageous, so rich. It must be someone from the 10 great sects. I wonder which one it is." Chu Wanning closed his eyes. When he heard the price, he asked Mo Ran, "Did you bring enough money?" "Not enough." Mo Ran was extremely shocked to see Song Chiotong here. When he heard Chu Wanning calling him, he suddenly came back to his senses and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do, master?" "Buy her." Mo Ran widened his eyes and waved his hands. "No, no, this woman is a burden. Where are we going to put her after we buy her? In the future, we'll need to rent an extra horse and book an extra room to sleep in. No, I won't buy it. Who said I was going to travel with her? Just buy her and set her free." Chu Wanning opened his eyes and stretched out his hand indifferently. "Give me the money." Mo Ran clutched his money pouch tightly. "No, no. I'll return it to you when we get back. This is the money to buy Shenwu. Didn't you see a ghost? What did he want Shenwu for? Give me the money." Mo Ran felt like his head was about to explode. This Song Chiotong, when he first met her in his previous life, she was already a disciple of the Confucian Wind sect. At that time, when Mo Ran massacred the city, he saw that she looked a bit like Shamai, so he spared her life. Later, he saw that she was well-behaved and obedient, and her temperament was very similar to Shamai's, so he finally made her his empress. However, this was one of the decisions that Mo Ran made that he regretted the most. Now, Chu Wanning, this cold-hearted guy, actually wanted to buy her. How could Mo Ran agree to this? Not to mention 40 million, even if this woman was worth 4 copper coins, Mo Ran wouldn't want it. No. Even if someone gave him 40 million, he wouldn't want it. The two were in a deadlock. Suddenly, they saw a golden stick floating down from the third floor. It was the top stick. The most expensive stick in the Xianyuan pavilion was this kind of golden stick. There was no need to write anything on it. A stick was equivalent to 50 million gold. Once this kind of price was announced, almost no one would have the strength to compete, so it was also called the top stick. Everyone was stunned, and then there was an uproar. The Confucian Wind sect. The Confucian Wind sect has a top stick. Chu Wanning no longer paid attention to Mo Ran, who was tightly clutching his money pouch. Instead, he turned his head and looked outside. From his angle, he could see the first room on the third floor. Yu Wanshi was a person who was too lazy to hide. He had already tied up the snow moon gauze used by the Xian Yuan Pavilion to protect the privacy of the guests. He stood with his hands behind his back and stood by the railing. His expression was solemn, and there was no extra expression on his handsome face. He glanced at the noisy scene below and seemed to be somewhat speechless. He turned around and walked into the depths of the room. Mo Ran heaved a sigh of relief and said to Chu Warning, "Master, you can rest assured. This young Master Yi lives with me in the Peach Blossom Spring. I have some understanding of him. He is kind and benevolent. He won the Butterfly Bone Beauty seat, so he won't do anything heartless." In the Confucian Wind Sex room on the third floor, Yu Wanshi sat at a table covered with embroidered golden flowers and silver leaves. He poured a cup of fragrant tea. When the tea was finished, there was a knock on the door. Yu Wanshi's voice was gentle and proper. "Please come in. Immortal Master Yi, the Butterfly Bone Beauty seat has been brought to you. Please take a look. Thank you for your trouble. You may leave." The Xian Yuan Pavilion's maids retreated, and the room was silent for a moment. The Butterfly Bone Beauty seat's hands and feet were bound by the forbidden spell. She knelt on the ground, and there was panic in her eyes as she trembled. Because of her miserable crying, her peach blossom eyes were tinged with a faint red hue. It was very moving. However, Yu Wanshi glanced at her. There was no distracting thought in his clear eyes. He raised his hand and removed the restriction. "The floor is cold. Miss, you are frightened. Sit down and have a cup of hot tea." The Butterfly Bone Beauty seat trembled. She opened her crystal-like eyes and continued to curl up. She didn't dare to speak or move. Yu Wanshi sighed. He asked the left and right attendants to bring a cloak and handed it to her. "Miss, don't worry. I didn't redeem you for cultivation. Put on this cloak first. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." Yu Wanshi saw that she still didn't move. She looked very pitiful as she raised her head timidly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knelt down on one knee and was level with her. "My name is Yu Wanshi. May I ask for your name?" My surname is Song." She hesitantly glanced at Yu Wanshi. Her eyes were hazy and she looked very wronged. "My name is Song Chirtong." "Thank you, young Master Yi." Downstairs, Mo Ran was secretly pondering. In his previous life, when he saw Song Chirtong, she was already a disciple of the Confucian Wind sect. Presumably, she was saved by Yu Wanshi during the auction at the Xian Yuan Pavilion. The Butterfly Bone Beauty seat wouldn't be treated like a normal person. However, once they entered the sect of a great immortal sect and became a disciple, it was a different story. Mo Ran sighed in his heart. He didn't have a deep understanding of Yu Wanshi. He only knew that this person was very upright and was the most powerful person in the world besides Chu Warning. When Mo Ran slaughtered the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect, he had fought with Yu Wanshi once. That surging momentum of his swordsmanship and his heroic figure were truly unforgettable. Among the majestic 72 cities, Mo Ran easily took down the rest of the immortal cities. Those long-winded and famous Confucian Wind sect city masters were nothing in his eyes. Only this Yu Wanshi, Mo Ran couldn't take down the 7 cities he guarded for a long time. Even when the cities were finally broken, this person knelt among the jagged bones covered in blood. His eyes were clear and his heart didn't change. At that time, the Confucian Wind sect master Nangong had fled. Many people kowtowed and begged for mercy, begging Mo Ran to let them live. However, Yu Wanshi's long eyebrows were knitted. He closed his eyes and his expression was cold. Mo Ran still remembered that before he killed him, he asked him, "Will you surrender?" "No, I won't." Mo Ran smiled. He sat on the golden dragon and phoenix chair of the Confucian Wind Sect's sect master. His eyelashes trembled as his gaze swept across the dense crowd. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, there were 6 or 7 city masters and more than 10 protectors. They were all prostrating themselves in the dust, trembling. Jackdaws circled in the lead grey sky and blood-red banners fluttered in the wind. Mo Ran raised his hand and said, "Kill them all." Before Yuanshi died, he said, "Among the 72 cities of the glorious Confucian Wind Sect, not a single one is a man." Bloody light filled the sky. Mo Ran held the newly obtained beauty Song Chitong in his arms. That peerless beauty's face was like gold paper. Looking at the Ashura hell in front of her, her soft body couldn't help but shiver. "Good girl, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. From now on, you'll follow me." Mo Ran stroked her hair and smiled. "Come, tell me again. What's your name? What did you do in the Confucian Wind Sect?" "I just heard it once, but I didn't remember it well." "My name is Song Chitong," she said in panic. I was Yuanshi's maid, Yuanshi's maid." At that time, she had answered Mo Ran like this. However, as a butterfly bone beauty, Mo Ran didn't know what kind of opportunity did she have to enter the Confucian Wind Sect, and how Yuanshi took her in as a maid. Until today, after his rebirth and coming to the Xianyuan Pavilion, Mo Ran suddenly realized that it was actually Yuanshi who had scattered his daughter in order to save her from danger. However, it was clear that Yuanshi's eventual defeat under Mo Ran's blade was largely due to Chitong's informant. Thinking about this, Mo Ran couldn't help but frown. His hatred for Chitong increased by several degrees. He must have been possessed back then to think that this woman was actually Shamai. The last item in this auction is an ownerless divine weapon. Second Pavilion Master said tirelessly, interrupting Mo Ran's thoughts. This divine weapon doesn't belong to Mo Ran. It's also being consigned on his behalf. The finale of every auction would be leaked before the start of the auction. Therefore, compared to the intense reaction when they heard the words, "Butterfly Bone Beauty," just now, although the cultivators below were eager to try, they were much calmer. The white jade lotus bloomed again, and a silver satin box with the pattern of sun, moon, mountains, and rivers on the stone platform slowly floated up. The box was long and narrow, and the embroidery on the surface was very delicate. Those who were knowledgeable could tell at a glance that the golden thread totem on the box was from the most famous embroidery workshop in Gusu, Xianyun Pavilion. Aside from the divine weapon inside, this box alone was worth hundreds of gold ingots. This divine weapon was found in Mount Jun's mass burial mound. Its previous owner has passed away, and after verification by the Xianyuan Pavilion, the divine weapon has not recognized a new owner. Second Pavilion Master paused and continued, "As everyone knows, the weapons of the divine weapon are engraved with inscriptions. However, because the owner of this weapon has passed away for many years, the inscriptions on the weapon have been worn out. The only thing that can be recognized is the word return." Someone muttered, "After saying so much, why don't you open the box first?" "Ayo, forget it. You'll get used to it. Isn't this the usual style of the Xianyuan Pavilion? Let's say a few words first, then show the goods to everyone." "That's true." Mo Ran found it funny. He turned his head and wanted to say a few words to Chu Warning. However, when he turned around, he saw Chu Warning's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. Chu Warning's slender jade-like fingers were supporting his forehead. His face was as white as frost. He jumped in fright and hurriedly asked, "Shizun, what's wrong?" Suddenly, "I feel uncomfortable." "Why are you uncomfortable? Did you catch a cold again?" Mo Ran leaned over and touched his forehead. "You don't have a fever." Chu Warning shook his head but didn't say anything. His expression was listless. Mo Ran didn't know what to do. He could only say, I'll pour you a cup of tea. As he spoke, he poured a cup of hot tea. After thinking for a while, he also poured in a little bit of the Mianxiang that he had just bought. The medicine refined by the cold-scale divine hand was world-famous. After Chu Wanning finished drinking the tea mixed with the Mianxiang, he did feel better. His face didn't look as bad as before. He raised his eyes and looked at the bidding below again. Mo Ran stood to the side and tidied up the tea set. He poured a second cup for him. The Xianyuan Pavilion doesn't know the full name of the divine martial weapon. However, due to a coincidence, it returned to the world. Moreover, the inscription on the weapon itself has the word return. Therefore, we temporarily came up with a name for it, Return. Finally, an impatient person couldn't wait any longer and shouted from below, Pavilion Master, you've said so much. You've also whetted our appetite. Quickly open the box and let us see what this divine martial weapon looks like. The second Pavilion Master of the Xianyuan Pavilion smiled faintly. Immortal Monarch, don't be impatient. According to the rules of the cultivation world, after the death of the original owner of the divine martial weapon, the weapon should be given to the descendants according to their blood relations. Return was found in a mass grave. Our pavilion doesn't know the identity of its original owner. However, after the box is opened, everyone can release their spiritual energy to sense the weapon. If there is someone who resonates with the divine martial weapon, that person will be the blood relative of the original owner. Then, there's no need to bid. Return will naturally belong to the original owner. Ha ha ha, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Most of the cultivators present burst into laughter. That's right. That's almost impossible. But it's a waste not to try. It's not bad to try our luck. The second Pavilion Master looked at the people below the stage with a smile and said crisply, that's right. It's always good to try your luck. Immortal monarchs, please focus. I'll open the box now. She snapped her fingers. Two of Lone Moon Yi's disciples immediately came up to her left and right. They were both 15 or 16 years old girls. They flew up to the lotus platform and placed their slender hands on the sun-moon brocade box. Each of them had an exquisite crystal key in their hands. They carefully inserted it into the keyhole of the box. With a K8, K8, K8 sound, the lock fell off. When Mo Ran saw this, he inexplicably thought of the scene at the Jin Chenkai when he obtained the ghost. At that time, it was clearly said that only the most loved person in the world could open the box. He didn't know why the brocade box ended up in Chu Waning's hands. The surrounding people held their breaths. Countless pairs of eyes hidden under the hood stared at the narrow box. The lid of the golden thread brocade box slowly opened. The atmosphere in the air was extremely tense, like a drawn bowstring. Thousands of people gathered in the pavilion. It was so quiet that even the sound of a strand of hair falling to the ground could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the simple and unadorned blade that was exposed in the box. Some were greedy, some were curious, some were appreciative. Only Mo Ran's eyes widened the moment he saw the weapon in the box. The blood in his eyes faded completely. He had lived 2 lifetimes. In both his previous and current life, he owned 2 divine weapons. He had fought with more than 10 divine weapon owners. As for the item that the Xianyuan Pavilion put up for auction this time, he thought that he would be unmoved. But he was wrong. The divine weapon is back. The second Pavilion Master's crisp voice broke the silence. The shape of the modal, 4 feet long and 3 inches wide. It has no sheath and is completely black. It doesn't reflect light in the sun. Mo Ran's fingertips trembled slightly. He almost blurted out the 2 words between his lips. No return, no return. The matter of the Jade Field and Zhu Bridge years ago had repeated itself for another year. Mo Ran, you obtained the divine weapon. Why did you ask me to seal its consciousness and not give it a name? Reporting to Master, this disciple is not knowledgeable. This name can only be given once. I'm afraid that if it sounds bad, I won't be satisfied with it in the future. Mo Ran, why haven't you thought of a name for your Mo Dao yet? You can't keep calling it Saber and Saber. It's fine. Take your time to think about it. This is a divine weapon. I want to give it the most beautiful name in the world. Only then will it be worthy of it. Ha ha ha. Later, Shamai died. Mo Ran once wanted Chu Wanning to release the seal. He wanted to name his divine weapon, Bright and Clear. But at that time, Chu Wanning said that because he fought against the ghost realm, his spiritual power was damaged. He really didn't have the energy to release the seal on the blade. So this matter was left unsettled. Later on, Mo Ran and Chu Wanning broke off completely. Mo Ran was no longer willing to beg him to unseal the Mo sword. Thus, the Mo sword, which was stained with blood, remained nameless for many years. But this was no longer important. At that time, there was no one in the world who didn't know about Mo Weiyu. Everyone knew about the Azura blade in his hand. In the end, Chu Wanning also died. What disappeared with him was the seal on Mo Ran's blade that had been sealed for more than 10 years. That night, Mo Ran drank a lot of pear blossom white and was a little drunk. Stroking the cold blade, he didn't know if he was happy or sad. He flicked the blade and listened to the sound of the drum and horn. Haitang was cold. He was lying on the roof of the Megai Mountain Palace, laughing out loud. He was laughing so hard that he almost went crazy. He didn't remember if he cried that night, but when he woke up in the morning, 2 cold words were engraved on the Mo Dao that had been nameless for more than 10 years. No return. Jun Bugui. Never to return. But why would this weapon, which had battled with him 100 times in his previous life, appear in the world after his rebirth? Why would it appear in the auction of the Xianyuan Pavilion? Before Mo Ran had time to think, the thousands of cultivators in the field released their own spirit flow, scrambling to sense each other with no return. Mo Ran, it was useless. Since it could not return, then since Mo Ran was here, besides him, there could not be a second person in the world who could use this Mo saber. But did its appearance have anything to do with the little bastard hiding behind the scenes? If it did, that person let no return out at this time clearly because he knew that Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were tracking his tracks. Then his purpose was definitely not to test who had the essence spiritual body. What did he want to do? Also, is this sword of no return for real? Or was it just a bait like those fakes of Jin Chemkai? With such doubts, Mo Ran slightly probed a little of his spirit flow. If no return was not fake, then there would definitely be some resonance with him. This resonance could not be too obvious, otherwise it would be detected. Just a little bit would be enough. However, just as he released a very weak trace of spirit power, he suddenly heard a slight groan behind him. Shizun. Mo Ran turned around and saw that Chu Wanning's brows were tightly knitted, his lips were blue, and he had already fallen to the side of the table. His snow-white clothes spread out like smoke, and his handsome face was paler than the snow. His eyelashes were down, and his eyes were tightly closed. It seemed that some chronic illness had flared up, and he had actually fainted at this moment. Mo Ran did not expect such a thing to happen, and could not help but turn pale with fright. He suddenly withdrew the spirit power that he had probed and ran back to Chu Wanning's side, hugging him. Shizun, what happened to you? 82. Outside the Lingxiang Inn on Linling Island, the lady boss was dressed in red and green. Her delicate wrist was adorned with beaded bracelets, and her waist was as slender as a willow tree. She was leaning against the entrance, eating snake gall and fried melon seeds. Every time there was an auction at the Xianyuan Pavilion, there would always be a large number of people who would come to stay at her place. That was because she was beautiful, intelligent, and knew how to get things done. That pair of beautiful eyes with distinct black and white could easily guess what the guests wanted. At this time, the sun was high in the sky, and it was already past noon. The lady boss spat a mouthful of melon seeds. She estimated that the auction would end in another 2 hours. The price of staying at Linling Island was high, so most cultivators wouldn't stay for long. She wouldn't be able to earn much from the room fees today. However, it didn't matter. Immortals always had to eat dinner before leaving, so she could still earn some money from the meal. The lady boss brushed away the crumbs of melon seeds on her skirt. She turned around and shouted to the shop assistant, "Arthur, wipe the tables and chairs in the lobby again. Also, take out a basket of the snake gall and melon seeds that I fried. Put a plate on each table. We have to prepare for tonight's business." "Yes, lady boss, I'll go get it now." The shop assistant ran away. The lady boss smiled with satisfaction. She had enough sun and melon seeds. Just as she was about to return to the inn to supervise the work, she suddenly saw a black and white figure coming from the end of the road. When he got closer, she realized that he was a handsome black-robed immortal. He was carrying a person in his arms as he rushed into her inn. "Stay, stay, stay, stay." It was probably because he came suddenly and his behavior was strange. The shop assistant was shocked. He opened his mouth and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Mo Ran said angrily, "Stay. Are you deaf? Where's the lady boss?" "Ayo, immortal lord." A young woman's voice sounded behind him. It was 30% joking and 70% apologetic, which made it difficult to get angry. Mo Ran suddenly turned around and saw the lady boss's smooth and slick smiling face. "I'm sorry to have neglected you. I'm a new waiter. If you need me, I'm the lady boss." Mo Ran raised his dark brows and said anxiously, "Stay at the hotel." The lady boss quickly and calmly looked at him. Seeing that this person was wearing a cloak, presumably he was an immortal master who was going to participate in the Xian Yuan assembly. However, because he was in a hurry, the hood of his hood had fallen down, revealing a delicate and handsome face of a young man. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that on his wrist, there was a brocade pouch embroidered with the black tortoise totem. It was the Qianquan pouch that the Xian Yuan pavilion gave to the customers after they sold the goods. He had money. The lady boss's eyes flashed. Very rich. She then looked at the person in his arms. Because of the large veil covering the person's face, and because the person's face was leaning inwards, she couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. However, the lady boss's eyes were very sharp. She quickly swept her gaze over the snow-white robe, and her gaze fell on the hand hanging from the wide sleeve. He was tall and thin, his skin was like porcelain, his fingers were long and sharp, and his bones were clearly defined. A beauty. The lady boss immediately understood. Although he was a handsome man, it wasn't rare for men to dual cultivate in the cultivation world, so there was nothing strange about it. "Dafu, get a room." The lady boss reacted quickly. Without asking anything else, she snapped her fingers and ordered, "I want the most comfortable room, the sun and moon superior room." Chu Waning's illness came fiercely without warning. Fortunately, this was Lo Moon's territory, and good medicine was everywhere. Mo Ran invited a doctor to take Chu Waning's pulse. The doctor, who had a rather high cultivation level, closed his eyes and touched Chu Waning's wrist with his calloused fingers. He didn't say anything for a long time. Mo Ran couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, how's my master?" "It's not a big problem, but what he hated the most was this kind of person who spoke in a roundabout way." Mo Ran widened his eyes. "But what?" "But this old man feels very strange. Your master's cultivation level is very high, which is rare in the world. But when I examined him just now, his spirit core is very weak. It can't even compare to a small cultivator who has just built his foundation. If cultivation was compared to water, the spirit core was the container that carried the water. The spirit core was innate, while cultivation was slowly nurtured. Therefore, the stronger the innate spirit core, the easier it would be for a person to cultivate. However, when one's cultivation level reached a certain level, it would nourish the spirit core. Therefore, generally speaking, the two complemented each other. For a great master like Chu Wanning, his spirit core must be very strong. Therefore, ordinary doctors wouldn't pay special attention to this when taking a pulse. Mo Ran was shocked. How is this possible? This old man also felt that it was impossible. Therefore, I repeatedly examined him many times, but it was the same every time. My master's spirit core can't even compare to a foundation-building cultivator. How is this possible? It's simply a joke. Doctor, please take a closer look. Could it be that you made a mistake somewhere? This old man has always been cautious in his medical practice. Since I said it, I must be 100% sure. If you don't believe in my master's spirit core, the result will be the same. Mo Ran was stunned. The doctor said, it's precisely because your master's spirit core is very weak that he should have been sensed by some kind of powerful weapon. That weapon should have some resonance with him, but it's not something he possesses. Therefore, he suffered a backlash. His spirit core couldn't bear it, so he fell unconscious. This old man will prescribe him some medicine. After taking it, he should rest a lot. He'll be fine very soon. After sending off the doctor, Mo Ran sat beside Chu Wanning's bed. He held his chin in his hand and stared blankly for a long time. Weak spirit core. How is this possible? However, that old man just now didn't know what happened at the Xianyuan Club, but he could accurately say that Chu Wanning had encountered a powerful weapon. It really didn't seem like he was lying. In addition, there was also no return. Just now at the Xianyuan Club, Mo Ran only released a little bit of spirit energy. Chu Wanning suddenly felt strange and fainted. Therefore, he didn't have time to determine whether that Mo Saber was really the Shenwu from his previous life. If it was, why would no return resonate with Chu Wanning? And why would it cause a backlash to Chu Wanning? As he thought about this, he stared blankly at Chu Wanning. After an unknown amount of time, the person on the bed seemed to be haunted by a nightmare again. His beautiful brows furrowed and his eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. For some strange reason, even he didn't know why. Mo Ran reached out and gently stroked his forehead. Master. Master. Chu Wanning. I've lived 2 lives. Could it be that you still have secrets that I don't know? The shopkeeper quickly boiled the medicine in the kitchen and served it to Mo Ran. After tasting it, it was indeed very bitter. It was a taste that Chu Wanning hated the most. Mo Ran sighed and called out to the woman who was preparing to leave. Shopkeeper, do you have candy? Sigh. The store's candy is all freshly boiled. We've already used up all of today's candy. But if Immortal Sage wants some, I'll send someone to buy some on the street. Mo Ran looked at the steaming medicine and shook his head. Then forget it. The medicine will become cold after a while. It won't have any effect. Thank you very much. Ah, Immortal Sage, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me if you need anything. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he tactfully left and closed the door behind him. After placing the medicine at the head of the bed, Mo Ran sat back on the edge of the bed. He put one hand on his knee and used the other to help Chu Wanning up. Master, it's time to take your medicine. Feeding him medicine was something that he was very familiar with in his previous life. Mo Ran picked him up and let Chu Wanning lean against his chest. He took a spoonful of the medicine and brought it to his lips to cool it down. Then, he slowly fed it to Chu Wanning. This was already the second time he was taking care of Chu Wanning after his rebirth. He didn't know why, but even though he hated this person, he still felt nervous when he saw him sick. Bitter, although the person in his arms wasn't awake, he was still aware. He frowned in a half-asleep state and turned his face away, refusing to drink anymore. Mo Ran couldn't be more familiar with this action. He raised the spoon and turned him back. Patiently, he coaxed, "There's still one more mouthful. You'll be fine after drinking it. Come." As he spoke, he passed him another spoonful. Chu Wanning drank half of it and coughed. However, his frown deepened. "So bitter, it's sweet, it's sweet. The next spoonful is sweet. Come, come, come. Ah, the next spoonful. I promise. It's so sweet that you can't believe it. This is the world's sweetest syrup that I ordered people to find." As he coaxed him, he didn't even know who he was anymore. Mo Ran smoothly pulled out the words from his previous life. "It's very delicious. You'll regret it if you don't open your mouth." Just like that, he coaxed and coaxed the entire bowl of syrup. When he finished the last spoonful, Mo Ran heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to get up and tidy up, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Before he could react, his face was firmly slapped. "Liar, get lost." After Chu Wanning said this harshly, he tilted his head and went back to sleep. Mo Ran, who was slapped for no reason at all, was left with his mouth half open. After a while, he covered his face with his hands, feeling wronged. Just as he was about to explode, the person in his arms let out a muffled groan. He must have dreamt of something extremely uncomfortable. His expression became increasingly ugly. Seeing him like this, Mo Ran really didn't have much of a temper. He didn't have any sweets left. Seeing that the Qianquan bag was still at the head of the bed, he had an idea and took out a bottle of sweet dew. He patted Chu Wanning's cheeks, neither too lightly nor too hard. This was his revenge. "Lie down alone for a while. I'll go and mix some water for you to drink sweet dew." Seeing that Chu Wanning was quiet, Mo Ran supported him, intending to let him lie back on the pillow. Unexpectedly, when he got closer, he heard him mutter in a low and muffled voice. Then, he muttered, "It's thin you." Mo Ran was stunned. "What?" Chu Wanning's eyes were tightly shut. His fan-like eyelashes couldn't stop trembling, as if he was suppressing a great deal of pain. The color of blood faded away bit by bit. He had clearly fallen into another dreamscape, a dreamscape that was even more terrifying and ferocious. He shook his head slightly, and a rare trace of sorrow appeared on his usually cold and noble face. It's me." For a moment, Mo Ran suddenly felt his heart stop beating. A strange feeling welled up in his chest. It was as if a secret was right in front of him. He only needed one last layer of gauze to cover it and he would immediately understand it. He couldn't help but stare at Chu Wanning. He whispered, "It's you what?" "It's me, thin, you." For a moment, his divine sense was in a trance. He didn't know if it was because the candlelight was too dim and made him see wrongly, but Mo Ran saw that Chu Wanning's thick eyelashes seemed to flash with water. "It's me who thin you." These 4 words, when they came out of his mouth, were as light as mist, but when they entered his ears, it was like a clap of thunder. Mo Ran suddenly bounced up from the bed. His entire body froze in an instant. His pupils contracted. He stared at the handsome face of the person on the bed in disbelief. His expression changed in an instant. His heart was shocked as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were galloping past. His hands clenched into fists. His blood seemed to boil into a raging fire overnight and then condensed into ice overnight. "What did you say?" "You?" After being stunned for a long time, Mo Ran suddenly grabbed Chu Wanning's throat. His eyes were ruthless. The childish innocence he pretended to have after his rebirth was completely gone. Chu Wanning, what did you just say? Say it again. Say it again. It's me who thin you. I won't complain even if I die. This was a curse that he would never forget in his life. It was a nightmare that had tormented him for 2 lifetimes. Many times when he closed his eyes, his ears would be filled with these 4 words. The person who said it was no longer in this world. But these words were clearly spoken by Chu Wanning in his previous life. Why would he now? Why would he? Could it be that Chu Wanning was also reborn? 83. This crazy thought caused Mo Ran's eyes to turn blood red. His entire body trembled as he lost all reason. He gripped Chu Wanning's throat tightly, growling as he continuously interrogated him. As long as he said the second half of the sentence, as long as he said the words, no regrets in life or death. Then it must be, ah. A muffled groan sounded by his ear. Chu Wanning couldn't breathe, his face flushed red, and his struggle finally weakened. Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment. His crimson eyes widened, both madness and clarity flickering within. Suddenly, he reacted and hurriedly let go of his hand. Chu Wanning fell heavily back onto the couch, the 5 terrifying marks on his neck gradually calling back to Mo Ran's soul. He opened his mouth. He wanted to call out, "Master," but he couldn't. He wanted to call out, "Chu Wanning," but he couldn't either. After hesitating for a while, he finally managed to croak out, "You." His throat was dry as if it had been burned by fire. Mo Ran swallowed his saliva with difficulty and slowly regained consciousness. Yesterday's events flashed before his eyes. In this life, Chu Wanning had never acted strangely, so he definitely couldn't have been reborn. Then why would he at this moment say those last words from his previous life before he died, "I am the one who mistreated you"? Wasn't this a lie that Chu Wanning had no choice but to say to him in order to protect Xue Meng, in order to protect those hypocritical cultivators? He had never believed it, never wanted to believe that Chu Wanning would truly admit his wrongs to him, that he would speak softly to him. In any case, Chu Wanning was definitely lying to him. He definitely didn't like him. In any case, this Shizun had always looked down on him and had never treated him sincerely. He didn't regret killing his Shizun one bit. Not one bit. Mo Ran turned his face away and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Whether Chu Wanning lived or died, what did it have to do with him? He turned to leave. He wanted to leave. But no matter what, he couldn't move his feet. "I was mean to you." In her memory, that cold and handsome face that was drenched in blood was actually somewhat gentle in the end. Beside the Kunlun heavenly lake, the person in the pool of blood slowly raised his hand and touched his forehead with the tip of his finger. His finger was already cold, but there was some warmth in his eyes. But at that time, Mo Ran felt that he must have seen wrongly. "Life or death, no regrets," Chu Wanning said softly as tears of blood slowly flowed down from his eyes. Mo Ran, the person on the bed, murmured in his dream. The 2 soft sounds made the person who was called tremble. By the time he came back to his senses, Mo Ran was already standing by the bed, one hand propped against the bed, leaning over to stare at Chu Wanning's pale face. Her thin, watery lips opened and closed slightly. Another sound entered her ears. Mo Ran, closing his eyes, Mo Ran frowned. His fingertips were stuck in the hard, cold rosewood board, as if he was trying to suppress something. In the end, he couldn't help it and said hoarsely, "Chu Wanning, are you sincere? Are you sincere about what you said?" Her chest hurt so much that it felt like it was about to burst. Since Chu Wanning was definitely not reborn, then the only reason he said such words now was because he felt that she didn't treat him well and felt guilty. Was he sincere? Chu Wanning was a dream talker, so naturally, he wouldn't answer him. But Mo Ran still wanted to wait for an answer. After waiting for a long time with his eyes closed, there was still no movement. Mo Ran sighed and slowly raised his eyelids with some reluctance. But he was caught off guard and met a pair of hazy phoenix eyes. Half opened and half closed, about to wake up. Chu Wanning opened his eyes at some point, but from his expression, it could be seen that his consciousness was not clear. It was just a temporary awakening from the torment. That pair of night eyes were still empty and absent-minded, as if they were thousands of years old. Wanya Yuheng was usually as sharp as thunder. It was rare for him to be at a loss like this. Without his usual sharpness, the person lying there was actually so beautiful. The corners of his eyes were dyed with a thin layer of red. He just looked at him without any defense. His heart trembled violently. Mo Ran felt his throat tighten. He said in a low voice, this scene was too similar to the scene when he made love with him in his previous life. Mo Ran's thoughts trembled. For a moment, he felt like he was still in the shaman palace and Chu Wanning was his prisoner. Just thinking about it made his mouth dry up and his breathing gradually become heavy. I don't like him. Don't touch him again. The enmity of the past is all in the past. In this life, we are only master and disciple. Mo Ran supported himself with one hand on the bed and looked down at Chu Wanning. He restrained himself and did not cross the line. His long hair that was tied into a ponytail hung down from his shoulders. The ends fell on the other side of the pillow. Chu Wanning lay there with his clothes on. His long hair was scattered. At first, his expression was still numb. After a while, his eyes gradually reflected Mo Ran's reflection. Chu Wanning was slightly startled. Then, as if the nightmare had not disappeared, he still did not know what time it was. He slowly reached out his hand and stopped in midair for a moment. Finally, he touched Mo Ran's forehead. I am the one who is mean to you. When he said this, it was like in his previous life. It was rare to see such gentleness. Mo Ran only felt a boom. Something in his mind suddenly collapsed. His heart was surging and his head was hot. The spirit that he had summoned with great difficulty collapsed. He did not have time to think about anything. The familiar desire made him bend over Chu Wanning's body and fiercely kiss his slightly opened lips. His trembling hands uncontrollably tore at his clothes. In an instant, the past was like the waves of the sea. Everything around him melted like frost and snow. It was as if he was in the Magi mountain palace again. The dragon, phoenix, and red candles were shining brightly. This person under him struggled and scolded, panting and humiliated. Between the hot and wet kisses, Chu Wanning let out a muffled groan that made Mo Ran even more crazy. What dislike? What hatred? What not to touch him again? All of them were shattered into bubbles. Mo Ran only felt that he was not dead yet. The slightly trembling body under him was still his. He wanted to kiss him. He wanted to hug him. He wanted to fiercely tear him apart and penetrate him. He wanted to make this high and cold person beg for mercy under him. He wanted to fuck him until he climaxed. Chu Wanning. He murmured hoarsely. The exhilarating feeling washed over his soul. Even his fingertips were burning hot. He once again sucked on those slightly cold and soft lips. The bitterness of the medicine still lingered in his mouth, but it made his heart beat like a drum. He was in a daze. He was already too familiar with this person. After his rebirth, because of resentment, he was unwilling to be intimate with him. But when he kissed him, only Mo Ran himself knew that this was a kind of ecstasy. It was like a traveler on the verge of death in the desert tasting sweet dew. It was like an extremely cold night when he wrapped himself in a warm coat over a fire pit. He originally thought that after his rebirth, he would naturally sever ties with him. But unexpectedly, in the end, he was unable to control himself. He was teased by a few words and couldn't control himself. He kissed him without permission. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Waning's clothes couldn't be torn open and that something had suddenly fallen out of his lapel and pierced Mo Ran, perhaps he would have lost his mind and directly asked for his master without thinking about the consequences. Clang clang. After piercing Mo Ran's finger and falling on the pillow, the metal rolled twice and stopped moving. Mo Ran was in high spirits. He didn't care about this small injury. He only angrily glared at that thing and then continued to wrestle with Chu Waning's troublesome clothes. It would have been fine if they hadn't kissed or hugged each other, but once they were on top of each other, all the feelings from his previous life came back. Just the thought of Chu Waning's slender and tight waist made him feel an irresistible excitement. But the white gauze on Chu Waning's body seemed to be cursed. He couldn't tear it open even after pulling for a long time. Mo Ran cursed in his heart. He fiercely hit the bedboard and got up to take his sword to cut open the waist belt. When he sat up, he glanced at the metal object that had fallen to the side. Mo Ran didn't care about it at first. But suddenly, a trace of clarity flashed through his chaotic mind. He was stunned and suddenly turned back to look at that thing again. It was a brilliant golden orchid butterfly hairpin. When he was in the peach blossom spring, he saved up feathers for several days to buy it for Shizun. At that time, he personally put the hairpin on top of Shizun's ponytail and coaxed that unhappy junior brother, saying, "Children should use gold and red hairpins. Look, it's so lively." Mo Ran picked up the hairpin. He felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He was completely stunned. No. What's going on? Why did the thing he gave to Shizun appear in Chu Waning's arms? Could it be? A terrible idea gradually emerged in Mo Ran's mind. He slowly turned back and looked at Chu Waning with moist and lustful eyes. Master had fainted. Mo Ran stared at his face. Looking at the red lips that were kissed by him, his heart suddenly skipped a few beats. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He felt that he must be crazy. Could it be that Chu Waning didn't lie to him? Could it be that Shizun was really Chu Waning's son? This guess made Mo Ran shudder. He only felt that his scalp was about to explode. 84. When Chu Waning woke up, he saw Mo Ran sitting at the table in a daze with his hands on his cheeks. A bin lantern was reflected in his dark eyes, so bright that they seemed hollow. He wanted to sit up, but he didn't have the strength. Chu Waning could only give up. The snow-green inscriptions fluttered gently. He turned his body and stared at Mo Ran silently. But that fool was still immersed in himself and didn't notice that his Shizun had woken up. He couldn't be blamed. Anyone who knew that their lover had a son with another woman would be greatly shocked. Was Shizun really Chu Waning's illegitimate child? How could this be? Chu Waning was so picky, which woman in the world could enter his eyes? Moreover, if the matter of an illegitimate child was true, Chu Wanning definitely had this child in her past life. However, they had been together for so many years, and Chu Wanning's words and actions had nothing to do with the words husband at all, regardless of whether it was her daily words and actions, or her affairs in bed. But what was going on with this golden butterfly hairpin? Mo Ran was so distressed that he knocked his forehead on the table. He was about to go crazy. He wasn't smart to begin with, and he wasn't good at thinking about such complicated things. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he hugged his head and completely collapsed on the table. Mo Ran, what are you doing? A deep and pleasant voice rang out in the room. It sounded a little hoarse. Suddenly, Mo Ran jumped up and said in surprise, "Shizun, you're awake." Yes, Chu Waning coughed a few times and raised his eyes to look at him. "This is the inn at Lin Ling Yu." Yes, yes. Mo Ran stood up and walked to the bedside. He suddenly saw that Chu Waning's lower lip seemed to have some scratches. He thought about how he was in a daze and didn't control himself, almost causing a big mistake. His face flushed red. Seeing that he was in a daze, Chu Waning said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Mo Ran waved his hand and changed the topic. "It's like this. Master suddenly fainted in the Xianyuan pavilion, so I brought you here to rest. I found a doctor to prescribe some medicine, and then, when I heard you talking in your sleep, I thought of the past and couldn't help but kiss you." But how could he say these words? Mo Ran's voice gradually became softer and softer. His eyes were filled with a rare fluster, and he appeared to be more and more embarrassed. Chu Waning's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wei Xiaobao was looking for a doctor. He was afraid that Wei Xiaobao already knew that he was poisoned and that his body would shrink. He could not help but quietly tighten his grip on the quilt. What did the doctor say? The doctor said that Master was affected by the spirit martial technique, which is why you couldn't hold on. Mo Ran hesitated for a while before continuing, "Master, your spirit core, it's fine. It's just more fragile than ordinary people." Mo Ran was stunned. He originally thought that Chu Waning and Chu Waning both had scars on their chests, and guessed that there was some kind of connection between the two. But after hearing what Chu Waning said, it seemed that this was not the case. He could not help but ask, how could this be? Master is so powerful, his spirit core must not be weak at birth. When did it start? A long time ago. Ever since I was injured many years ago, it has always been like this. Chu Waning casually waved his hand. This was not what he was concerned about. Did the doctor say anything else? Mo Ran shook his head and said, "Nothing else." The candlelight was hazy. Chu Waning looked at him deeply and said, "Then why did you hit the table with your head just now?" Mo Ran held back for a while. Since he could not hold it in anymore, he simply threw caution to the wind. He took out the golden butterfly hairpin from his sleeve and spread it in his palm. "I found this. It's on your body." The hairpin shone with a golden light, but Chu Waning's heart continued to sink. Sure enough, he found out. In the end, he could not hide it. Sighing softly, they were silent for a long time. The two did not speak again. In the end, Chu Waning closed his eyes. Just as he was about to tell the truth, he heard Mo Ran whisper, "Master, Xia Shidi, is he really your son?" Chu Waning, opening his eyes, the blood that had just frozen into ice seemed to flow again. For a moment, Chu Waning only silently stared at Mo Weiyu, who had a complicated expression on his face. His eyes gradually condensed into two clear words, "Idiot." "Yes." Chu Waning coldly raised his hand. Without waiting for Mo Ran to respond, he took the golden butterfly hairpin away. "Didn't I tell you before? Why ask again?" Mo Ran covered his face and said, "I just want to confirm it again." Although Chu Waning admitted that Xia Xini was his flesh and blood several times, Mo Ran was still skeptical. He endured the strong discomfort and secretly made up his mind that when he saw Xia Xini, he would definitely interrogate him properly. If he did not do a blood test for them, he would not believe it even if he died. After a while, Chu Waning's strength gradually recovered and he could get up from the bed. "My clothes," he touched his lapel and was startled for a moment. He frowned, "Why is it so messy?" Mo Ran coughed. Afraid that he would remember some fragments of the past, Mo Ran hurriedly changed the topic, "Master, are you hungry? I heard that this restaurant's dishes are good. The Wensi tofu is especially delicious. How about we go down and try it? It's my treat." Chu Waning coldly glanced at him, "Isn't it because I gave you the money?" Although he said this, he still waved his sleeves and pushed the door open to go downstairs. Lin Ling Yu's dishes were similar to Yang Zhou's. They were fresh and chic, and the taste was quite sweet. This was to Chu Waning's liking. At this time, the Xianyuan gathering had already ended, and most of the cultivators had already left. They asked for a private room, so they did not have to deliberately wear a cloak to hide their identities. After the two sat down, the waiter served 2 cups of buluochun tea and left after giving them the menu. "Master, you can take a look first. You can choose whatever you want. I can eat all the dishes in the Jiangnan area," Chu Waning said as she picked up the cup and sipped her tea. However, when the tea touched his lips, he suddenly frowned. Mo Ran asked, "What's wrong? Did you burn yourself?" "It's fine. Maybe it's because the weather is too dry, the corners of my mouth are a little chapped," Chu Waning said and touched his lips in confusion. "Strange, when did it break?" Mo Ran immediately lowered his head guiltily. After the dishes were all served, Chu Waning and Mo Ran talked about the Xianyuan pavilion. The two left early, and they did not know who the Shenwu flower would end up in. However, this was not a problem. When the time came, they would go out and ask around. As they chatted, the table was gradually filled with a dazzling array of Yangju dishes. Chu Waning felt that if he continued to ask, he would not get any more information, so he gave up and stopped talking about this. His gaze swept across the table full of bowls, plates, and cups. After a pause, he raised his eyes a few inches and his gaze fell on the face of the young man opposite him who was smiling somewhat nervously. Chu Waning asked, "Have you been to Jiangnan before?" Before Mo Ran was reborn, he had naturally gone to see the apricot flowers and misty rain. However, he did not forget that he was only 17 and had just entered the peak of life and death for 2 years. He immediately shook his head. "I've never been here before." Chu Waning lowered his eyes. His expression was calm, and his voice was clear, "But you ordered a table full of good dishes." When he said this, Mo Ran suddenly realized that he ordered all the dishes according to Chu Waning's preferences. He originally wanted to let him eat better and recover his strength, but he forgot that he should not know Huaiyang dishes like the back of his hand. "When I was young, I worked in the back kitchen of the music house. There are many dishes that I have not tasted, but I have heard of them." Chu Waning did not dwell on it. "Let's eat." Jiangnan was filled with water, and Linling Island was filled with crab in a cattail basket, shrimp in a bamboo cage, and fish in willow branches. Therefore, on the square table, there were all kinds of seafood everywhere. Crispy Liang Creek eel with sauce, sweet and sour squirrel mandarin fish, pepper prawns, chrysanthemum sea conch, and stewed silver carp head were all fragrant. As for fresh vegetables and meat, cold dishes and desserts, they were all exquisitely made and very elegant. Stewed lion's head with crab powder, crystal minced pork, chicken sauce shredded cheese, soup dumplings, wensi tofu, and so on. Mo Ran held his chin and watched the waiter put the last plate of Osman thus cake on the table. Then, he quietly looked at Chu Waning. He thought, "I wonder which one will he eat first with so many dishes today." After thinking for a while, he secretly made a bet with himself. It must be the lion's head with crab powder. This was Chu Waning's favorite Yangju dish. As expected, when the dishes were set, his chopsticks went to that side first without any suspense. Mo Ran sighed in his heart. This person is always so easy to guess. Eating and doing things, he is always right. Gulp. A round and cute lion's head fell into Mo Ran's bowl. Changed. Mo Ran looked up in shock, and a flattered expression gradually appeared on his face. "Ma, Shizun. I haven't been feeling well these days. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me." Did he hear wrongly? Mo Ran was even more shocked. Chu Waning actually said to him, "I'll have to trouble you to take care of me." He had never said this sentence in his previous life. Chu Waning saw the young man's face slowly turn red. His brows relaxed, and his eyes slowly widened. A strand of hair on his forehead stood up and swayed. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless, but he still wanted to save face. Grandmaster Chu took a sip of tea coldly. My lips hurt. In fact, during the days when he became Shizun and accompanied him, Chu Wanning had already vaguely blamed himself in his heart. When he reflected on it at night, he also felt that he was indeed too harsh. He was even more harsh to Mo Ran. From then on, he told himself that when he regained his original body, he must not do this again. He had to change a little. When Xuanji came to the Peach Blossom Spring, Chu Wanning coughed for a long time and reluctantly asked him how to make his disciple not be so afraid of him. Xuanji was stunned for a moment, then said, "First of all, you have to show appropriate care to your disciple." Show care? Chu Wanning thought that Mo Ran might have never eaten crab meat lion's head, so he lightly opened his mouth and said, "Stew crab meat lion's head. Chop the pork belly finely, and add shrimp roe, crab meat, and crab roe, and make them round. Pinch the meat lion's head and simmer it in the clear soup. Add the green vegetables floating in the soup and put it in a red clay pot. The color is very good." Mo Ran was stunned. Why did he have to memorize the recipe? However, Chu Wanning felt that he was patiently introducing the dishes, and that it was a kind of care for his disciple. Thus, during the meal, Mo Ran tasted all the dishes one by one, and even listened to a bunch of dishes that sounded like they were memorized from Jianghuai Food Chronicles. If it wasn't for Chu Wanning's cold and pleasant voice, Mo Ran would have flipped the table and left. "Hey, did you hear? Xianyuan Pavilion's last auction item was bought by someone from Lini Confucian Wind Sect." The private rooms were separated by bamboo curtains, so the voice of the person next to them was slightly louder. Without any hindrance, Mo Ran and the others heard it clearly. Chu Wanning suddenly stopped his introduction of the crystal pork dish and looked at Mo Ran, listening attentively. A boorish man spoke, "Why haven't I heard? Is it the divine weapon?" The price of 300 million gold was paid on the spot. "Ayo, it's really a sky-high price. I've never seen so much money in my life. Look at you, don't you know that other than the divine weapon, the Confucian Wind Sect also spent 50 million to buy the butterfly bone beauty seat? Heavens, isn't the butterfly bone beauty seat used to eat raw or dual cultivate? The #1 sect in the world is actually doing such a despicable act of cultivation. This is too outrageous. Brother Su is wrong. The butterfly bone beauty seat is a reasonable cultivation method, it's not a forbidden technique. Although the beauty seat looks similar to us, it's not immortal in the end. It's like eating an immortal fruit to help one's cultivation, there's nothing to criticize." "Humph, forgive me for not agreeing," another person chuckled. "The one who bought the beauty seat seems to be a reclusive young disciple of the Confucian Wind Sect, called Yi something 11. I heard that he looks quite decent, but I didn't expect him to be the kind of person who relies on sleeping with women to increase his cultivation. I think the Confucian Wind Sect is also at dusk." Someone next to them chuckled, "What's wrong with that? Everyone has a heart for beauty." The people next to them began to argue about ethics and morality. It wasn't worth listening to. Chu Wanning softly repeated, "The divine weapon was bought by the Confucian Wind Sect." "It sounds that way." Chu Wanning couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. "That's difficult. If this matter is traced, we'll have to go to the Confucian Wind Sect to investigate." As soon as he said this, Mo Ran remembered and softly said, "Master was originally from the Confucian Wind Sect." "Yes. You don't want to go back?" At the mention of returning to the Confucian Wind Sect, Chu Wanning's expression became weary, his eyebrows twitching as he said, "Although this sect is a famous sect in the upper cultivation world, I once..." Halfway through his words, a clamor suddenly came from the hall. Someone shouted, "Lady boss, I'll give you 500 gold, immediately clear the place and drive these guests out. Today, our young lord wants to book the whole place." 85. The lady boss's voice could be heard with an obsequious smile. Oh my, Master Daoist is so generous, giving you 500 taels of gold. You really make me happy. But since we're doing business, we need to be polite. How can we drive other customers away? How about this? The largest private room in the returning fog pavilion is specially reserved for generous guests like Master Daoist. I'll show you the way. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of benches, tables, and chairs being smashed could be heard from below. What are you looking at? I don't care if you're the returning fog pavilion or the turtle pavilion, damn it, this name is such a waste. No, I'll give you 1,000 taels of gold to drive them away. Master Daoist, please don't give me a hard time. Look, you'll see that I'm a knowledgeable scholar. The lady boss lied without hesitation. She laughed and said, you're a customer here. If you're not satisfied with the returning fog pavilion, I can give you another one. It's smaller, but elegant and beautiful. I'll also give you a song and dance for free. What do you think? Not good. Not good. 1,500 taels. Tell them to scram. The rough voice roared, don't dilly-dally. My young master will be angry when he comes. Wow, 1,000 taels of gold might be a lot for others, but for Mo Ran, who was once the sovereign emperor of the human realm, it was really funny when he heard it. In his previous life, he casually gave Song Chioteng some treasures to play with, and those were all priceless treasures. Therefore, he bit his chopsticks and rolled his eyes. He whispered to Chu Warning with a smile, Master, listen to this person. He wants to drive us away for 1,500 taels. Chu Warning glanced at him, then lifted the bamboo curtain of the private room and looked downstairs. The dining hall was crowded with a large group of people. Although they were wearing ordinary clothes, and it was impossible to tell which sect they belonged to, each of them had a cold and piercingly cold high-grade treasured saber on their waists. Each of them was leading a demon wolf with saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It might not be easy to judge the value of the treasured saber, but this demon wolf was priceless. It was not easy for an ordinary small cultivation sect to get one, but each of them had one. Obviously, they were from an extremely prominent family. The guests who had been eating looked at these people in horror, and the hall was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a snow-white light flew into the inn. When everyone saw it clearly, they were stunned at first. Then, with a boom, they all shrank back. Some of the more timid ones even screamed, "A great demon, a great demon!" The one that jumped in was a snow-white wolf demon that was as tall as 3 people. Its eyes were as red as blood, and its fur was as bright as silk. It had a pair of wolf fangs that were as long as an adult man's arm. However, on the huge body of this ferocious beast, there was a handsome young man with arrogant eyes sitting leisurely with his legs crossed. The young man's hunting armor was biting cold. Under the armor was a bright red robe, and the cuffs were embroidered with neat golden threads. He wore a hood, and a cluster of soft red tassels hung from the top of the silver lion holding the sun. A jasper bow lay on his knees, which should be his weapon. When those arrogant cultivators saw him, they immediately knelt on one knee, hammered their chests with their hands, and said in unison, "Welcome, young master." Okay. The young man waved his hand impatiently. "I asked you to do something, so why are you hesitating?" Welcome your dog head." Phet Mo Ran laughed and whispered to Chu Warning, "He said they welcome the dog head, so doesn't that make him a dog head himself?" The young man sat on the soft neck of the demon wolf with a sullen expression. "Where is the shopkeeper of this shabby inn? Who is he?" Although the lady boss was scared, she still forced herself to calm down and walked forward. She smiled apologetically and said, "I'm an insult to immortal monarch. The shopkeeper of this small inn is me." "Oh." The young man glanced at her. "I want to stay in an inn, but I'm not used to too many people talking." You tell them that I'll pay for the loss. But immortal monarch, I know you're in a difficult position. This is for you. Apologize for me. If you really don't want to, then forget it. The young man threw a brocade pouch to the lady boss. When she opened it, there was a pile of golden 9 turns origin pills. These pills could greatly increase one's cultivation within 10 days. One pill on the market cost more than 2,000 gold coins. The lady boss took it. At first, her expression changed because of the other party's generosity, but then she quietly sighed in relief. No cultivator would refuse such a good thing. It was reasonable to ask him to leave like this. The lady boss apologized one by one and gave the gifts. The young man yawned and looked down at the group of followers with disdain. He said, "You're all trash. You still need me to do it personally." They looked at each other and said, "Young master is wise. Young master is mighty." The crowd quickly dispersed. Except for Chu Wanning and Mo Ran, who didn't care about money and pills, the others took their things and left the inn without any complaints. They went to other inns to stay. The lady boss said, "Young master, they've all left. But 2 guests said that it's late. One of them is unwell and doesn't want to go elsewhere. You see, forget it, forget it. I won't argue with a sickly person." The young man waved his hand happily. "Just don't disturb me." The sickly person Chu Wanning was speechless. The lady boss immediately smiled and said warmly, "Young master is really a kind person. It's late now. Do you want to rest or eat something first?" The young man said, "I'm hungry. I don't want to rest. I want to eat." "If young master wants to eat, then this inn will definitely serve the best dishes. Our chef is best at making crab meats, lion's head, crystal meat, lion's head to vent your anger." The young man was obviously not a southerner and didn't like southern food. Hearing the name of the dish, he was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned and waved his hand. "No, I don't understand. What's all this nonsense?" He originally thought that he was a son of an aristocratic family, but now it seemed that he might be a rich merchant. The lady boss said, "Then what do you want to eat? As long as this inn knows how, we can make it." "Well said." The young man pointed at his followers. "Cut 5 gin of beef for each of them. Also, give me 10 gin of beef, 1 gin of wine, and 2 lamb legs. That's about it. It's too late to eat too much. Just a little to fill your stomach." Mo ran. Wow, he wanted to turn around and laugh at this young man's bucket-like appetite with his master, but he saw that Chu Wanning was staring at the young man. There seemed to be some unfathomable mist in his eyes. Mo Ran subconsciously asked, "Master seems to know him?" "Yes." He originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect that Chu Wanning really did know him. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What? Then who is he?" "The only son of the Confucian Wind Sect's sect master." Chu Wanning softly said, "Nangong Sai." Mo Ran thought to himself. No wonder Chu Wanning knew him. After all, Chu Wanning was a guest elder of the Confucian Wind Sect in Lini. He must have seen the sect master's son before. It was also no wonder that he didn't know him. In his previous life, when he massacred the Confucian Wind Sect, this Nangong Sai had already died of an illness. At that time, he thought that the sect master's son was a half-cripple. He didn't expect that when he saw him today, he would actually be such a lively, healthy, and arrogant young man. How did he die of an illness? Was it a sudden illness? Nangong Sai ate happily downstairs. In a short while, he devoured 2 lamb legs and 10 kilograms of beef like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He also drank several bowls of wine. Mo Ran was speechless as he watched from upstairs. "Master, isn't the Confucian Wind Sect the most cultured?" What's wrong with this young master? He looks even worse than our Shui Meng Meng. Chu Wanning pushed his head back as he leaned over. His face was still tilted as he looked at the scene below. Don't randomly give your fellow disciples nicknames. Mo Ran chuckled twice. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Wanning tapped his head with the tip of his finger, and a fluttering sleeve fell on his face. The cloth was light, like silk but not silk, like satin but not satin. It was cool to the touch like water. He couldn't help but think of something and stare blankly for a moment. Just now in the room, he pulled on Chu Wanning's clothes in a daze. After tugging for a long time, he couldn't tear them off. He thought that Chu Wanning was wearing tight clothes. But now that he looked carefully at the material of the clothes, Mo Ran suddenly recognized that it was the icy mist silk produced by the Kunlun Treading Snow Palace. The Kunlun Treading Snow Palace was the most aloof and reclusive sect among the immortals in the upper cultivation world. All its disciples entered the sect at the age of 5. After a year, they had to enter the Kunlun Holy Land to cultivate in seclusion. They could only come out when they formed their own spiritual nucleus. Although the spiritual nucleus came with them, the cultivation was just to summon it out. But this time was very long, usually 10 to 15 years. During this time, unrelated people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, the disciples' food and clothing became troublesome. The food was still okay because the Kunlun Holy Land was adjacent to the Wangmu Lake. The disciples of the Treading Snow Palace could go into the lake to catch food every day, but they couldn't weave their own clothes, right? Therefore, the icy mist silk was born. The clothes made from this silk were not only as soft as smoke, but also had a dust-repelling spell attached to them. They would not be contaminated by dust. Unless they were splashed with stains like blood, they did not need to be washed. But the most amazing thing was that the icy mist silk would change according to the body shape of its owner. This was indispensable for the disciples of the Treading Snow Palace. They entered the Forbidden Land at the age of 5 and could only come out at the age of 15 or 20. During this long time, from a child to a tall and handsome young man, the clothes made of the icy mist silk could grow with them, avoiding the embarrassment of not fitting the clothes. But why would Chu Wanning wear clothes made of this material? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a spark lit up in his mind. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he had thought of something wrong from the beginning. What was it? Sorry to disturb you. May I ask where the shopkeeper is? A youthful voice full of energy, but it was very kind and polite, suddenly interrupted Mo Ran's thoughts. Looking down, it was the group of disciples of the Confucian Wind sect who had appeared at the Xianyuan pavilion earlier in the day. Their leader, Hizwa, was holding a sword. The hilt of his sword lifted the curtain and half of his body poked in. Aren't they Yi Wenshi's followers? Mo Ran immediately became spirited. The Confucian Wind sect had 72 cities, and the disciples usually did not know each other. As for Nangong Sai, he was sitting alone in a private room with his back to the door. Thus, when the group of youths swept their eyes over the disciples in the inn, they did not recognize this familiar face. Yi Wenshi versus Nangong Sai, this was going to be a good show. I'm really sorry. Tonight, our inn has been booked. The lady boss hurriedly went over to greet them while secretly cursing herself for forgetting to lock the door. Immortal monarchs, please go to another inn to have a look. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The youth in the lead revealed an awkward expression. How could this be? I just went to look at the other inns, and they were all filled with people. We have a thin and weak girl here. She hasn't rested for a long time, so we want to find a better place for her to sleep. Innkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to ask the uncle who booked the inn whether or not he can give up a few rooms. I'm afraid he won't be willing. The youth bowed and courteously pleaded, Lady boss, please go and ask him. If he isn't willing, then forget it. Before the lady boss could say anything, one of the followers of Nan Gongsai at the table near the door suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He angrily said, "What's there to ask? Get out, get out. Don't disturb our young master's meal." That's right. You're wearing the clothes of the Confucian Wind sect, yet you have the nerve to sleep with a girl. Don't you think you're shaming your sect? The youth didn't expect that they would misunderstand. In a flash, his face turned red and he angrily said, "Fellow Daoist, why are you slandering others? My Confucian Wind sect is upright and upright, so we naturally wouldn't do such a thing. This girl was saved by my young master out of kindness, so how can you speak such nonsense? Your young master?" Nan Gongsai's attendant glanced at the private room and saw that the young master was still casually drinking his wine, seemingly tacitly agreeing to his actions of chasing people away. Thus, he relaxed and raised his voice to sneer, "Everyone knows that there is only one young master in the Confucian Wind sect, so who is the one in your house? This humble one is Yu Wanshi of the Confucian Wind sect." A gentle and elegant voice came from outside the door. The youths all turned their heads. Young Master Yi. Yu Wanshi was dressed in black, and his handsome face seemed more delicate and pretty under the candlelight. He walked into the inn with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a woman wearing a veil, revealing a pair of anxious and gentle eyes. It was Song Chirtong. When Mo Ran saw her, the veins on his forehead suddenly jumped. Enemies on a narrow road, how could it be her again? When Nan Gongsai's followers saw that the person who came was actually Yu Wanshi, they were all stunned at first, but then a few of them lost their cool and revealed looks of disgust. Yu Wanshi was the adopted son of the Confucian Wind sect's first elder and belonged to one of the Confucian Wind sect's 72 cities, Dark City. As the name implied, Dark City was good at nurturing shadow gods. The sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect had originally trained him to be the next leader of the shadow gods, but because Yu Wanshi's foundation was not suitable for the shadow god cultivation method, he gradually transferred to the main city and became the High Lord's right-hand man. Because Yu Wanshi was a shadow god in his early years, he acted in a low-key manner, so very few people knew his name. However, the High Lord regarded him very highly. In these years, there were even rumors that Yu Wanshi was the High Lord's illegitimate son. Perhaps because of this reason, the real young master Nan Gongsai had always been at odds with Yu Wanshi. The young master did not like him, so how could his followers have a good impression of young Master Yi? Originally, as juniors, they absolutely could not offend young Master Yi, but this group of people were all Nan Gongsai's trusted aides and directly received orders from Nan Gongsai. Thus, the atmosphere was stiff for a long time. Finally, there was a rough person who sneered and said, "Young Master Yi, please go back. I'm afraid there is no room for you in this inn today." "Young Master, since they said there is no room, then let's find another place." Song Chirtong stretched out her slender fingers and pulled on Yu Wanshi's clothes. She said in a panic, "Besides, this place is very expensive. I really don't dare to ask young master to spend more money." Mo Ran heard these two sentences from upstairs and rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, this guy really has this weak and pitiful tone wherever he goes. First, he tricked me, and now he's tricking Yu Wanshi. Just as Yu Wanshi was about to speak, a huge white shadow suddenly rushed out from inside and attacked Yu Wanshi from behind. Song Chirtong cried out in alarm, "Be careful, young master. Ah woo! Woo woo woo!" Following a loud and clear howl, a snow-white demon wolf sprinted madly, circling around Yu Wanshi crazily. Everyone was silent. Yu Wanshi lowered his eyes and looked at the white-furred demon wolf that was as tall as 3 people, but was currently sticking to the ground and rolling around. He said in astonishment, "Neo Beijing." This demon wolf was Nan Gongsai's mount. Because its eyes were as red as agate, its fur was as white as snow, and its claws had a touch of gold, it was named Neo Beijing. Since Neo Beijing was here, Nan Gongsai must have come as well. Yu Wangxi raised his hand and patted near Beijing's head. He looked around. Sure, the bamboo curtain was pulled aside by a hand. The sleeves were bright red, and there was even a golden thread wrapped around the edges. Half of his impatient face was revealed. Nan Gongsai had his arms crossed and was leisurely leaning against the side of the room. In his hand was a pot of soju wine. He glanced at Yu Wangxi and sneered, "Interesting. Why do I run into you everywhere I go? You're following me so closely. If we provoke others to gossip about us, where will I put my face?" 86. Yu Wangxi was obviously at a loss for words, but he didn't get angry. After a while, he said, "You're mistaken. I don't want to follow you, but I was ordered by the Lord to come to Xian Yuan Pavilion to buy something back." When Mo Ran and Chu Wanning heard this, they looked at each other. Shen Wu. Nan Gongsai shook the red clay wine pot in his hand, his expression gloomy. "Father wants to buy something, why bother you? Do you think I don't know how to do it for him?" "Ah Sai, that's not what I meant." "Who told you to call me that?" Nan Gongsai lowered his eyebrows, his eyes like lightning. "Young Master Yi, don't think that you can be so unbridled in front of me just because father was blind to get close to you. Don't you feel disgusted? I called you that because the Lord wanted me to. If you feel disgusted, you can tell him yourself." Yu Wangxi was silent for a while, then said, "What's the use of getting angry at me? Don't use father to pressure me." Nan Gongsai took a deep breath, slightly restraining his anger. His black eyes were extremely cold, just like the silver moon hanging high in the sky, filled with smoke. "Young Master Yi." He seemed to deliberately drag out these 3 words. "Father told you to call me Sai, but I'm afraid he misunderstood your position in the sect, but you should know your place. Don't open a dye shop just because I gave you 3 colors. You have to know, even if you dye yourself red and purple, born here, you can't stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Yu Wangxi's gentlemanly face seemed to flash with a trace of dullness. His thick eyelashes drooped down, and he quietly said, "Young master is right, but this Yi has never thought of standing shoulder to shoulder with young master." The change in title made Nan Gongsai feel slightly more comfortable. He raised his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of spicy soju, but he didn't get drunk. He then stared at Yu Wangxi for a while, snorted through his nose, and waved his hand. "Even if I did, you wouldn't dare. Look at you right now, how can you be?" He suddenly realized that there were too many people here, and he almost said something he shouldn't have said. He suddenly pursed his lips, no longer speaking. On the other hand, Yu Wangxi, even if he suffered such humiliation, he still lowered his eyes, so no one could see whether it was anger or humiliation. He only gave everyone a calm and gentle face, 30% heroic spirit, 70% reserved. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. Nan Gongsai awkwardly looked left and right for a while before his gaze landed on the woman behind Yu Wangxi. As if to cover up the mistake he almost made, he coughed and raised his chin at the woman, asking Yu Wangxi, "You saved her?" "Yes." "Where is she from?" "Don't randomly save someone whose origin is unknown." "It's okay, Xian Yuan Pavilion bought it." Nan Gongsai didn't care about the Xian Yuan Pavilion's bidding, so he didn't bother to inquire. But when he heard that Song Chietong was bought, he couldn't help but be surprised. His originally lazy and perfunctory eyes suddenly sharpened, and he stared at Song Chietong's face. After a while, he said, "Is this an enslavement bone, or a butterfly bone beauty seat?" In the Shizun continent, there were only 2 kinds of people who could be sold openly. In addition to the butterfly bone beauty seat, the other was the enslavement bone. The enslavement bone was the child of a human and a demon. Because people were afraid of the demon nature of this race, once it was detected, their zhenqi would be destroyed, and their shoulder blades would be marked with a slave curse, making them servants. However, The price of enslavement bone wasn't high, and there was nothing rare about it. Generally, it was used to serve tea to the big sects, or bought by rich merchants to play with. Since it was sold by the Xian Yuan Pavilion, it shouldn't be this kind of thing. Sure enough, Yi Wenxi said, it's a butterfly bone beauty seat. Nan Gongxi became interested. He bypassed Yi Wenxi, walked in front of Song Qiutong, and looked at her in a circle. Then, he frowned and said, why is this thing lame? Is it defective? She was injured when she was caught. She applied medicine, but it hasn't fully healed yet. Yi Wenxi paused. So we can't go far. We want to stay here for the night. Nan Gongxi didn't comment. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly moved close to Song Qiutong's neck and sniffed. His action was very similar to that of an untamed wolf. Song Qiutong was frightened by his lecherous action, and her face turned pale. She clutched her lapel and swayed. It doesn't smell any different from an ordinary person. He rubbed his nose and sneezed. There's also the fragrance of rouge. Nan Gongxi waved his hand and casually asked, how much? 50 million. Silver. Gold. Nan Gongxi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yi Wenxi, are you crazy? Do you know how many top-grade whetstones you can refine with 50 million gold? You fucking bought a woman for me. Do you think my Confucian Wind sex money isn't money? I didn't spend the sex money. Yi Wenxi paused for a moment and then said, I didn't buy it for you. You. Nan Gongxi's anger that had just subsided rose again. His expression changed. You're very good. He turned his head and glared at Song Qiutong. The more he stared, the more he found her to be pleasing to the eye. Especially the veil that covered her face. No matter how he looked at it, he was annoyed. He immediately ordered, you, take off that rag on your face. Song Qiutong was frightened. She tightly grabbed Yi Wenxi's sleeve and shrunk behind him. Her voice was extremely pitiful. Young Master Yi, I don't want to. Yi Wenxi's slender figure was not as sturdy and tall as Nan Gongxi, but when he slightly raised his head and looked at Nan Gongxi, he was fearless. Since she doesn't want to, young master shouldn't force her. Stop nagging. She was saved by you, so she owes my Confucian Wind sect a life. She must listen to me. Take it off. She was saved by me. From the moment I saved her, I returned her freedom. Yi Wenxi said, young master, please don't force her. Yi Wenxi. You're such a good person. Nan Gongxi was so angry that he banged on the door frame. What do you take me for? Today, I'm going to fight with you. If I say that I want her to take it off, then I want her to take it off. If she takes off her veil, then I'll let you stay here. If she doesn't take it off, then fuck off. Yi Wenxi almost imperceptibly sighed. He turned to Qiutong and said, let's go. This time, Nan Gongxi wasn't the only one who was choked. Yi Wenxi had Shen Wu on him. No matter what, they couldn't just let him leave like this. Chu Wanning immediately said, go stop him. Okay. Mo Ran also had the same intention, but after a long time, he suddenly froze. Shizun, if we stop him, where will he stay? He wants to stay in the inn to rest. Give him half of our room. Ah. Mo Ran didn't know why, but his expression suddenly became somewhat awkward. I'm afraid that's a bit inappropriate. Chu Wanning slightly raised his eyelids. What's wrong? Shizun may not know, but it's best that the two of us don't stay in the same room as him. Moreover, he won't agree to it. Because this Yi Wenxi, is actually a... Just as they reached the critical point, they suddenly heard Nan Gongxi kick over a table. Cups, bowls, and plates fell to the ground. Then, he suddenly pulled over a stool and placed his leg on it. He angrily said, who allowed you to leave as you please? I think you've gone against the heavens. Get your ass back here. This time, even Nangong Sai's personal attendants had somewhat awkward expressions on their faces. Wasn't this? Young master, you wanted him to hurry and get lost. Yi Wenxi seemed to have long been used to Nangong Sai's unreasonable tantrums. He planned to pretend that he didn't hear his roar. He patted Chiuteng's shoulder, indicating that she shouldn't pay attention to the crazy person behind them. Yi Wenxi. Yi Wenxi. Yi, Wang, 11. The veins on Yi Wenxi's forehead couldn't help but throb twice. He finally couldn't help but turn around. Unexpectedly, he was met with a wine flask. His pupils suddenly shrank. Yi Wenxi was just about to dodge when suddenly, a white figure flashed in front of him. Ah! A delicate cry of pain shocked everyone present. Yi Wenxi and Nangong Sai's expressions changed even more. It turned out that in a flash, it was Song Chiuteng who blocked in front of Yi Wenxi. That heavy red clay wine flask had ruthlessly smashed into her forehead. In an instant, blood flowed out. Her pair of lustrous white jade hands trembled as she touched the blood. Immediately, tears fell from her eyes from the pain. Don't touch, let me see your injury. I'm fine. It's fine as long as I didn't hurt young master. If you want to speak, then speak. Why did you throw a bottle? Yi Wenxi's tone was scorching. He looked at Nangong Sai reproachfully, then said to his attendant, bring me the Jinchuan ointment. Young master, the Jinchuan ointment that we brought is all used up. That attendant said softly, how about I run out and buy some more? Nangong Sai also didn't expect this to happen. Although he forced himself to remain calm, his eyes still revealed a trace of regret. With a straight face, he stammered, I have some here. Alan, bring me my medicine pouch. Yi Wenxi was a little angry. He pursed his lips and ignored him. Holding the small medicine bottle, Nangong Sai froze in place for a long time. Seeing that Yi Wenxi didn't turn around to look at him, Nangong Sai couldn't bear to lose face. He simply shoved the medicine bottle to Song Chiuteng. It's for you. Use it or leave it. Song Chiuteng was like a little deer that had lost its head out of fear. She first looked towards Yi Wenxi with trembling eyes. Seeing that he didn't stop her and only remained silent, she finally put away the Jinchuan ointment like she was trying to keep the peace. She even lowered her head towards the person who had injured her and said softly, thank you, Nangong Gongzi. Nangong Sai was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl he almost played with would actually thank him. Then, he waved his hand and awkwardly coughed, it's fine. That night, Yi Wenxi and his group finally decided to stay the night. In an inn, several candles flickered, and the stars were in chaos. Mo Ran sat by the window with his chin resting on his hands. He seemed a little absent-minded. It had been nearly 2 years since his rebirth. The progress of many things was very different from the progress of his previous life. Seeing the same people doing different things was always a little subtle. Song Chiuteng, Yi Wenxi, no return. These people and things that he couldn't have been more familiar with in his previous life all appeared once again in his life as time passed. However, in this life, he would never take Song Chiuteng as his wife again. As for Yi Wenxi, this person would soon become famous all over the world. He would become the second most powerful expert in the cultivation world after Chu Wanning. There was also no return. Thinking of this Mo saber that had accompanied him in his previous life, his heart was restless. Shizun. What's the matter? You've already been drawing this talisman for an hour. Why haven't you finished yet? It's done. As Chu Wanning spoke, he carefully dipped the tip of his brush in cinnabar and made the last few strokes with the help of a lantern. An extremely complicated dragon appeared on the paper. Mo Ran leaned over to take a look. What is this? Rising Dragon Barrier, Chu Wanning said. What does it do? It can see all the traces of spells in the surroundings, big or small. If that mysterious person wants to test the essence of the spirit root with the divine martial skill, he must leave a mark on the weapon. Whether the appearance of this weapon is a coincidence or his careful design, we'll know immediately. Wow, why didn't Shizun use such a good thing in the Xianyuan pavilion? I'll awaken the rising dragon barrier. You'll understand when you see it. Chu Wanning pierced his fingertip and wiped one of the dragon scales. The little yellow dragon on the paper instantly overflowed with golden light, and its eyes and tail began to move flexibly. Chu Wanning said, "Are you a true dragon?" A shrill voice rang out from the paper, "That's right, that's right. I'm the true dragon." "Why do you say that? Stupid mortal. Why don't you believe me? If you can jump out of the paper, I'll recognize you as a true dragon. What's so difficult about that? Just you wait for this seat." Heh. A golden light flashed, and a mighty little dragon the size of a palm suddenly jumped out of the paper. It shook its head and wagged its tail, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and proudly flew around Chu Wanning. It made a ruckus and said, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm a big true dragon, a big true dragon. I have many little secrets, little secrets. I have many secrets, but I won't tell you, won't tell, won't tell, won't tell, won't tell you." Chu Wanning used his clear eyes to coldly glance at the little loach. He covered it with his hand and expressionlessly said to Mo Ran, "Do you understand?" "I understand, let go of me. You stupid mortal. You're messing with my whiskers." Chu Wanning raised his hand and rudely tapped its reverse scale, the one that was stained with blood. "Shut up and get to work." 87. The little dragon came and went like the wind. In just a few minutes, it came back from the window and shouted, "I found it, I found it. There are many traces of magic in this inn, wahahaha." "Little Loach, why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that the people next door can't hear what you're saying?" Mo Ran leaned on the table and touched the little dragon's body with his fingers. The dragon swung its tail and hit the back of his hand. However, it was made of paper after all. Not only did it not hurt, it even tickled. "You annoying gigolo, don't touch me. I'm not married yet. If I let you touch me for no reason, how can I be a dragon in the future?" Mo Ran laughed and said, What? What? You're a dragon made of paper and you want to get married? Wadash. Pooh pooh pooh. You're the one made of paper. You dog. Why are you calling me a dog too? Don't tell me your surname is Shui. My surname is Shui? Humph, you're stupid. I'm the famous Oregon who created the world. When I open my eyes, it's the sun. When I close my eyes, it's the night. When I exhale, it's summer. When I inhale, it's winter. I don't change my surname, I'm the Candle Dragon. I don't understand. Wahahaha. The little dragon was so angry that it kept spinning around. It used its 2-finger-wide head to hit the candlestick. It hit the candlestick and red tears swayed. Mo Ran quickly went to help it. However, when he reached out his hand, it was bitten by the little dragon. Unfortunately, the paper teeth didn't hurt or itch. Mo Ran pulled the candle dragon's tail and threw it aside. It was in the air and stuck to Chu Waning's collar. It was listless. Chu Waning. The little dragon raised a whisker and weakly poked Chu Waning's clothes. That bastard hit me. Chu Waning was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. He pulled it down and casually slapped it on the table. What kind of enchantments are there outside? Humph, do you dare to call me Dragon Prince 3 times? If you call me that, I'll... Chu Waning stared at it coldly, speak. After being insulted, the little dragon was so angry that its body swelled and its dragon whiskers soared into the sky. Its pair of Mungbin-like eyes glared at Chu Wanning in anger. Its noble dragon mouth was also half open as it panted heavily. After a while, it actually spat out a large mouthful of ink. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. "If you waste any more ink, I'll burn you." As he spoke, he grabbed its tail and pretended to drag it into the fire. "I'll make you a real torch dragon." "Good, good, good. You're amazing. You're amazing. I'll talk. I'll say it, okay?" "Really?" Xiaolong spat a few times and spat out a few ink droplets. He muttered in a loud voice, "You're so fierce. No wonder every time I see you, you don't have a wife." "Huh?" Mo Ran blinked and stole a glance at Chu Wanning. He smiled evilly and said, "Didn't Master say that you have a wife?" Chu Wanning ignored him. He frowned and shouted at the little dragon, "You talk too much. Hurry up and write." "Humph. Stinky man." With a plop, Xiaolong laid down on the rice paper that had already been spread out. It used its transcendence energy to condense the ink in its claws and hummed as it drew crooked dog-crawling talismans on the paper. It was no wonder that he couldn't directly dictate what spells he saw. Because the intelligence of a paperhead was limited, it couldn't distinguish what the original spell was just by looking at the remaining traces. It could only follow the gourd and draw a ladle to erase what it saw. Fortunately, Chu Wanning could distinguish. As he lowered his eyes, he slowly said the name of each spell. Xiaolong drew a waning moon. Chu Wanning, calming spell. There's someone here who can't sleep. Xiaolong drew a 7 stars array. Star manipulation spell. Someone has set up a guard here. Xiaolong drew a rouge box. Face-changing spell. Mo Ran burst out laughing. He raised his hand and said, "I know this. The little spell that little girls use to beautify their skin at night. It's that butterfly bone beauty seat, right?" Chu Wanning didn't comment. It seemed that he was a little anxious because he had drawn so many insignificant spell marks. His slender fingers tapped twice on the wooden table. He frowned and said, "Draw the next one." Xiaolong drew a heart again. Mo Ran asked curiously, "What is this?" "Mind-calming spell." Chu Wanning said irritably, "It's useless. Someone is meditating." "Next." Xiaolong mumbled and drew a dog head again. "Beast-taming spell." Chu Wanning held his forehead, "You, pick the important ones to draw. Don't draw those that are applied to the face, to the dog, to coax people to sleep." "Next." Xiaolong raised its head and glared, "You're really picky. Draw," fearing that it would be thrown onto the candlestick and become the real torch dragon. The paper dragon could only angrily use its 2 soft claws to draw a very complicated formation on the paper. At first glance, it looked very mysterious and profound. It looks like there are 2 circles, and then there's a cross, and then there's a vertical bar that goes straight down. It looks like the yin and yang 8 trigrams. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide. "Master, is this what the mysterious person left on the weapon?" "No." Chu Wanning glanced at it and felt a little pain in his forehead. "It's the voice-changing spell." "Oh. What does it do?" "Some people are born dissatisfied with their voice, or want to change their voice for other reasons. The voice-changing spell can do it. It's not a difficult spell." Chu Wanning paused and said, "But the voice-changing spell will damage the throat if used for a long time. It's often difficult to restore the original voice. This spell is a little strange. I don't know who is using it." Mo Ran listened and smiled. "Well, it's not strange." Chu Wanning sighed and was about to say the next one. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His eyes became misty and he suddenly turned to look at Mo Ran. "Why not? Do you know something?" "What do I know? I just think that it's normal for someone to be dissatisfied with their own voice." Maybe it's that Miss Song. Maybe she originally had a rough and unpleasant voice and wanted to make it more pleasing to the ear. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, "You're always thinking about nonsense." He turned to Xiaolong and said, "Look at the next one." Xiaolong drew another heart. Mo Ran said, "Oh, Master, didn't you say that the Qingxin spell doesn't need to be drawn? Bah, you're just a kid. What do you know?" The little dragon glared at him angrily and slapped his heart with its tail, leaving an ink mark on it. Then, it rubbed it away and painted the entire heart black. "What's this? Black heart spell?" Chu Wanning seemed to be embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he said, "No. It should be the love spell." "Then what is it?" "It's similar to the love pills sold by the Xianyuan Society." Chu Wanning said, "It bewitches people's intellect and makes them fall in love with themselves. It's usually used by women." Mo Ran opened his eyes wide. "It can't be. Could it be that Song Qiutong's side? How would I know about this?" Chu Wanning seemed very angry. He flicked his sleeves and said, "It's other people's feelings. Why do you care so much? If they want to mess around, let them." "But Chu Wanning, are you really not interested in this love spell?" Xiaolong wagged its tail and said happily, "I think this spell is very interesting. If you're willing to call me Dragon Prince 3 times, I'll..." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and said murderously, "Shut up and draw the next one. HMPH. You'll regret it. Are you going to draw it or not?" Xiaolong didn't draw anymore. It sat down and scratched its belly with its short claws. Chu Wanning said coldly, "What's wrong? Are you out of ink?" "Idiot, there's no array." Xiaolong rolled its eyes. "I've already drawn so many spells and you still think it's not enough. There's no more, that's all. Besides these, this inn is clean. There's no more spells." Hearing this, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's expressions changed slightly. Mo Ran said, "That's all. That's all." Chu Wanning said, "There's no spell to measure the spirit root." "No." The master and disciple looked at each other, and there was a look of disbelief on each other's faces. It must be known that if the mysterious man wanted to use the Xianyuan Club to find a new spiritual essence, he must have left a measurement curse on the divine martial art. But now, it seemed that the divine martial art was clean, and there was no curse attached to it. Could it be that they had misunderstood from the beginning that the appearance of this Modao had nothing to do with the mysterious man? Xiaolong saw that the two of them were silent, so it suddenly jumped into the air, circled left and right, and hummed, "Hey, you guys should pay attention to me. I'm very tired from drawing things. Is there anyone who wants to give me a round of applause?" Perhaps because Chu Wanning was irritated, seeing that it was still so noisy, he waved his sleeve and raised his hand, summoning a yellow talisman in the air. Xiaolong saw this and screamed again and again, "I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it." But in the blink of an eye, it was sucked in by the talisman and became a picture on the paper. Chu Wanning pointed with his fingertips again, and the dragon on the picture slowly disappeared. Before it disappeared, it blinked at Chu Wanning in humiliation. Chu Wanning said, "I'll call you if there's anything." Xiaolong cried bitterly and said, "If there's something, Zhong Wuyan, if there's nothing, Xia Yingchun, Chu Wanning, you're so fickle, go back to where you came from." Chu Wanning, who had been talking to it nicely, heard this and became angry. He folded the talisman in half, flattened it with his palm, and put it into his sleeve. At night, Chu Wanning slept on the bed, and Mo Ran slept on the ground. Both of them were a little worried. They didn't expect that there was no talisman on the Shenwu sword. Did the mysterious man master a method to measure spiritual roots that they didn't know? Or was that man not in a hurry at all and didn't intend to find all the people with the strongest spiritual power now? Mo Ran. He called him in the dark night. Mo Ran naturally responded, yes. Let's go back to the peak of life and death tomorrow. He suddenly opened his eyes. What? That man can even miss the Xianyuan society, so he should have another way to find it. I'm afraid there won't be any results if we continue to investigate like this. Let's go back to the peak of life and death first. I'll ask the Lord to send a secret message to the other 9 sects and ask them to check if there are any spiritual essences in their sects. If there are, we'll protect them first. It's better than waiting for them. How can that be? What if that mysterious man is one of the leaders of the 10 sects? The possibility is very small. Even if he is, it doesn't matter. He already knows that we're tracking him, so this matter won't make a difference. Then how can Master teach those leaders to listen to Uncle? Mo Ran said blankly, is Master going to tell them everything? That's not necessary, and they may not believe it. Chu Wanning said lightly, I have my own way. Mo Ran asked curiously, what way? Recruiting disciples. I'll tell the Lord and let him tell the other 9 sects that the Ghost Realm's barrier is often flawed, harming all sides. At the peak of life and death, Yuheng will take at most 5 disciples as disciples and teach them the high purity barrier, slaughter barrier, and other spells. Chu Wanning said calmly, those sects have invited me many times to be an advisor, for the sake of these barrier techniques. If I spread the word that I'm willing to teach them, I'm not afraid that they won't come. I'll only take in high-grade spiritual bodies as disciples. In order to select talents, those leaders will have to obediently test the foundation of all their disciples, and our goal will be achieved. Mo Ran did not agree. In the darkness, his face turned green. You want to take in more disciples? Let's leave it to fate. Chu Wanning turned over, seeming to finally be a little sleepy, and his voice softened. I'll let them report their names when they find them, and then let them learn the normal barrier techniques by themselves. After 3 years, if there's really someone among them who can persevere, then I'll take them in. In the darkness, hearing the gradually drowsy words of the person on the bed, Mo Ran felt as if he had kicked over a jar of vinegar in his chest, so sour that even his heart ached. Taking in more disciples. In the past life, you only took in 3 and were very picky. Why aren't you picky in this life? How can you just take them in like that? There were a few times when he wanted to talk to him, but when the words reached his lips, he became silent. Chu Wanning was completely unaware of Mo Ran's sea of jealousy, and finally fell asleep. The night was very cold. Mo Ran got up, put on a coat, and softly called him a few times. Seeing that he did not respond, he quietly pushed open the door and left the bedroom. The walkway of the inn was quiet, with only a few red silk lanterns shining with a faint light. The light was reflected on the wooden floor, creating ripples of orange reflections. Chu Wanning had already finished testing his spirit martial skill. But Mo Ran had not yet tested his no return. It should be known that if the spirit martial skill was within 100 feet of its owner, it could be summoned back to its owner's side with a spell. At that time in the Xianyuan pavilion, Mo Ran did not have time to perceive whether this was the weapon from his previous life, so how could he miss this opportunity now? A layer of blood-red light floated on the tip of his finger. Slowly lowering his eyelashes, Mo Ran whispered, "No return, summon." After a few moments of hesitation, a muffled sound of a blade suddenly rang out in the distance. The sound was very soft, but it shook his eardrums, like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. No return. It was no return. The Mo blade was struggling, crying blood. The low roar seemed to be separated by layers of blood waves, rolling in the mortal world, rushing towards him. He could almost hear No Return wailing, shouting hoarsely. It was trapped, imprisoned by something that Mo Ran did not know. It could feel that its owner was calling it, but it could not answer the summons. Something was missing, cutting off the connection between him and it. But they had a contract, they had seen the beautiful rivers and mountains together, they had also waited for death together, and heard the last bit of warmth of the shaman mountain hall. Man and spirit martial skill were still connected, their flesh was torn apart by some kind of force, but their veins were still connected. Mo Ran's eyes were wet and red, and he muttered, "No return, it's you. Why can't you come back? Who is stopping you?" It's, creak. There was a light pushing sound. But in this breathless darkness, it was like a clap of thunder. 88, he suddenly raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. A man in a black, gold-patterned cloak appeared at the end of the corridor. He was tall and straight, and his whole body was covered with cloth. Even his face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of eyes that couldn't be seen clearly in the dark. In that person's hand, there was a knife. The slender blade was completely black and unstoppable. No return. Who I am is not important. That person said coldly. His voice was very strange, as if deliberately distorted. You only need me to know who you are. Mo Ran was shocked, but he still calmed down and hibernated. I'm just a disciple of the peak of life and death. Is it interesting for you to know what I do? A disciple of the peak of life and death. Oh, yes, but have you forgotten that you are also an emperor, an emperor of the human realm, a ghost who killed his master to prove his Tao, a ghost who escaped from the Yellow Spring? With every word he said, Mo Ran's blood became colder. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Emperor Ta. Slaughtered the 72 cities of Confucianism. Emperor of the human realm. Married the most beautiful woman in the world, killed his master and family, and climbed to the top of the human realm. That person said coldly, "You are Mo Weiyu." Mo Weiyu. Heinous beyond redemption, unable to be reincarnated even after 10,000 deaths. Mo Weiyu should be torn into pieces at the peak of life and death. His heart and eyes should be dug out, and he should die without a complete corpse. Who are you? Mo Ran's eyes were red, and the childish look on his face was gone. What was left was only the fierceness of a demon. He confronted the person at the end of the corridor, and in the next moment, he would lock the other person's throat and tear all the names he didn't want to hear anymore into his throat. That person raised his hand wrapped in black veil. The long corridor condensed layers of ice in an instant, completely separating the space between the two of them. Now, you can't summon this knife. That person walked slowly and stopped about 10 steps in front of him. Emperor of the human realm. Maybe it's better to call you Mo Ran now. What a joke. Have you ever taken a good look at yourself? My heart is no longer as cold and hard as steel. Following by Chu Waning's side, I'm actually treating him better. Rebirth, where is the person I said I would protect in my previous life? Mo Ran's expression changed. Shamai. What did you do to Shamai? That person did not answer. He only sneered, do you know why you can't summon Bu Gui back? His fingertips slowly stroked the thick blade. It's because your soul is about to change, and your hatred is about to dissipate. Before you die, you regret that life of yours, for not being able to protect your senior brother Mingjing. You once vowed that if there was an afterlife, you would definitely not let him down. That pair of sharp and horrified eyes suddenly looked up. Mo Ran, did you do it? The enchantment of the ghost realm is about to be broken. What happened in the past will repeat itself. Do you still want to watch him die and beg Chu Waning to be merciful? You're letting down the chance of rebirth in this life. You don't deserve to touch Bu Gui again. I don't need you to tell me that. Mo Ran said angrily, the matter between me and Shamai is not for others to interfere. Since you know that I'm a reborn person, who are you? A fake Gauchan? Or an old ghost who came back from the dead like me? Heh. That person chuckled. An old ghost who came back from the dead. Yes, I'm an old ghost who came back from the dead. Otherwise, do you think that you're the only one who's been blessed by the heavens to be reborn in this world? Who is it? Blurred faces flashed through his mind like crazy. The people who died in his previous life. Shui Zhenyong, Madame Wang, Chu Waning, Song Qiutong, Yi Wangxi, or the people who forced him to the Shaman Mountain Palace in his previous life to bury him. Shui Meng, Mai Hanxue, and the heads of the 10 great sects. Who is it? Who is it? Who knew his secret? Who grasped his weak spot? Who was it that stepped through the yellow springs to chase after him? Who was it that wanted to force him into a dead end? Who is it? In just a moment, the figure in front of him moved. That man's clothes fluttered as he moved in front of him. After this person's rebirth, his strength was still so strong. Mo Ran was shocked. Bu Gui's blade was already pressed against his chest. With just a little bit of force, it could pierce through his flesh and destroy his heart. Mo Weiyu, I thought you were an infatuated person. But maybe it's because your senior brother Ming Jing is unlucky. Even after you've been reborn, you still don't put him in your eyes. Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Nonsense. I'm spouting nonsense. That person laughed coldly. He put a hand on Mo Ran's throat and slowly slid it down to his chest. How much space do you leave for him in your heart? That little bit of nostalgia you have, I'm afraid it's already been worn away. Is there anything left? Mo Ran angrily said, Who is in my heart? Do you think I don't know better than you? You're so long-winded. Why don't you take off your veil and let me see? You want to see me? There's no rush. That person's voice was like smoke. His gaze was also very distant, as if he didn't put him in his eyes. When you're about to die in this life, I'll show you. You're the one who's about to die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold under his feet. Mo Ran looked down. That person's ice spikes had climbed up his body at some point. Ice curse, ice spikes. Water attribute, who was it? In his previous life, who could cast this kind of spell? He had met too many enemies. When he was anxious to remember, his mind was a mess. Shui Meng, fire attribute. Chu Waning, metal attribute. Wood attribute. Yi Wangxi, earth attribute. Shui Zhenyong, earth attribute. Who was it? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember who had such a strong power to control ice. You're right. I'm also going to die. However, Mo Weiyu, that will definitely be a matter of a very, very long time in the future. Xian Ice quickly froze his entire body. This person's strength was too terrifying. Mo Ran released a bit of spirit energy to resist the ice. He felt a tyrannical and huge force fiercely rushing towards him. The person in front of him was not below Chu Waning in terms of strength. Water attribute. Who? In a flash, a blurry face seemed to flash past. But before he could think clearly, his throat was grabbed by that person. The fingertips covered by black gauze rubbed his throat. That person's eyes were gloomy, without any light. There's no need for your majesty to worry about my lifespan. He said slowly, let me first help you regain some of the friendship you were born with. Otherwise, you won't do proper business and ruin my grand plan. Ah. Pfft. No Return wailed as it cut through its former master's flesh. The wound isn't deep. I'll just take your blood and make a seal. That person really did just smear some blood on his wound. Then, he touched the space between his eyebrows and muttered. Mo Ran only felt a sharp pain in his head. He cursed, fuck, you, mother. Did I chop you up in your previous life? Or did I *King kill 18 generations of your ancestors? Mother *Ka, what are you trying to do? Sure, don't move. It's just a good heart curse. I don't *king care if it's a good heart curse or a disgusting curse. Can you not disgust me? Scram. Mo ran. That person slowly drew a talisman between his eyebrows and sighed softly, how can you bear to ask me to scram? He paused and muttered again, the heart is not like water, the will cannot be stopped, the door of the heart is wide open. His chest suddenly twisted in pain. The ice curse was suddenly removed. Mo Ran staggered and slowly knelt on the ground with a pale face. You still haven't thanked me. That black-clothed person lowered his eyes with an indifferent expression. He looked at him for a while and said lightly, I've expanded all the emotions in your heart. What you love and hate will be clearer. In this way, you'll be able to see your own heart clearly, right? If you still don't do your best to protect Shamai and do your best, then you are really useless. You're just an abandoned pawn. So this good heart curse made the love and hate in the heart stronger and clearer. Why did this person spend so much effort to protect Shamai's life? Water attribute, these were the last chaotic thoughts that flashed through his mind before he lost consciousness. With a thump sound, Mo Ran fell to the ground. 2 thick eyelashes fell down. That black-clothed person coldly looked at him for a while, then slowly leaned over. He first checked his pulse. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and condensed a ball of blue light in his palm. Forget all. The black-clothed person softly spat out these 2 words. The blue light became brighter. Mo Ran's tightly knitted eyebrows slowly relaxed. When he woke up, he would only remember that he went out and summoned Shen Wu, but Shen Wu did not come. He would not remember anything else. He would not know that there was another person in this world who was reborn. Although the good heart curse's effect could only last for a few days, it could very well point out the way to the heart of a confused person. Expanding your emotions, I'm afraid that when you wake up, you'll find that you like Shimingjing more and more. You like him so much that you want to dig out your heart and give it to him. The black-clothed person coldly said. See you later, Emperor Tar. After a night of disturbance, everything was settled. The next morning, Mo Ran opened his eyes and found that he was still lying next to Chu Waning's bed. He turned his head. The window of the guest room seemed to have been blown open by the wind in the middle of the night. It was half open and half closed. With the morning breeze, it gently opened and closed, making a creaking sound as it hit the wood. The room was very quiet. Mo Ran did not look at the bed, but he knew that Chu Waning should not have woken up yet. Outside the window of Banmia Pavilion, there was a crab blue sky. The rising sun had not yet broken through the clouds. Early mornings were often pale and lacking in color. The sunlight did not give it much warmth. There were not many people who woke up early. She was too lazy to dress up and warm up her haggard and tired face. In the wind that blew in, there was a bit of the smell of grass and dew. Mo Ran laid like this for a while, letting his consciousness return. When he sat up, he felt a pain in his shoulder. Strange, when did his clothes tear? There was some dried blood under it. He was stunned for a while. Didn't he go out to investigate last night? He only remembered that there was no reaction from Bu Gui, so it should be a fake. After that, it seemed like he could not remember clearly. He looked around and saw a thick nail protruding from the dark brown floor. Perhaps it was the nail that scratched him. Did he sleep so deeply? He did not feel anything at all. He put on his clothes and got up, looking at the bed. Chu Waning was still lying on the bed. Although he was used to him being high up and enjoying the good position, he could only pick up the leftovers, such as the floor at the end of the bed, and make do with it for the night. But today, he was inexplicably angry. He glared at that person's side profile and gritted his teeth. Why is it always me sleeping on the floor and you sleeping on the bed? It's not wrong to respect your teacher, but isn't there also the saying of loving the child? Mo Ran was very unhappy. When he thought of the nail protruding from the floor that scratched him for no reason, he became even more angry. It was still early, and he did not want to suffer by lying on the floor. He simply lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to sleep. The two of them, one to the left and one to the right, would not touch each other on the wide bed. They had once hugged each other in dreams, but now they were sleeping in different places. In his previous life, they were skin to skin, limbs overlapping. In the craziest days, he was even unwilling to withdraw after making love with him every night. But the two of them, who had been so intimate, were now lying on the two ends of the big bed, sleeping like this. 89. When Mo Ran woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. Mo Ran turned over and blinked. He saw that Chu Wanning was still sleeping. Perhaps it was because he had drunk the mantis fragrant dew, or perhaps it was because his body hadn't been feeling well recently, so he had been having restless dreams. It was already so late, but he was still dreaming deeply. His back was facing her, and his long black hair was scattered, flowing between the pillows. What a beautiful night. Mo Ran, since the Shizun didn't want to get out of bed, there was no need for the disciple to work hard. The bed was very comfortable, but it was better to lie on it. However, it was boring to lie down, so Mo Ran went over to play with Chu Waning's hair. There was always a faint floral fragrance in Shizun's hair. It was soft like smoke and dense like mist. It was one of Mo Ran's favorite things to touch. His fingers passed through the thin stream of mist, and the silk-like texture wrapped around his fingers, giving rise to an itch that scratched at his heart and liver. The ink-colored bed curtains swayed slightly with the wind that came in through the window. He narrowed his eyes. He was always full of energy when he woke up in the morning. Besides, the taste of her fingers was so good, so familiar, so, he lifted a strand of Chu Waning's long hair and sniffed it. This warm and soft long hair slowly brought back the past from his previous life. Although after his rebirth, he tried his best not to think about the overly romantic affairs he had with Chu Waning in the past, but for some reason, he missed them this morning. He also felt a little thirsty. He didn't want to touch the body of the person in front of him again, but he could always touch her hair. He closed his eyes and gently kissed the black hair between his fingers. This black color, the Magi Mountain Palace at the peak of life and death, was also the same black color. Thousands of threads hung down and enveloped Mo Ran. He held the man's thin waist, and under his fingertips was a thin layer of muscle, which was completely different from a woman's. Chu Waning sat between his waist and legs. He must be in a lot of pain. He kept knitting his sharp eyebrows. His phoenix eyes were filled with bits of light. In his ruthlessness and despair, there was also a touch of thick pink. He was so hateful, so unwilling, but so helpless and pitiful. As the victor, Mo Ran was calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos, but at the same time, he ordered him without malice. Move faster. Why are you so slow? Are you out of strength? Even so, Chu Waning was still unyielding. He slightly gasped for breath, his eyes filled with hatred, moist and thin red. Then, he bit his lips and began to violently move, almost as if he was harming himself. It was too painful. He repeated. His arched back gradually spasmed, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he make a sound. Mo Ran's long black hair cascaded in front of her. His eyes were blazing in the night. Bestial lust, madness, joy and comfort intertwined in his eyes. Ah! Suddenly, there was a muffled groan. The man on top of him seemed to be in so much pain that he could not bear it. Mo Ran's eyes darkened. He suddenly sat up and hugged the sweaty body. That person was trembling slightly. He tried so hard to endure, but he still could not help but tremble. But when Mo Ran sat up, he only sank deeper into the ground. His stomach felt like it was about to be pierced. The perpetrator of the violence, who caressed him tenderly, was extremely vicious. Chu Wanning, have you ever thought that one day, you would be done by me like this? He locked the person in his arms and slowly thrusted. Their ears and hair rubbed together. It was so intimate that it could not help but shudder. Wan Yi Yuheng, Bei Do Xian Zun. Ah, it's still not the same. You want to open your legs and let me fuck you. His hands roamed around the other's waist as he pushed up against him. Feeling how tightly Chu Wan Ning was holding him, he was so excited that sparks flew in all directions in his chest, but he couldn't help but pretend to be calm, humiliating her in every possible way. Didn't you say that I'm despicable? Didn't you look down on me? But Chu Wanning, you're the one who's pleasing me now. He bit the other person's chin maliciously. Lower your head and look at how you're sucking me. Between the two of us, who is more despicable, my good Shizun? Chu Wanning trembled and closed his eyes. He was unwilling to listen to such filthy words. This was his first time, it was with the person he used to like, but it was like torture. It was better to die. Open your eyes. His cold command rang in his ears. If you keep closing your eyes, Shuemeng is still in my hands. You know what I'll do. There was nothing he could do. In the end, he slowly opened his watery eyes. He was pinched and forced to lower his head to look at his disciples' genitals. Their bodies collided with each other, bringing out sticky blood and viscous fluids. It was extremely obscene. Get up. His legs went soft. His last bit of dignity made him unwilling to rely on Mo Ran's support to slowly get up. More than half of his genitals were pulled out. There was only a little bit of it left pressed against his acupoint. Mo Ran held his genitals and lightly poked them a few times. He didn't go too deep and only let Chu Wanning watch him being done. Chu Wanning's eyelashes kept trembling. He didn't know if it was because of pain, humiliation, or stimulation. You're really a pervert, Mo Ran said softly. If I knew this would happen, I would have done you when I was your disciple. He was a hooligan after all. He didn't know how to appreciate elegance. Such vulgar words were like knives, stabbing into Chu Wanning's heart. He suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. His hoarse voice sounded for the first time. He said, Mo Ran, just kill me. That person's hand that was holding his waist trembled imperceptibly. Then Mo Ran smiled. His smile was still sweet and cute. His dimples were deep. Okay. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. Mo Ran saw his own twisted smile in those moist eyes that made him burn with lust. If you want to die, I won't stop you. But the way you die is not up to you. I want you to be ridden and fucked by thousands of people in front of your good disciple, Shuemeng. Oh, it's best if Shuemeng is also involved. Don't you think that's good enough? You. These harsh words were like poisonous needles stabbing into a man's weak spot. This scorpion called Mo Ran bared his fangs and brandished his claws, admiring his results. He saw Chu Wanning's face instantly turn pale. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his slightly open lips still trembled slightly. Mo Ran suddenly felt satisfied, pitiful, happy, and excited. He once again embraced Chu Wanning and buried himself deep into his body. He began to thrust rapidly and secretly, almost crazily. Hey, why are you so stupid? You took it seriously. He laughed lowly, and then kissed him hard. He rubbed him and panted, don't think too much. I was lying to you. Chu Wanning was almost smashed into pieces in his arms, but his spirit seemed to have long been turned to dust. I was lying to you. Mo Ran panted heavily. He felt that he was not satisfied, so he pushed him to the ground and pressed on top of him. He raised his leg and invaded him, his buttocks moving quickly and forcefully. "How can I bear to part with you? You can only be mine, you can only be mine." His slender and cold fingers grabbed the ground, but he could not hold on to anything. Chu Wanning was helpless in the end, and could only be manipulated by him. He was fucked until he was absent-minded, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes. Chu Wanning softly said, Mo Ran, if you still have a little bit of affection, a little bit of conscience." His eyelashes slightly trembled under the back of his hand. "Please, don't do this again, Mo Ran." His voice suddenly choked up. That was Mo Ran. In his previous life, it was the first time he heard him cry. "Mo Ran, I can't take it anymore, it hurts." Suddenly, Chu Wanning turned over, startling Mo Ran out of his sweet memories. The past scattered, leaving only his heart thumping. The long hair between his fingers had slipped away, but that person was sleeping on his side. His face was very close, and Mo Ran could even see those long eyelashes clearly. So beautiful, he thought. To be honest, Chu Wanning did not have that kind of feminine appearance. His features were handsome, and he had a strong aura. In fact, he was more masculine than ordinary people. But the more he was like this, the more it made his heart itch. Mo Ran really wanted to see this iron-boned, insufferably arrogant man groveling under his body and being overwhelmed by ecstasy. His heart beat faster and faster. He stared at Chu Wanning's face, and his gaze moved inch by inch, landing on the light-colored lips that were slightly open because he was sleeping. He could not help but get closer. Just a little closer, and he could kiss him. The taste of sweet dew. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved, and he felt an endless thirst. A little closer, they were about to touch. Suddenly, a trace of clarity flashed through his burning mind. He suddenly froze, and his face became pale. What was he doing? Suddenly sitting up, Mo Ran stared at the man on the bed. Chu Wanning. No matter how used to being with him, it was all in the past. What was he doing? Was he crazy? Could it be that he really liked him? Suddenly shocked by this thought, Mo Ran's face turned pale, and he was in a daze. In the end, he took a deep breath, buried his face in his palms, and fiercely rubbed it. He cursed under his breath, and ran away like he was escaping. 90. When Chu Wanning finally woke up, it was already noon. The Xianxiangju was really a good thing. He had a good night's sleep last night without any nightmares disturbing him. He yawned and slowly sat up. Mo Ran? Chu Wanning was slightly surprised that his disciple, who always liked to laze around in bed more than him, was not in the spot where he slept last night. There was no response. He got up, tidied up his clothes, and tied up his fog-like long hair while walking to the side room. A thin layer of water vapor rose from behind the Suzhou embroidered screen that depicted a mountain range. It seemed that someone was taking a bath behind it. Mo Ran. Chu Wanning stood outside and called again. There was still no response. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chu Wanning knocked on the wooden edge of the screen several times, but there was no response. He frowned and went behind the screen. This was a place in the room specially used for bathing and washing. There was a big camphor-wood bathtub in the middle. Chu Wanning glanced at it. The water inside was hot and full. It was sprinkled with herbs and flowers that had already been arranged by the shop, but there was no one taking a bath. But looking left and right, Mo Ran's clothes were folded on the wooden rack. He couldn't have taken a bath and ran out without wearing clothes, right? Chu Wanning's forehead twitched. He suppressed this terrible thought and pursed his thin lips. His expression was somewhat ugly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard two bubbling sounds behind him. Chu Wanning turned around and saw that in the large wooden tub covered with flower petals and herbs, there were several bubbles rising. Is there someone inside? As soon as he thought of this, he heard a splash sound. A naked young man jumped out of the tub like a dragon out of the water. Chu Wanning was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. The young man seemed to be holding his breath under the water, so he didn't hear Chu Wanning calling him outside. He couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up, exposing half of his body. He shook off the water droplets in his hair like a dog on land. The water splashed all over Chu Wanning's clothes. Mo ran. Ah! The person who was shaking his head was stunned for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened. It was obvious that he hadn't expected to see him as soon as he came out. He was extremely shocked. Master! You, she glanced at the young man's well-adjusted figure. His gradually growing shoulders and back were already very broad. His lines were smooth and tight, full of youthful tension. The water droplets gathered into a stream along his firm chest muscles and slowly flowed down. Under the sunlight, they were dazzling. He looked like one of those extremely beautiful mermen, half floating on the water. His hair and eyes were wet, and there were even a few petals in his hair. Mo Ran wiped the water droplets off his face and smiled as he swam towards Chu Wanning. His hands were folded over the side of the bucket. His shoulders were stretched like a leopard's as he looked up at him. For a moment, Chu Wanning felt dizzy and his face was burning. He subconsciously asked, "What are you doing?" "To take a bath." "In the morning?" He felt a little guilty. In fact, in the beginning, he wanted to take a cold shower to suppress that evil fire. Later on, he suppressed the fire. But he also felt that since he had already taken off his clothes, he might as well take a good bath. After a while, he felt happy and dived into the water to practice the breath-holding technique. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning bumped into him. "What are you giggling about?" Chu Wanning frowned. His tone gradually turned cold in an attempt to hide his hot-headedness. "You woke up early and didn't even know to wake me up. You're messing around here by yourself, throwing your clothes here and there. You're a group, master. There's water here." He raised his hand and wiped the side of Chu Wanning's face. "Group?" Mo Ran smiled. He forgot that his hand was wet to begin with. Wiping Chu Wanning's face would only make it wetter. Chu Wanning froze in place. The surrounding air was cold. His face was tense and his lips were slightly pursed. Only his eyelashes fluttered occasionally. It felt like he was training a hunting dog, but the crafty dog raised its head and nudged him to please him. "Put on your clothes and get out. We're preparing to return to the sect." In the end, Chu Wanning threw down these words with a cold face and left with a flick of his sleeves. But in a place where Mo Ran couldn't see, the tips of his ears turned red. Just like in a place where he couldn't see, there was also a pair of moist, complicated, but still longing eyes that couldn't help but search for him until they disappeared around the corner. The cute smile on Mo Ran's face disappeared and was replaced by a kind of resentment. He angrily slapped the water and rubbed his face. Damn it! What was going on today? When he saw him in the bath, he only raised his hand to touch his face. The desire that he had suppressed with great difficulty was actually hard again. "Why did you wear your clothes for so long?" By the window, Chu Wanning turned his face. His clothes were fluttering, and fine strands of hair blew across his jade cheeks. He was slightly impatient as he reprimanded him. Mo Ran coughed a few times and said vaguely, "I used a spell to dry my hair. I didn't use it well. It was a bit slow. Shizun, please don't blame me." It was rare to see him speak so politely. Chu Wanning looked at him with some surprise and said, "Since you're done washing up, go pack your things. We'll rent an immortal boat and go back later. I don't want to ride a sword. I'm tired of riding a horse. It's better to go by water." "Oh, okay." Mo Ran didn't dare to look at him and coughed a few more times to cover it up. Chu Warning frowned and said, "What's wrong with your throat?" "Nothing." He turned around to pack his luggage. The two bought some dry food and snacks in the shop, then went to the pier to rent a boat and set off. The boat traveled along the Yangtze River. When it reached a place where it was impassable, it set up a pair of wooden wings and flew high into the sky with magic. Although it wasn't traveling fast, it was comfortable and secluded. 8 days later, the two reached the peak of life and death. The wooden boat stopped in front of the mountain gate. Mo Ran lifted the bamboo curtain and let Chu Warning come out of the cabin first, then followed behind him. At this time, the moon was high in the sky. It was late at night. Elder Yuheng had ordered Shizun not to send anyone to welcome them, so the two walked up the stairs. When they reached the entrance of the main gate, they met the 4 disciples guarding the gate. "Elder Yuheng." "Young Master Mo." When the 4 disciples saw them, for some reason, a trace of panic flashed across their faces. Before the two could react, they knelt down and looked up to report anxiously, "Elder, young master, there are people from the sect coming to seek revenge on the two of you. The Lord sent a messenger pigeon to ask the two of you to hide temporarily. It seems that this pigeon flew too slowly and didn't deliver. Elder, young master, quickly go to Unchanging Town to hide, but don't go in." Chu Warning narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why are you so panicked?" "It's people from the upper cultivation world. They said that Elder wants to practice evil techniques, so they want to take you to Heavenly Music Pavilion for interrogation." "Heavenly Music Pavilion?" Mo Ran said in surprise, "Isn't that the prison built by the 10 great sects to interrogate heinous criminals?" "Yes. They are here because of the incident in Colorful Butterfly Town." One of the female disciples said in panic, "Elder, do you remember? It's that time when you were beaten with a rod." "At most, it's just an abuse of the immortal technique and implicating mortals. Master has already been punished, so why are they suddenly bringing up old scores and alarming Heavenly Music Pavilion?" Mo Ran frowned. "Also, what's with the evil techniques?" "We don't know the details, but according to the people who came, the people of Colorful Butterfly Town were all killed in one night. The one who killed them was a half-immortal, half-ghost thing, and it seemed to have been ordered by someone. That ghost immortal's dharmic powers are profound, so ordinary itinerant cultivators can't possibly control her. So those people in the upper cultivation world suspect that this was done by Elder Yuheng." Chu Warning, "Pfft," Mo Ran laughed. "I thought it was something serious. This kind of misunderstanding, it's better to clear it up, why hide?" He then turned to Chu Warning and said with a smile, "Master, look at their brains. You should get rid of a small monster, saying that you're competing with your juniors for the limelight. You kill a big demon, then they suspect that you're practicing evil techniques and raising a ghost immortal to harm others. Then we might as well not do anything, and learn from them and focus on cultivating at home." Chu Warning didn't laugh, but his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are all the townspeople of Colorful Butterfly Town dead?" "It said so, no one is alive." Chu Warning closed his eyes. The female disciple saw that his expression was strange and said uneasily, "Elder, although this wasn't done by me, it might be because I didn't get rid of the devil completely. I have a responsibility, so how can I avoid it?" Chu Warning slowly opened his eyes. "Mo Ran, follow me in." In the Shaman Mountain Hall, 12 bronze lanterns were lined up on both sides. Each lantern was 10 feet tall, and 9 layers of bronze branches stretched out. From top to bottom, from short to long, there were a total of 356 candles, brightly illuminating the Hall of Life and Death as if it was daytime. In the hall, Shizun stood solemnly in his martial attire. His leopard-like eyes were like rings, staring at the people below like an iron statue. "Villa Master Li, I'll tell you one last time. Elder Yuheng is not in the sect right now, and I can guarantee with my head that the incident in Colorful Butterfly Town was not done by him deliberately. Don't make irresponsible remarks, that. Madame Wang covered her sleeves and reminded him softly, Huang. Cough, don't make irresponsible remarks about that. Shui Xinyong waved his hand and said sternly. Madame Wang was speechless. In addition to the disciples on duty at the peak of life and death, there were more than 30 people standing in the hall. Almost all of them were wearing jade-green brocade robes, with horsetail whisks in their arms and heavenly silkworm crowns on their heads. They were the disciples of the Jade Pool Villa, a new rising star in the upper cultivation world. The man in the lead was about 50 years old. His mustache was like a catfish, fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be other than the villa master of Jade Pool Villa, Li Wuxin? Li Wuxin twirled his long mustache and said with a cold smile, Master Shui, I respect your sect as a member of the righteous path, so I'm reasoning with you. After Elder Yuheng and his disciples killed the devil in Colorful Butterfly Town, this shocking incident happened. Other than the three of them, Minister Chen's family didn't have any contact with any other cultivators. The witnesses and material evidence are all here. You have to admit it whether you want to or not. Shui Meng, who was standing beside his father, couldn't help but curse, you still have the F***king face to say that. When have you ever cared about the lower cultivation world? Normally, you're just a bystander watching your own ascension, but when something happens, you blame it on my master. What kind of logic is this? Young Master Shui. Li Wuxin didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Shui Xinyong meaningfully and said with a smile, I've heard of young Master Shui's virtuous reputation, and people call you the Phoenix fledgling. Now that I've met you, haha, you have such self-restraint. You've really opened my eyes. You. Li Wuxin leisurely turned to look at Shui Xinyong. Master Shui, the upper cultivation world has strict laws. Once we interfere, we'll investigate thoroughly. If you insist on not handing over Yuheng, Mo Ran, and the others, I'll have no choice but to ask the Scholarly Wind sect, the #1 sect in the world, to come and uphold justice. Shui Xinyong had a fiery temper, so when he heard what Li Wuxin said, he felt rather disdainful. Whoa, I know your Blue Billows Manor has good relations with the Scholarly Wind sect, but even if Nangong Liu himself stood in front of me today, I'd still say the same thing. If you don't hand them over, this matter has nothing to do with Yuheng. Shui Meng also said, Manor Master Li, please go back. I won't see you out. Did you see that? Did you see that? They're just so unreasonable, hiding and tolerating evil. A man's trembling voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. At that time, that guy surnamed Mo stole my friend's things. We politely came up the mountain to ask for an explanation, but they also coaxed us to leave in such a rude manner. Manor Master Li, did you see that? If they continue to commit crimes at the peak of life and death, the lower cultivation world will be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a soft laugh coming from the entrance hall. Everyone turned their heads and saw a blue-clothed and lightly armored youth leaning against the vermilion lacquered door in the darkness. He was lazily looking at the scene inside the hall. The youth was extremely handsome. His skin was tight and delicate under the candlelight, as if it would glow. Young Master Chang, when did I steal your friend's things? The youth smiled gently and cutely. Tell me about that Rongsan. No, maybe it's Rongju, I can't remember clearly. In short, is that wonderful creature your friend, or is she your mistress? You're not honest, I'm afraid he'll be sad. The one crying and complaining was none other than the wealthy merchant from Izhou, Chang, who had said earlier that he wouldn't let go of the peak of life and death. Young Master Chang suddenly turned his head and saw that Mo Ran had appeared. His expression changed at first, then his eyes flashed and he howled miserably. Mo Wei you bastard, Ju and I are close friends, there is nothing between us. Now that he has been poisoned by you demons and died a horrible death, you actually dare to slander others and frame him. What? Mo Ran was stunned and his eyes widened slightly. Rongju is dead. Young Master Chang was angry and his eyes were filled with tears. His parents were also from the colorful butterfly town. A few days ago, they went back to their hometown to visit their relatives and met with this accident. If he didn't go, how would I know about the evil things you and your master did? I wouldn't have gone to ask Manor Master Li for justice. However, Mo Ran didn't have a good impression of Rongju. After being surprised, he waved his hand impatiently. What is a friend of a pestle and a mortar? You are the pestle and he is the mortar. Using a pestle to break a mortar, how are you innocent? Mo Ran. Young Master Chang didn't expect him to speak like this. He was shocked and angry. You are an illiterate hooligan. You, cough. Madame Wang couldn't keep her face. Shuizhenyong blinked his eyes and didn't say anything. Pestle and mortar were not good words, but he felt that his nephew's words were reasonable and there was nothing wrong with them. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in the night. The sound was like the shattering of the Kuan mountain and the melting of the ice lake. It was indescribably deep and pleasant to the ears. Then, a hand with long bones and beautiful lines appeared. It slapped Mo Ran's face unceremoniously. What filthy words! A friend of a pestle and mortar is a friendship between Gong Shomu and Wu Yu. Chu Wanning appeared at the door with a gloomy face. He said angrily, "You only know how to embarrass me. Why are you still standing at the door? Get in." Master! Master! Xue Meng and Shamai unexpectedly saw him. They were both surprised and happy and came to greet him. Xue Xinyong opened his eyes wide. He was angry and helpless. Yuheng, why did you suddenly come back? If I didn't come back, how long did you plan to hold on by yourself? Chu Wanning strode into the Meigai Mountain Palace. Her handsome face was illuminated by the candlelight, making her look as elegant as a celestial being. He stood in front of the golden seat in the hall and nodded to Xue Xinyong. He then turned around and waved his wide sleeves. Facing Li Wuxin's shocked eyes, Chu Wanning glanced over and said lightly, "The peak of life and death, Chu Wanning, sitting in Elder Yuheng's seat. I heard that you have something to ask and it would be impolite to refuse. Please enlighten me." 91. In the main hall, this person was wearing a snow-white robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, his long sleeves reaching the ground. His expression seemed dignified and serious, but his eyes were slightly raised and his eyelashes drooped slightly. There was disdain and arrogance in his politeness. Li Wuxin did not expect Elder Yuheng to be him. In an instant, his expression changed. Chu Wanning calmly said, "Manor Head Li, I trust you've been well since we last met. Why is it you?" Li Wuxin, who had a glib tongue just now, was speechless for a long time. His face was as pale as wax. After you left the Confucian Wind sect, there was no news of you. We thought you were going to travel the world. Who knew that you would actually cast pearls before swine? Chu Wanning sneered. His eyes were cold. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. All right, let's not talk too much. Let's talk business first. I heard that you think I killed 500 residents of colorful Butterfly Town to practice black magic. This was not my doing, but since Manor Head Li came all the way here, you must have misunderstood. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you to the Heavenly Music Pavilion. If you have any questions, you can ask me here. After he finished speaking, he was too lazy to stand. With a wave of his sleeve, he sat down at the elders' table. The Meigai Mountain Palace had prepared special seats for every elder. Chu Wanning's seat was to the left of Xue Zhenyong. It was covered with a thin bamboo mat, and half of the bamboo curtain was hanging down. Compared to Elder Lu Kun's fancy seat, which was full of fresh flowers, it was too plain. All these years, although Chu Wanning had not deliberately concealed his identity, he had always kept a low profile. Thus, although the younger generation of the Blue Pool Manor had heard of him, they did not know how powerful he was. However, Li Wuxin was different. He had been in Jianghu for many years. How could he not know of Wanya Yuheng's illustrious reputation? He clenched his fists in his sleeves and glanced at young Master Chang from the corner of his eyes. If he had not accepted Chang family's money, he would not have taken on this difficult task. He originally thought that Elder Yuheng, who stood at the pinnacle of life and death, was just a nameless cultivator. Who would have thought that he was actually Chu Wanning, who had not shown himself for a long time? If he had known that it was him, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess no matter how many benefits he was offered. But now, he couldn't advance or retreat. What should he do? Li Wuxin's expression did not change, but he was complaining incessantly in his heart. It just so happened that one of his direct disciples didn't understand the situation and thought that this Elder Yuheng was being unreasonable, so his master didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Thinking himself clever, he stepped forward and said, "Elder Chu, have you ever been to Colorful Butterfly Town to subdue demons?" Chu Wanning looked up and glanced at him. Not bad. Then, was that ghost bride also the evil that you suppressed? You mean Luo Xianxian? I? That youth was at a loss for words. He only knew that the evil spirit who went berserk in Colorful Butterfly Town was a ghost bride, but he didn't know anything else. Therefore, when Chu Wanning asked him a question, he couldn't answer. He could only blush and say, in short, it's a female ghost. Why are you asking so many questions? She was very young, about 15 or 16 years old. How many brides in a town have died unjustly? Chu Wanning sneered. Colorful Butterfly Town has a ghost wedding as a custom. There are at least 50 ghost brides, if not 100. I really don't know which one you're talking about. You, what do you mean by you and me? Unruly disciple, step back. After scolding the disciple who stepped forward, Li Wuxin put on a pleasant face and said to Chu Wanning, Grandmaster Chu, this is my disciple's first time out of the mountain, so he doesn't know the rules. Please don't take offense. The ghost bride he was talking about is indeed Luo Xianxian. Chu Wanning slightly frowned. Luo Xianxian's wronged spirit went berserk. Yes. Li Wuxin sighed. That female ghost lost her mind. Not only did she kill the entire Chen family, but she also started a massacre in the town. When I led my disciples to suppress her, there were almost no living people in Colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning muttered, how could this be? I heard that the one who was involved in this matter was Elder Yuheng of the Peak of Life and Death. Something fishy happened, so I came here. In addition, in Colorful Butterfly Town, I also obtained 2 things. Grandmaster Chu, I hope you can take a closer look and see if they are related to you. As he spoke, he first took out a piece of blood-stained yellow silk from his sleeve and was about to hand it to Chu Wanning. Unexpectedly, Xue Meng stepped in front of him and said unhappily, give it to me. This, my Shizun is a clean freak. He doesn't like to touch things that have been touched by outsiders. Xue Meng was exaggerating. In fact, Chu Wanning was just unwilling to touch things that had been touched by people he hated. He really wasn't a clean freak. However, Chu Wanning didn't like Li Wuxin, so he just let Xue Meng be. He didn't say much and just lowered his eyes to drink the hot tea that Shimai offered. Li Wuxin suppressed his anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sneer and hand the yellow silk to Xue Meng. Under the candlelight, everyone was watching. Chu Wanning unfolded the silk and glanced at it. His expression changed. Crossing spell, that's right. Grandmaster Chu, according to my investigation, Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit was temporarily sealed by you. Before you left, you gave a copy of the crossing spell to the only daughter of the Chen family and asked her family to copy it every day for 10 years, right? That's right. Then this crossing spell is Grandmaster Chu's handwriting, right? That's right. But Grandmaster Chu, your copy of the crossing spell has an extra rune at the end of every chapter. What does that mean? Don't tell me you don't know. Li Wuxin's voice suddenly became louder. The Myriad Waves rune is a counter spell. Every time the Chen family finished copying a copy of the crossing spell, they would draw a counter spell, which forcibly turned the crossing spell into a curse that harms people. It will break the seal and make Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit go berserk. No one in the Chen family knows this. Except for Elder Yuheng, who personally gave the silk to them. I can't think of a second person who can teach them to draw such a powerful spell. Old man, don't slander me. Xue Meng was furious. If my Shizun wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have to beat around the bush. What positive and counter spells? Can't the handwriting be imitated? You suspect that my Shizun drew it, but I suspect that you secretly drew it on the way and used it to frame others. Li Wuxin put on a fake smile and said, Young Master Xue Meng, why are you interrupting when the elders are talking? Xue Xinyong said, Villa Master Li, you're being biased by saying that this is Yuheng's doing based on a piece of silk. My son is right. Handwriting can be imitated. If someone wants to frame Yuheng, they can just copy his rune a few times and it will be very similar. Then we have to ask where Grandmaster Chu has such an old enemy who would spend so much effort to frame him. Mo Ran, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly laughed. Li Wuxin looked at him and thought of his vulgar remarks just now. He couldn't help but frown. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how you've forgotten one thing after discussing for so long. Xue Xinyong asked curiously, what is it? Ran, what did you think of? Although I don't study much, I have some understanding of the Myriad Waves incantation and I know how to draw it. Mo Ran smiled. Look, isn't this the right one? As he spoke, he condensed a wisp of red spiritual energy on his fingertips. He leaned against the pillar leisurely and spread it in the air. After a while, an exquisite incantation of the Myriad Waves incantation was reflected in the air. It was as beautiful as a firework. Xue Meng said in surprise, You bastard, you're amazing. When did you learn it? Mo Ran smiled. It's in Shizun's book. I thought it was fun, so I wrote it down. As he spoke, he casually tapped the bright red incantation and made it slowly rise into the air, above everyone's heads. The red inscriptions flickered blurrily, overflowing with bits of light. What do you think? Why don't you compare the incantation I drew and see if it's exactly the same as the one on the silk? The disciples of the Life and Death Summit were the least afraid of excitement. When they saw Chu Wanning expressionlessly throw the silk on the table, it was obvious that he agreed with Mo Ran's actions. They immediately rushed over and formed a circle to compare. The people from Baitan village were still tense at first, but later they couldn't help but be curious. Some of them even had the mentality of nitpicking, so they also gathered around to take a look. After so many people looked at it for a long time, they finally came to a conclusion. The incantation that Mo Ran drew was exactly the same as the one on the silk. It was almost as if they were drawn by the same person. The idiot from before, Li Wuxin, spoke again. He pointed at Mo Ran and turned pale with fright. Good. Good. You confessed without being pressed. Looks like you killed them. Mo Ran was speechless. Chu Wanning suddenly said lightly, Little brother, how should I address you? You're asking me. The idiot was stunned. He immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, Wuxin's 13th direct disciple, Jun Songming. Mo Ran, Phet Chu Warning, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction to really smart. After all, he also had a nickname, Scared You to Death. He only said coldly, when the elders are talking, the younger generation should learn to shut up. This sentence was obviously mocking Li Wuxin's criticism of Mo Ran. When Li Wuxin heard this, his face turned into the color of pig liver. He was very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only change the topic and say, Grandmaster Chu's disciple is really a young hero. He's very capable. This incantation is actually drawn exactly like a Grandmaster. Village Master Li, it's not just me. If you could draw this incantation, you would definitely draw the same incantation as my master. Li Wuxin glared at Mo Ran. What do you mean by that? Mo Ran smiled. Myriad Waves incantation, the strokes are complicated, the strength of the strokes, and the color of the ink can't be different by half a day. Therefore, no matter who drew it, it would be no different from the creator. This actually has nothing to do with the handwriting. If there is even the slightest difference in the drawing, this incantation won't take effect. Nonsense. After being pointed out by a junior like this in public, Li Wuxin couldn't help but become angry. His beard flew in all directions. Which incantation in this world would have such crafty requirements? Although this old man has never practiced this incantation, I also know that this is nonsense. You brat, don't spread rumors. He's not spreading rumors. Li Wuxin couldn't hold it in anymore. He said angrily, Chu Warning, words have no basis. How could you know? How could you know? The characteristics and weaknesses of an incantation are usually best understood by the creator. Do you dare to say that you are the creator of the Myriad Waves incantation? Chu Warning raised his eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. He took another sip of tea and slowly said, Why wouldn't I dare? I'll tell you right now. Li Wuxin. The Myriad Waves incantation was created by me. Li Wuxin. 92. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Especially the disciples of the Blue Pool village, their expressions changed greatly as if they had been struck by lightning. In the cultivation world, third-rate sorcerers memorized incantations, second-rate sorcerers comprehended incantations, and first-rate sorcerers modified incantations. However, there was another kind of person who was not related to the first, second, or third-rate sorcerers. That kind of person was usually unreachable. They did not need to memorize incantations because they had already comprehended them and were not satisfied with modification. Instead, they had mastered the last step. Creation. They were either good at refining unique elixirs, creating peerless armors, or drawing unprecedented spiritual incantations. In all these ways, they were called grandmasters. For the small cultivators of the celestial sect, these grandmasters often lived in the inscription of a scroll or on a treasure or spiritual weapon. The young disciples of the Blue Pool village did not expect that the person they wanted to capture to the heavenly music pavilion was such a godlike figure. Li Wuxin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but as the head of the village, he had to hold on. He forced a smile, and there was a layer of oil on his waxy face. I didn't expect such a coincidence that the Myriad Waves incantation was created by a grandmaster. Then I'm really... I've misunderstood you. However, when I was fighting with Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit in the colorful butterfly town, I got another thing. I don't know if this thing has anything to do with you. Chu Warning frowned and asked, What is it? Li Wuxin waved his hand, and, smart, immediately came over with a brocade box. It's a weapon. Chu Warning did not speak. He looked at the brocade box for a while and suddenly said, Is it a willow vine? This time, not to mention the others, even Mo Ran opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Wuxin said in a trembling voice, You, how do you know? Is it really you? No. What's going on? A golden light lit up in Chu Waning's palm, spreading inch by inch and coiling around the ground. As the light softened, a stretch of willow branches and leaves appeared in front of everyone. Chu Waning, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He was now convinced that the colorful Butterfly Town incident was the same as the Jin Chenghu incident and the Peach Blossom Spring incident. It was all done by the same person. Therefore, he asked, Villa Master Li, the thing inside the box is this weapon, right? Yes, that's right. Li Wuxin was almost at a loss for words. When the brocade box was opened, there was indeed a bunch of identical vine veins inside. Chu Waning narrowed his eyes. When he was in the Peach Blossom Spring, the ghost that killed the feather men and framed Mo Ran made him suspicious. Now, it seemed that he was right. Villa Master Li, can I take a look at this willow vine? Li Wuxin thought about it and secretly thought that the situation today was not good. It was better not to offend Chu Waning, so he said, Grandmaster Chu is too polite. I came here to ask about the situation. If you're willing to take a look, I'm more than happy. There's no reason for me to stop you. When young Master Chang heard this, he was unhappy. He had spent a lot of money to invite the Blue Pool Village to support him. Seeing that the situation was not good, was this old thing going to change sides? He kept glancing at Li Wuxin and glared at him angrily. Li Wuxin was not willing to pay attention to him. However, Mo Ran saw it clearly and joked, Young Master Chang, is there something wrong with your eyes? Why are you squeezing? On the other side, Chu Waning took the willow vine from the brocade box and looked at it carefully. As expected, although the willow vine had the same appearance as Tianwen and the ghost, its breath was very weak. It was different from the Shunwu that had recognized its master. It was obviously a dead thing. Heart-picking willow, Xue Meng's ears were sharp. When he heard these 3 words, he was stunned. What? This willow branch, as well as the one that killed the feather men in the Peach Blossom Spring, were all broken from the heart-picking willow, Chu Waning said. Ah. Shamai cried out in surprise. Is that so? Back in Jin Chenghu, before the old dragon died, he said that a certain spell of the fake North Chen required a strong wood spirit to sustain it. He must have left behind a few pieces of the divine willow before Jin Chenghu was destroyed. Although the spiritual power of the divine willow weakened after it fell, it could still hold on for a while. Chu Waning's slender fingers stroked the golden leaves. And he didn't waste this kind of spiritual power that had been depleted. He used it to frame others and gave it to his puppets as weapons. As he spoke, he suddenly lit a fire in his hand and touched the willow vine that was very similar to Tianwen. The flame immediately burned and reflected in the frightened and confused eyes of the crowd. This item isn't my weapon. Chu Waning extinguished the fire after burning a small part of the branch. He threw the willow vine away and said indifferently, Tianwen's spiritual power is abundant. Not even the Samadhi true fire can burn him, let alone a normal fire curse. Li Wuxin opened his mouth and closed it again. After a while, he opened it again unwillingly. I've heard about the Peach Blossom Spring. I heard that young Master Mo at the peak of life and death killed the Featherman Immortal Monarch by mistake. Sigh, I didn't kill him. Mo Ran waved his hand. Xue Zhengyong was displeased, but his attitude was firm. I've already explained this to the immortal sects. It wasn't my nephew who did it. Villa Master Li, if you mention it again, don't blame me for being impolite. When Mo Ran saw him like this, he seemed to have triggered something in his heart. He was suddenly stunned. Something deep seemed to flow through his smiling eyes. He murmured, Uncle, Chu Waning said, the matter of the Peach Blossom Spring was originally a misunderstanding. But at that time, I couldn't defend my disciple. But today, all of you have come to ask for an explanation. I'm willing to tell the whole story to all of you from Baitan Manor. Under the flickering light, Chu Wanning briefly explained the matter of Jin Chenkai and the Peach Blossom Spring. When he finished, the disciples of Baitan Manor were dumbfounded. Li Wuxin's clothes were soaked in sweat. He stuttered for a while before he said bitterly, "Grandmaster Chu, are you saying that there's a person in the world who has almost mastered one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, the exquisite chess game?" "That's right." "How is that possible?" "That's a forbidden technique. Even the leader of the Confucian Wind sect, the #1 sect in the world, can't get the scroll of the forbidden technique," Chu Wanning said. "I'm not lying. But whether you believe it or not, it's up to you to decide." "That's impossible." Li Wuxin's face was pale. His lips trembled as he laughed, as if he could convince himself as long as he took this as a joke. "If there's someone who can really master the exquisite chess game, won't the world be in chaos? Won't everything in the cultivation world be rewritten?" As the Emperor Tar of his previous life, Mo Ran was a bit unhappy. That guy only knows how to play it, not how to play it. If he really mastered it, would the world be so peaceful now? Li Wuxin's long beard trembled. He was about to say something when a sword light suddenly flashed at the door. A Baitan Manor disciple covered in blood rolled down from the sword and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he raised his tear-stained face and shouted at Li Wuxin, "Manor Lord, it's bad, it's bad. The barrier you set up above colorful Butterfly Town has been broken." When the ferocious spirits rushed out, the senior martial brothers used their flesh and blood to create a barrier, temporarily preventing the ferocious spirits in the town from escaping. But, the 30 senior martial brothers of my Blue Billows Manor who were guarding the barrier have all died. He gasped for breath, then suddenly howled. "Manor Lord! Quickly report this to all the cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world. All the dead people in that town are being controlled. It's a forbidden technique, a forbidden technique." "What?" Li Wuxin staggered back and bumped into a pillar. His whole body was as pale and haggard as a corpse that had just fallen out of a coffin. "We won't be able to hold on by ourselves." The disciple's face was stained with blood and snot. "Manor Lord!" He suddenly saw Xue Xingyong and repeatedly kowtowed to him. "Sect leader Xue, I beg you to come with us. My senior martial brothers." I'm sorry." He mumbled incoherently for a while, then suddenly closed his eyes and looked up at the sky in grief. "They are all dead." There was a moment of dead silence in the main hall, then an uproar ensued. Xue Xingyong didn't panic in the face of danger. He immediately ordered Madame Wang to notify the rest of the 8 major cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world and ordered Xue Meng to gather all the elders. "Chu Wanning. There's no time to delay. I'll go first." "But you don't know the art of sword control." Before Chu Wanning could answer, Mo Ran rushed over. He really wanted to meet the guy who mastered the exquisite Go game. "Uncle, don't worry. I'll control the sword and go with Master." Chu Wanning glanced at him, but didn't say anything. It was a tacit agreement. The two of them walked out of the hall together. Shamai stood in place for a while with a pale face. Suddenly, he regained his senses and said, I also," but when they ran out of the Shaman Mountain Hall, Chu Wanning and the others were already far away on their swords. Coincidentally, Xue Xingyong told him to come back and not to run around by himself. Shamai had no choice but to turn back and look for Xue Meng, waiting for Xue Meng and the others to leave with the second group. Li Wuxin had lived like a prince for a long time in the Blue Pool Manor. He had never encountered such a big event. But the old man still wanted to save face. He took a deep breath and immediately ordered people to take care of the disciple who delivered the letter. He also sent a message to the rest of the elders of his sect, telling them to also gather troops and prepare to go to the colorful Butterfly Town again to restore their dignity. A group of people walked out of the peak of life and death in a grandiose manner. Like hundreds of shooting stars, they flew from the peak of life and death to the colorful butterfly town. Li Wuxin stood at the head of his sword and walked among the clouds. He couldn't help but secretly size up the disciples of the #1 sect in the lower cultivation world with the corner of his eyes. He never expected that there would be a day when he would be leading his troops into battle. Unexpectedly, he would be on the same side as this motley crew that he looked down on the most. For a moment, his mood was a bit complicated. However, the sword traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The clouds in front of him were split open and a beam of blood-red evil light soared into the sky. Li Wuxin was no longer in the mood to care about the difference between the upper and lower worlds of cultivators. In the sky, a red light formation as big as the entire colorful butterfly town was constantly flashing. The huge formation was divided into a neat checkerboard grid by the beam of light. On the checkerboard, the shadows of the dead townspeople were floating in the air like wooden and clay sculptures. There were 500 families and over 1,000 residents. Looking at it, it looked like a lush jungle of human flesh. Li Wuxin cried out involuntarily, This is really the exquisite chess game. Shizun's complexion was also extremely unsightly. He said to Li Wuxin, Villa Master Li, I'll take people to the southeast. I'll have to trouble you to go to the northwest. The people from the other 8 sects haven't arrived yet. Colorful Butterfly Town will have to rely on us to hold on for a while. Li Wuxin really didn't have the mood to care about the us. He nodded and said, Okay. Shizun cupped his fists towards him, and then descended with his sword, leading the others to descend from the sky, one after another landing in the southeast part of colorful Butterfly Town. The protective barrier formed by the disciples of Blue Pool Manor using their flesh and blood was already on the verge of collapse, and its aura was extremely weak. Through the translucent barrier, one could see the rioting group of corpses inside. Warning. Seeing a man in white fluttering clothes and a young man in blue and silver light armor standing in front of him, Shizun shouted, What's wrong? Can't this barrier be repaired? Warning had been here for a long time. The world's #1 barrier master was here, but this barrier was still in a damaged state. Shizun was very confused. Unexpectedly, Warning ignored him. Just as Shizun was about to call again, Mo Ran suddenly turned around and gestured at him. Uncle, don't make a sound. Come here. Shizun walked over and asked, What do you mean? Don't disturb him. Mo Ran pointed at Warning. Although he was standing, his eyes were closed. His lips were pale, without a trace of blood. Shizun was shocked. He used his finger to touch the side of his neck and said in horror, Soul separation technique. Yes, there are ghosts inside, thousands of them, but I can't see Luo Xianxian. She should be in the innermost part. The matter hasn't been investigated yet. He doesn't know what the person behind this is going to do this time, so he wants to find Luo Xianxian and ask her himself. They're all ghosts, what's the point of asking? Shizun slapped his thigh in anger. It's more important to strengthen the barrier. Absolutely not. Mo Ran said sternly. Master used the soul separation technique to temporarily separate his soul and enter the barrier because it's full of dead people. This way, he won't alert the enemy. If we strengthen the barrier now, it'll kill Master. What? Shizun hurriedly said, Nephew, you stay here and guard. I'll go talk to Li Wuxin. Mo Ran nodded and said, If Master's soul returns, I'll immediately use the blue spell to light it up in the air. At that time, I'll seal the east, south, west, and north together. But if I don't light it up, Uncle, you must not let them repair the barrier. Otherwise, thousands of ghosts will devour Master's soul and he won't be able to protect himself. I know. Before Shizun finished speaking, he had already dashed out. Moran raised his eyes and looked at the barrier that was about to collapse. It's about time, Master. You should have found Luo Xianxian by now. He turned his face and held Chu Waning's cold hand naturally out of worry. However, he didn't notice it at all. He stared at Chu Waning and said softly. Soon, at this time, Shamai, Xuemeng, and the others landed and stood in the crowd. Unexpectedly, as soon as they raised their heads, they saw the two people in front of the barrier with their hands clasped together. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale. He bit his lips and slowly turned his head away. 93. Chu Waning's soul was walking through the bounded domain at this time. Everywhere he passed, there were ghosts and demons roaming about. But what was strange was that the bodies were all badly mutilated. Every one of them had their hearts dug out before they died. Their chests were empty, and there were blood vessels and flesh hanging outside. Some of them even had white ribs. Chu Waning knew that something was wrong, but the defensive bounded domain hanging around colorful Butterfly Town was getting weaker and weaker. He couldn't stay for long, so he quickly rushed to the Chen family's house. When he arrived at the Chen family's house, he saw that there were 4 cauldrons in each of the 4 directions. Each of the 4 cauldrons was emitting thicker and thicker smoke. But the smoke was not pure white, but red, blue, brown, and gold. There was a fire under the cauldrons, which was filled with blood. However, when he looked closer, he found that under the boiling blood, there were piles of red meat. People's hearts. Each of the 4 cauldrons was full. They were the hearts of the dead people in the town. Sand makes a tower, Chu Waning murmured. He suddenly understood why he and Mo Ran had not seen the mysterious person continue to search for the essence spirit body even though they had been searching for it for so many days. That crazy guy could actually do such a thing. The so-called accumulation of sand to form a tower was to dig out hearts of the same attribute and pile hundreds of them together. Although they were not as powerful as the essence spirit body, due to the soaring resentment of the people who died in vain, they could still stimulate a significant amount of power for a short period of time. But why did it have to be colorful Butterfly Town? Why did it have to be Luo Xianxian? Stepping into the Chen family's courtyard, he saw that Minister Chen and Mrs. Chen had both hanged themselves on the beam in the hall. Their hearts were also dug out, but they didn't die like the townsfolk outside. They were torn into pieces from the waist down by a strong force. Their legs and feet couldn't be seen. Looking around the hall, he didn't see Luo Xianxian. Then he entered the ancestral courtyard and saw a bowl of meat paste in front of the ancestral tablets of the Chen family. Looking carefully, there were half an eyeball and a finger mixed in the meat paste. Chu Waning was disgusted and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a burst of clear laughter coming from above his head. Suddenly, he raised his eyes. The white paper lanterns fluttered in the air, and the extinguished candles lit up one after another. Luo Xianxian was sitting on the beam. Her feet were as white as jade, and she was wearing a red wedding dress. She was swaying and looking at Chu Waning with her head tilted. "Oh, you found me." She smiled charmingly. Although she looked like the one in Chu Waning's memory, she was completely different from the shy and bashful soul that Chu Waning had seen back then. She was arrogant and blazing like a flame. Her eyes were still round, but they flashed with a demonic bloody light. Luo Xianxian was demonized. Heaven's Inquisition only had one chance. Before, when Chu Waning came to colorful Butterfly Town to subdue demons, he had already used Heaven's Inquisition to interrogate her, so he couldn't use this method a second time. The only way was to suppress the demonic nature in her soul and call her back to her true self before interrogating her. Chu Waning said, "Luo Xianxian, why are you doing this?" In his sleeves, he had secretly formed a formation and was ready to launch it. "Hey." The petite girl said crisply, "I'm happy." "It's none of your business." Chu Waning shook his head and frowned deeper. There was a scar between his eyebrows, as if it was carved. The one in the bowl is Chen Buohuan's younger brother. Oh, you mean him? Luo Xianxian said carelessly, the one in the left column is his. The one in the right column was chopped up by that little bitch surnamed Yao. Who asked her to die? She didn't like anyone else, but just because she was the county magistrate's daughter, she wanted to steal my husband. She should have been chopped into pieces. Luo Xianxian had completely lost her mind at this time. Her temperament was completely different from when she was alive. She couldn't recognize that the person in front of her was Brother Yama, who had defended her. Chu Wanning heard that Chen Yaosha was also dismembered, and his heart was even colder. He asked in a low voice, then, the little sister of the Chen family, she treated me well, so I didn't treat her badly. Luo Xianxian said and smiled. Her lips were delicate and beautiful, as if they had just been stained with blood. She rubbed her belly and said with a bright smile, that's why she's here. I ate her up. Then my little sister won't be bullied when she's with me. You're crazy. Before he finished speaking, a flame and lightning appeared in his hand. The golden light suddenly lit up the whole room. Chu Wanning leaped into the air and slapped a spell on Luo Xianxian's forehead as she screamed. The ghost screamed. Speed was the most important thing in war. Chu Wanning was swift and fierce. She drew 10 shining chains in the blink of an eye and bound Luo Xianxian. He pointed at her eyebrows with his slender fingertips. His eyes were shining like blazing lightning. His face was gloomy and cold, like thunder clouds. His thin lips moved slightly and he started to chant the spell. Luo Xianxian's eyes bulged and saliva dripped from her mouth. Her beautiful face became ferocious as she chanted, "Shut up. Let me go. I'll pay with blood." What's wrong with that? Chu Wanning ignored her. He looked down and the light on his fingertips became brighter. Ah! Luo Xianxian screamed hysterically, "Let me go. Let me go. My head hurts. I can't take it anymore." She screamed and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were full of blood and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. 2 strange chuckles rang out. You want me to scream like that, right? This immortal. Chu Waning's phoenix-like eyes suddenly widened. Almost as soon as she withdrew her hand, her long body flew jong away. The white shadow was so fast that he barely avoided Luo Xianxian's soul-breaking palm. He floated under the veranda, white silk fluttering in the wind. Luo Xianxian straightened her body slowly. The pain she pretended to be in disappeared. She was not affected by Chu Waning's purification spell at all. Instead, her spiritual power was stronger than before. You want to hurt me with a mere purification spell? Luo Xianxian sneered. I've absorbed the qi of thousands of living people in this town. I only have one last night to refine my mortal body. At that time, I can save Chen from the netherworld. We can live together and stay away from the world of mortals. How can I fail at the last minute and be ruined by you, a Taoist priest? Her nature was gone. The only thing in her heart was to never be separated from Chen Buohuan. Chu Wanning thought of something and asked in a low voice, who told you that you can refine your mortal body this way? What does it have to do with you? Chu Wanning said coldly, this person is full of nonsense. Your original body has been destroyed. If you want to refine your mortal body, you have to enter the reincarnation cycle again. How can you be reborn by absorbing the qi of thousands of living people? He lied to you and slaughtered everyone in the town just to gather the hearts and souls so that he could gather Reiki and do what he wanted to do. Luo Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes wide. Impossible. He wouldn't lie to me. Who is he? He is. After a while, Luo Xianxian screamed and held her head. I don't know. I don't know. I want my mortal body. I want to live. I don't want to die. He didn't lie to me. He didn't lie to me. You lied to me. Yes, it's you. The red silk was biting cold. The female ghost stretched out her sharp claws and attacked Chu Wanning. At the same time, an ominous thunder suddenly came from the sky. Chu Wanning dodged Luo Xianxian's attack and looked up. He saw that the defense barrier had been torn apart by the murderous aura of the colorful butterfly town. The chi of the living people outside rushed in and zombies roared in all directions. The barrier was about to break. It was too late. If he couldn't call back Luo Xianxian's spiritual mind, he could only choose to kill her here. Then all the clues would be cut off. Outside the defense barrier, Li Wuxin looked at the horrible crack in the sky and shouted at Shui Zhenyong, "Don't you want to fix it? Fix it! If the barrier is broken, thousands of corpses will swarm out. Can you and I stop them?" Wait. Shui Zhenyong's face was not good, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't fix it. Yuheng is still inside. Wait. Li Wuxin cursed in his heart. Seeing the crack in the barrier, his heart was beating fast. He said angrily, "If the barrier is broken later, there will be a fierce fight. I'll see how you explain it to the whole world of cultivation." After that, he turned to the disciple and asked loudly, "Have you sent the fuse? When will the other 8 sects arrive?" The disciple in charge of sending the message was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. The 8 sects all said that this is an important matter and they need to report it to their leaders first. After the leaders and elders discuss and decide, they can come to quell the chaos. Li Wuxin's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What about the Confucian Wind sect? Immortal Nangong has always been bold and daring. How can you be so wishy-washy? This. The disciple didn't know how to answer, but suddenly, he saw the sound transmission talisman flash. After reading it, he was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "The Confucian Wind sect is here." The Confucian Wind sect just sent a message saying that they will immediately send disciples to suppress the evil. Sure enough, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a layer of blue clouds suddenly rolled over from the horizon. When it got closer, it was no longer a cloud, but a black mass of over 1,000 people. Each of them was under the command of a blue crane, and they were in an orderly formation. The 2 people in the lead were Nan Gongsai and Yi Wangxi. Nan Gongsai was riding on his demon wolf near Beijing. He had a jade bow in his arm and a quiver of arrows on his back. He looked majestic, and the arrogance of a young man was written all over his face. Yi Wangxi was still dressed in black and wrapped in a shawl embroidered with the totem of the Confucian Wind sect's red-crowned crane. He looked 70% handsome and 30% beautiful. What's going on? As soon as Nan Gongsai saw the tattered defensive barrier explode, he glanced around the crowd with sparks in his eyes. He directly skipped over the group of people at the life and death summit of the lower cultivation world. His gaze fell on the only person who was still qualified to talk to him, the Jadepool Manor Master. Li Wuxin. The barrier is already cracked like this, yet you're just standing there like idiots. Don't you know how to fix it? Although Li Wuxin was much older than Nan Gongsai, he was the only son of the sect master of the world's #1 sect. He was actually scolded until his face turned red, but he forced himself to smile. Young Master Nangong, you don't know. It was Sect Master Shui's idea not to fix the barrier. In a word, he threw the hot potato to Shui Zhenyong. Life and Death Summit. Nan Gongsai glanced at Shui Zhenyong and snorted. It was unknown whether he was sneering or had other intentions. Then, he waved his hand and said to his personal attendant, "Go fix this damn pot." So long-winded. I thought it was a big deal. Yi Wangxi wanted to stop him. Young master, Nan Gongsai didn't even look at him. What was even stranger was that Song Qiutong also came. However, she wasn't standing next to Yi Wangxi today. Instead, she stood next to Namgongsai. Her face was still covered by a white veil, and her eyes were lowered. She looked extremely obedient. The disciples of the Confucian Wind School didn't hesitate in their actions. They only listened to the orders of their school's leader. This was especially true for Namgongsai's personal attendant, who was raised by that wild horse. The group didn't listen to any dissuasion or explanation. They all stepped forward and began to form hand seals. Stop! Shuizhen had just interrupted 4 or 5 people's moves. When he turned around, he saw that another disciple had already formed a repair hand seal. A ray of blue light shot towards the crack in the barrier. Shuizhen expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Yuhang!" Bang! Sparks flew in all directions. At this critical moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. It forcibly intercepted the repair hand seal in front of the crack. Everyone looked up and saw a young man holding a willow vine and standing in the air. He was currently guarding the barrier. The young man's face was originally very bright and amiable, as if he was born with warmth. However, at this moment, his gaze was sharp and his eyes were like torches. The willow vine in his hand was overflowing with blood-red light. Every leaf was sputtering with flames. Mo Ran's eyebrows were extremely low. In the air, he coldly said, King said that no one is allowed to touch this barrier. Are you newcomers deaf? Don't you understand human language? Although he loathed Chuaning, that was still a personal grudge between the two of them. Whether it was in the past or present, except for himself, if anyone dared to touch a single hair on Chuaning's head, Mo Ran would want to take that person's dog life. He had said that only he could kill, destroy, and bully the people he hated. In his rage, he couldn't help but reveal some of the ruthlessness from his previous life. His entire aura was no longer that of the usual playboy. Not to mention the people of the Confucian Wind School, even Shuizhen, Shuemeng, and even Shamai were stunned when they saw Mo Ran like this. 94. Namgongsai looked displeased. His eyes were burning like boiling molten iron. His gaze swept past and paused for a moment on Mo Ran's fire-red divine martial arts. Then, he looked away. Who is this? Yi Wanshi said, he is the young master of the peak of life and death. His surname is Mo. Namgongsai frowned. The one you just picked up a few years ago. Yes. Namgongsai glanced at Yi Wanshi. Do you know him? Peach Blossom Spring once lived in the same courtyard. Namgongsai sneered. No one knew what he meant. But Yi Wanshi saw his reaction. His handsome face paled a little. His eyelashes drooped, and then he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Since he wants to wait, then let's give him some face. Namgongsai said, he is the master of divine martial arts at such a young age. I want to see what he is capable of. Mo Ran didn't have time to pay attention to the Confucian Wind sect. He turned around and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The enchantment was broken. There was not much time left. Chuaning, are you not done yet? Whoosh! Luo Xianxian's claws broke the gauze curtain. The white silk fluttered, and the plain satin was shaken into thousands of snowflakes. Chuaning felt a very familiar aura approaching. He suddenly reacted and opened his eyes wide. Tian Wen? No. It was not Tian Wen. When he fought with her, she had a spiritual power that was very similar to Tian Wen. The tent in the Chen family mansion was like a thin fog. It locked a living soul and a malicious spirit. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the mystery in Chuaning's heart gradually dissipated. She suddenly thought of a part of it and was suddenly enlightened. She suddenly understood. Heart-picking willow, Luo Xianxian had died long ago. She had been cremated. At that time, she could only rely on Madame Chen's body. There was no reason for her to turn back to her original appearance now. That mysterious person took a section of the heart-picking willows withered vine and built a temporary residence for her to return her soul. The cooked human hearts outside were steaming with smoke. Gold, water, fire, and earth were all waiting for Luo Xianxian, the wood, the heart-picking willow. What was that person trying to do? Could it be that he racked his brains just so that Luo Xianxian could regain her physical body so that she could go to the world of spirits and souls and live together with Chen Buohuan? Who would do this for her? Her family was long dead. Family, family. Chu Waning's heart stirred, and his blood surged. He suddenly remembered what Luo Xianxian had said to him when he first met her. She had an older brother who went missing many years ago. Was it him? Those who block me shall not live. Luo Xianxian had a physical body, while Chu Waning was a living soul. Although her Wakan was not as strong as his, it was hard to tell who was better. In the blink of an eye, her bright red claws pierced towards his heart. Fearing that his soul would be damaged, Chu Waning suddenly dodged and backhanded her forehead. It's useless, it's the same no matter how many times you try. The purification spell can't hurt me. She sneered and roared to the sky, summoning the colorful butterflies from all directions to suppress the zombies. You wandering ghosts, why don't you listen to my orders? Gather here, drink blood and slaughter. A terrifying howl suddenly rang out. The colorful butterfly town was in a state of chaos. The heartless zombies that were randomly rampaging around heard her call and rushed towards the Chen residence. The zombies were like a tide, rising and falling one after another, and their roars were like waves, quenching in the wind. The roar that made people feel cold was like a battle cry on the battlefield, spreading over hundreds of miles in an instant, and everyone could hear it clearly whether they were inside or outside the enchantment. Outside the enchantment, all the immortals were terrified. Inside the enchantment, Chu Waning was fighting alone. He was alone, and his soul was lonely. He stood in front of Luo Xianxian in a white robe. She was laughing heartily, and her eyes were full of madness and fierceness. He was a gentleman, and his face did not change when he heard hundreds of ghosts, but his eyebrows were very low, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. Luo Xianxian, do you still remember some of the words you once said to me? Huh? She seemed to not expect him to ask this, and couldn't help but be stunned. While she was in a daze, Chu Waning had already rushed to the top of the Chen house's courtyard with his white robe fluttering, and a pair of spotless silk shoes landed on the edge of the sandalwood tiles. You once said that you never wanted to be a ghost, and you also said that you never wanted to harm people. His voice lingered, and the wind blew in all directions. Chu Waning looked up, and the black mass of zombies rushed over from all directions. He frowned slightly, and suddenly waved his sleeves, and the cold wind blew the living soul's clothes. A cage of golden light suddenly lit up between his hands. Excuse me. Suddenly, thousands of willow vines rose from the ground. Colorful Butterfly Town, which was full of blood and corpses, instantly cracked thousands of holes, and thick willow trees broke out of the ground one after another. They were all overflowing with dazzling golden light, and like thousands of chains, they strangled the running zombies one by one. Chu Waning closed his eyes, and his long hair fluttered in front of his cold face. He said in a low voice, "Tianwen, 10,000 coffins." He suddenly looked up, and his eyes were like flames and lightning. The rows of golden willow trees suddenly shone brightly, and countless dense branches and leaves grew out, trapping the zombies that were still roaring and struggling. Then, a crack appeared on every willow tree, and as the crack opened, the trees wrapped the zombies and sealed them. 10,000 coffins. The largest willow tree was uprooted from the center of the Chen house, and like a sharp arrow, it chased after Luo Xianxian, who was constantly dodging. However, Luo Xianxian's body was made of the heart-picking willow. The heart-picking willow, Tianwen, and ghosts were all trees that the Gauchun Palace brought from the realm of the gods to the mortal world. For a moment, the 10,000 coffins formed by Tianwen couldn't catch up with Luo Xianxian's petite and agile figure. Her bright red robe embroidered with golden phoenixes billowed in the wind like waves, and the giant willow tree grew taller and taller, piercing through the bounded domain and straight into the sky. The people outside the bounded domain were stunned by the wood. Some of the people with weak spiritual power couldn't stand it anymore, and their knees went soft under the pressure of the powerful guru's aura, and they fell to the ground with a thud. As the willow tree formed by the spirit of Tianwen grew taller and taller, Chu Waning's spiritual power had been released to an unprecedented level. Some of the cultivators around the colorful butterfly town were bleeding from their eyes, and even Nan Gongsai had difficulty breathing. His chest was tight and his heart was flustered. Nan Gongsai gritted his teeth. There's such a person at the peak of life and death. Elder Yuheng? Li Wuxin calmed himself down. After all, he was the head of a village, so he could still stand it. He said, Young Master Nangong, this person is Chu Waning. What? Under such strong pressure, Nan Gongsai was suddenly shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's Grandmaster Chu? Young Master, don't say any more. Seeing that he was injured, Yu Wangxi raised his hand and pressed two of Nan Gongsai's acupoints, and then transferred some spiritual power to him. Unexpectedly, Nan Gongsai didn't appreciate his kindness and suddenly broke free. He fiercely wiped the blood on his lips and said, Don't touch me. Young Master Yi, let me do it. Song Chioteng was at the butterfly bone beauty seat, so she wasn't affected much. She stepped forward and looked at Yu Wangxi with a pair of delicate and timid eyes, and recommended herself in a low voice. Yu Wangxi wasn't as friendly as he was when they first met, and he didn't even pay attention to her. Chioteng was rebuffed by him, so she turned her head and looked at Nan Gongsai with watery eyes. Nan Gongsai's attitude towards her was much better than before, but he still said, I don't need your help. I'm just surprised because I haven't seen an old friend for many years. I'm not that weak. If you have time, go take care of others. On the other side, Mo Ran didn't notice the matter between Chioteng and Yu Feng on the other side. He had already returned to the side of Chu Waning's body. He looked up and saw that Chu Waning's soul and Luo Xianxian were fighting fiercely. Then he looked at the corpses that were temporarily sealed by thousands of willow trees, and he couldn't help but be frightened. It should be known that this kind of magic, even under normal circumstances, would consume a lot of spiritual power to use. Not to mention that Chu Waning's soul was still in the out-of-body state. How unfathomable was this person's strength? Before he finished thinking, he suddenly heard a loud scream. The withered vines of the heart-picking willow were no match for heaven's inquisition. Luo Xianxian was bound by the willow vines under the lonely moon, and the lush branches and leaves soon swallowed her until she couldn't be seen. The towering tree wrapped her into a crack in the tree hole, and then the towering willow slowly lowered and finally reached the same height as the ordinary ancient trees. At this time, the enchantment was completely broken, but the coffin that Heaven's Inquisition turned into was still sealing the corpses, so it was not in danger for the time being. Shui Xingyong didn't dare to relax, and ordered the rest of the people at the peak of life and death to guard in front of each willow tree, just in case. The others followed the crowd and went straight to the courtyard of the Chen residence. Mo Ran didn't think too much because of the urgency of the situation. He carried Chu Waning's cold body horizontally and also went there. When the crowd arrived, the ancient willow tree that sealed Luo Xianxian had become a real coffin. She was lying in it, and her face was sometimes ferocious and sometimes sad. Her eyes were sometimes fierce and sometimes sad. Her mouth kept changing between two kinds of voices, one was crazy, and she kept shouting, "Why did you stop me? Why did you stop me? All of you should die. All of you should die." The other was weak and helpless. "Brother Yama, is it you who came? Please, save me. I don't want to hurt anyone, please. The two kinds of voices alternated back and forth, and after a long time, the coffin was dead silent. At this time, the spiritual power of Chu Waning's living soul was reaching its limit, and he couldn't hold on any longer. But he still relied on his mind and finally touched the forehead of the woman in the coffin. Who are you? The female ghost's closed eyes slowly opened, and they were still scarlet. Li Wuxian shouted, "Oh no!" He was about to rush forward and take Qingqing's life, but Chu Waning touched him in the air, and a bolt of lightning fell, blocking his way. Chu Waning, you! Chu Waning ignored him, and stared at the delicate girl who was slowly sitting up in the coffin. She opened her blood-red eyes, but there was no murderous intent in them. Instead, she was confused and flustered, and she whispered, "I am Luo Xianxian." When Chu Waning heard her answer, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyelashes drooped, and his soul dissipated. After a while, the man in Mo Ran's arms moved slightly. Mo Ran quickly put him down, and let him lean against the pillar. He knelt on one knee, and said, "Shizun, you're back." Chu Waning's phoenix eyes lost focus for a moment, and after a while, he slowly regained focus. He glanced at Mo Ran. He had used up a lot of spiritual power, and his spirit core was thin, so he looked a little weak. His face wasn't much better than when his soul left his body, and he was still as pale as before. "Yes." Chu Waning responded, and leaned against the pillar for a while, then slowly got up. He walked slowly in front of Luo Xianxian, and lowered his eyes to look at her. Luo Xianxian opened her mouth slightly, and looked at him blankly. "Brother Yama, why am I here? What happened? Let's not talk about other things." Although Chu Waning was a little weak, his eyes were bright and sharp. He went straight to the point and asked, "Tell me, who made this body for you? This is a very important matter, do you still remember?" Chu Waning waited, and his fingernails almost broke on the pillar because of nervousness. "I'm not very sure, but I have some impression." Luo Xianxian murmured, "It's a man, he. Shuemeng was also anxious, think again." Luo Xianxian tried hard to recall. "I was in a daze at that time, and I didn't see his face clearly, but I heard his voice, and it sounded like a northern accent. I think, She suddenly exclaimed, and her face was full of fear. "I remember now. It's him. It's him. Tangerine. Stealing tangerine. What tangerine stealing tangerine, what nonsense." Shuemeng muttered. But Chu Waning immediately understood. She was talking about the lunatic she met when she was young, who cut down the tangerine tree. There was a man in Lini, and his heart was dead. Who was it, Lini? Could it be the Confucian Wind sect? It was, but at this time, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the exquisite chessboard above colorful Butterfly Town suddenly glowed red. Shui Xingyong shouted, "Oh no!" He immediately shouted, "Watch the 10,000 coffin closely. I'm afraid the person who set up the chessboard has found out and is about to make a move." Colorful Butterfly Town was instantly filled with sand and stones, and smoke and dust were everywhere. The cultivators were ready, and their backs were against each other, and their swords were in front of their chests. Chu Waning's eyes darkened, and he said to Luo Xianxian, "Get up. That person left a white chess piece in your body, so don't be controlled by him anymore. I'll expel it for you, and once the white chess piece falls, you'll leave immediately and reincarnate in the underworld. Don't stay in the mortal world for long." As he said, light gathered in his palm, and he hit Luo Xianxian's chest. However, he didn't feel the power of the white chess piece in the exquisite chessboard. Chu Waning shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. In that split second, he sensed danger almost instinctively. He yelled at Luo Xianxian, "Let's go." It was too late. there was only a sharp scream. In the center of the exquisite chessboard in the sky, a bloody light shot down and hit Luo Xianxian's body made of willow vines. Boom! The fire covered the sky. Luo Xianxian! The girl's figure quickly became distorted in the sea of fire, and a wisp of fragrant soul rose to the sky and mixed with the scorched smoke. The soul and the smoke trembled, and the smoke and the soul merged. Where Luo Xianxian was standing, a green light array suddenly rose to the sky, the essence of wood spirit. In an instant, Chu Waning's face turned pale, and his eyes were extremely fierce. He was wrong, he was wrong. Luo Xianxian must have been a person with a high level of wood spirit when she was alive. The behind-the-scenes manipulator didn't use metal, fire, water, and earth to nourish the heart-picking willow with wood attributes. Instead, he was waiting for the resentment to gather into thunder and hit Luo Xianxian, so that her resentment would become the source of the temporary life of the heart-picking willow. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all 5 spirits. Whatever he wanted to do, he could do it now. Chu Waning looked up at the sky, and everyone looked up. The leaves were bleak, and for a moment, it was terrifyingly quiet. Then, all of a sudden, the earth trembled. It was almost the same as the ancient city of Lin and that Mo Ran and the others saw in the illusion of the peach blossom spring. Above the colorful butterfly town, a huge purple-black crack was torn open, and it seemed to be wrapped in countless bloody storms, diseases, and pain. It slowly opened like a demon's eye. Li Wuxin pointed at the crack and shouted in a trembling voice, "The boundary of the Avachi Hell, the Avachi Hell, is broken. The sky above the colorful butterfly town has cracked, and the gate of the ghost realm is open." 95. The barrier between the 2 realms of yin and yang was not as stable as it was in the distant past. Small holes were common and would not cause the cultivators to panic. However, at this time, a bloody eye pierced through the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was the once-in-a-century heavens split. Everyone present, except for Mo Ran, had never personally experienced such a calamity. Therefore, whether it was the white-haired Li Wuxin, the battle-hardened Xue Xingyong, the Confucian Wind sect of the upper world of cultivators, or the life and death summit of the lower world of cultivators, the thousands of people present were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Mo Ran was even more shocked. A strong smell of blood seemed to come from his previous life. He grinded his teeth and sucked blood, killing people like flies. It was this heaven split. In her previous life, Shamo had died in this heavenly fissure. At that time, he and Chu Waning had worked together to repair the enchantment. However, due to the lack of spiritual power, he was repelled by the thousands of ghosts that swarmed out and fell from the sky, but that was clearly something that should have happened 3 years later. Mo Ran remembered that snowy night so clearly. New Year's Eve had just passed. The air was still filled with the faint smell of gunpowder, and there were still fragments of firecrackers on the snow. The night before, he stayed up with everyone and drank Tusu wine. Mo Ran was slightly drunk and looked up. Under the warm candlelight, Shamai's eyes seemed to be filled with spring water. No matter which angle one looked at it, they were full of affection. The life and death summit was very lively, toasting each other and laughing. At that time, he thought that this was really good. Even if he didn't disturb the person he liked, he could just watch and accompany her from afar for the rest of his life. After the banquet ended, the disciples returned home together. He and Shamai went back together from the Mengpo lobby. The ground was covered with frost and snow, and the moonlight flowed. He saw that Shamai was a little cold, so he took off his outer robe and put it on his shoulders without saying anything. Because he was a little drunk, he carefully looked at him a few more times. The beauty was like new snow, so bright that he couldn't spit. Mo Ran. Yes. You drank a little too much today. Ha ha, is that so? Mo Ran laughed, But after a while, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Shimai's slightly cold hands gently cupped his face, causing his burning cheeks to become even hotter. Mo Ran's eyes widened, and at that moment, he trembled slightly. Shimai smiled and said to him, "Why not? Look at you, your face is red after drinking 3 cups of hot wine." "Yes, it's hot." Mo Ran clumsily scratched his head, but his face burned even more. At that time, he was so satisfied. If he liked someone, he didn't have to get it. He didn't dare to think too much. That person had only touched his face, and he felt that he was already being treated kindly by the heavens. He was so frightened that he couldn't say anything else, and could only stare blankly. His dark and warm eyes were filled with surprise and gratitude. The two of them said their goodbyes in front of the bedroom. When Shimai put on his coat and left, he turned his face to the side and smiled at him. Mo ran. He was about to leave, but when he heard that, he hurriedly turned around like a spinning top, afraid that he would miss something. "Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the coat. It's nothing. I'm hot anyway. There's more." Shimai's gaze became more and more gentle, and it was so warm that it could make a long winter pass. Mo ran, actually bang. There was a firework explosion in the distance. Mo Ran didn't hear what he said, or maybe Shimai didn't continue at that time. When the surroundings quieted down, Shimai had already pushed open the door to his bedroom. Mo Ran was anxious, and hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, what did you just say?" It was rare for the other party to tease him, and he winked. "I only say good things once." Shimai, but that seductive person still didn't fulfill Mo Ran's wish, and only half of her beautiful face was exposed under the warm curtain. There was also a faint smile that Mo Ran would never forget for the rest of his life. "It's late, I'm going to sleep. If I still want to talk to you when you wake up tomorrow morning." He paused, and his soft eyelashes drooped like mimosas. "I'll tell you again." Unexpectedly, the sky cracked and the dawn came one after another. In the end, Mo Ran didn't hear Shimai's words, and the softest old dream of his life was dyed scarlet. Many times in the middle of the night, he still remembered Shimai's smiling face behind half of the warm curtain, so handsome, so gentle. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he even felt that there was infinite affection. For the rest of his life, he continued to dream that long dream, over and over again, in pain. In the dream, Shimai told him that she liked him, and he woke up with a smile. He was so happy that he even forgot that Shimai was dead, and the past was forgotten. He smiled so happily, thinking about what to cook for his beloved in the future. Such an important matter was worth worrying about. But always, as he smiled, tears rolled down. He buried his face in his palms. That year on the snowy night of New Year's Eve, the words scattered in the wind, and he didn't know anymore. Thousands of miles of clouds broke, and the infernal hell opened. Countless evil spirits rushed out from the crack, like thousands of soldiers and horses rushing to attack the city. The screams around Mo Ran suddenly woke up from his memories. As if he had gone mad, he shouted anxiously in the chaotic, disorganized crowd and looked for them in panic. "Shimai! Shimai! Shimingjing! Where are you? Where are you?" I don't know why the sky cracked 3 years later suddenly came forward. I don't know if I can protect you now. But I can't watch you get hurt again, I can't watch you die again, I beg you to live. It's my fault, I wasn't strong enough to protect you immediately, I was too stupid, I didn't think of everything. Where are you, Mo Ran? In the midst of the clashing of weapons, there was a vague voice, faintly heard. Shimai. He saw him. Beside Shuemeng, he was using the water spirit as a shield, blocking the evil ghosts and dead souls that were pouncing over. Mo Ran almost didn't care and ran towards him, his voice choked, his eyes red. "Dog, you come and help me." Shuemeng was 1 against 10, but the waves of zombies were like endless flowing water. His forehead gradually seeped with sweat, his silver teeth clenched. "Come quickly." Without waiting for him to speak, Mo Ran leapt up, a red light flashed, the ghosts answered the call. His hand rose and the vines fell, the row of ghosts in front of him was scattered by the divine marshal, instantly turning into fine powder. Mo Ran turned his head and shouted at Shimai, "Don't go too far, come behind me. I want to help Shifu, don't go." Mo Ran heard this, almost frightened. He definitely can't let Shimai get close to Chu Wanning in this chaotic battle. The scenes from his previous life kept overlapping with the scene in front of him. Back then, it was the same sentence. "I want to help Shifu." "Good, go quickly, Shifu will be safer, don't leave him, let him protect you." "How ridiculous, let him protect you." Chu Wanning, Mo Ran calculated everything, but forgot that the person was Chu Wanning. Heartless, cold-blooded to the extreme. His heart and mind were filled with the people of the world, but he didn't care when his own disciple died. "Don't go to him. He can handle it himself." The overlapping of the two lives made his scalp numb. Mo Ran's eyes were red, he angrily shouted at Shimai, "Don't go anywhere, stay." But Shifu just used so much of his magic power, "You won't die. Take care of yourself." As he said this, his eyebrows furrowed, and he fiercely whipped the zombies that were rolling towards him. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, brain matter splattered everywhere. Although his spiritual energy was far inferior to that of his previous life, his every move was skillful. This battle-hardened body had once fought with experts like Yi Wangxi and Chu Wanning. Even if there were millions of ferocious corpses, he was still fearless. The crack in the sky grew bigger and bigger. The ghosts that had been floating in the Avachi hell for hundreds of years poured into the human world like a storm, mixed in with the zombies of colorful Butterfly Town that had broken free from the willow vines. The scene was getting crazier and more terrifying. It was like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil, boiling the sky. It was very lively. It was also like locusts pouncing on a field of grain, evil spirits grabbing living people and gnawing at them. The people at the peak of life and death were able to handle it because they had been fighting on a small scale in the past. However, the Confucian Wind Sect and the Jade Pool Manor were completely wiped out. Many cultivators cried out miserably, blood spurting several feet high. Chu Wanning was far away, Mo Ran couldn't see his situation for the time being. However, he inadvertently saw Yi Wangxi and Nangong Sai in the rolling sea of people. Although the two didn't get along well, their fighting moves were shockingly similar. He saw Yi Wangxi abandon his long sword, his hand glowing with a blue light as he summoned a longbow. Nangong Sai also drew a crescent moon. The two glanced at each other, past each other, and rushed to the sides, aiming at the densest part of the zombies. They narked an arrow, narked the bow, and pulled the string. Whoosh! The two released their arrows almost at the same time, white feathers splitting the air, and the sound was like the cry of a wild goose. The arrows were quenched, and wind blades were scattered everywhere. Wherever they passed, evil spirits were torn apart and strangled. Nangong Sai revealed a proud expression and reached for the quiver on his back to draw an arrow. However, he didn't expect to find anything. "That's it. Here." Before he could get angry, Yi Wangxi threw a bunch of white feathered arrows to him. "You don't want to bring more?" "HMPH." Nangong Sai snorted, but the situation was critical, and he didn't have the mood to put on airs with Yi Wangxi. He caught the arrows, and the two sank back into their respective battles. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Although many evil spirits were repelled, there were even more coming from the ghost realm. Li Wuxin killed more than 10 evil spirits with a single slash of his sword, then turned to Shui Zhenyong and shouted, "We can't continue like this, we can't hold on. Get someone to fix the barrier." Shui Zhenyong glanced at the distance of colorful Butterfly Town. There were 4 golden light arrays in 4 directions. He gasped for breath and said angrily, "Easy for you to say. Can you fix this barrier? Do you have anyone here who knows how to fix it?" Li Wuxin said with a dark expression, "Barrier techniques aren't my sex expertise." "Then shut the F*ck up. How many Yuhengs do you think you have? Chu Wanning is guarding the 4 positions. Otherwise, these evil spirits will rush out of the encirclement and quickly kill their way through the entire Sichuan region. If the cultivators can't hold on, then won't the non-cultivators be done for? It's better for Sichuan to be destroyed than for the cultivation world to be in chaos. If you don't get someone to fix the heavenly fissure, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve." Xue Xingyong was furious. He swung his iron fan, and when the wind slashed at the evil spirits, it also seemed to inadvertently graze Li Wuxin's cheek. "Do you think the upper cultivation world is so precious that the lower cultivation world is born to die for you? Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking about sacrificing the pawn to protect the cart. If this heavenly fissure happened in my Blue Pool village, I would also sacrifice my entire sect to protect the peace of the world." "How arrogant. Villa Master Li, it's easy for you to say that." Xue Xingyong's eyes widened. He was so angry that he laughed. "The entrance to the ghost world is in Sichuan. It won't move to your Blue Pool village for thousands of generations. It seems that the peak of life and death can be destroyed thousands of times to protect the peace of the world. Villa Master Li, you really know how to talk." The 2 of them were fighting and arguing at the same time. Suddenly, they saw a snow-colored light sweeping over from the western sky. Before they could see clearly whether it was a friend or a foe, they heard the fine and compact sound of a zither coming from the clouds. The sound was like a storm falling from the sky, but also like thousands of arrows piercing through the forest. They didn't see any weapons, but they felt that the shadows of swords and knives were everywhere. The cries of armored horses filled the city. Kunlun trampling snow palace. Xue Xingyong suddenly raised his head and looked at the rolling snow-colored light. When it got closer, he saw that it was a group of immortals riding on swords. They were wearing snow-colored silk clothes and had peach blossom petals floating around them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all looked very gentle and beautiful. Because of their mental cultivation method, they all looked like they were in their early 20s. The people of the trampling snow palace were either standing or sitting. Half of them were holding a peeper in their arms, and the other half were holding a guqin in front of their knees. The noisy and clear music flowed down from the sky, making the evil spirits and zombies all over the ground cry out in pain. However, it was as if they were trapped in an inescapable net and couldn't escape. The leader was a man with light blonde hair, jade eyes, and deep facial features. He wore snow-colored silk clothes with a droplet of water on his forehead. His slender neck stuck out from the collar, like a flower in a porcelain vase. It was cold in the snow of Kunlun. He wore a fox fur coat on top of his plain clothes, which made him look even more calm and graceful. This person also held an exquisite peeper in his arms. He frowned and twisted the strings with his long and slender fingers. Countless bright peach blossoms danced around him in the sound of his zither. The 4 seas royal style is passed by, 1,000 years of virtue is clear, and military clothes are not worn. Today, I have succeeded. The sound of the zither slowed down slightly. He lowered his eyes and saw Xue Xingyong and the others. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a person in the distance angrily shout, "My Hanxue! Why is it you dog?" The person who shouted was Xue Meng. As he shouted angrily, he rushed under my Hanxue's sword. He raised his head and scolded, "Why did the Kunlun trampling snow palace send such an unreliable thing like you to help?" Yi Wangxi heard the sound and turned around. When he saw the man playing the zither, he was also angry. "It's him. Nangong Sai, what? You know this one too?" I don't know him. Yu Wanshi was not happy to see my Hanxue, but Xue Meng rushed up to scold him. He turned around and left, only leaving behind a sentence, "It's just a fight." Nan Gongsai was interested. "Oh, how is his skill?" "Heh." Yu Wanshi sneered. "He relies on women to fight." "What do you think?" Nan Gongsai. 96. It was no wonder that Yu Wanshi looked down on him. This my Hanxue was precisely the eldest senior brother that had attracted countless female cultivators to fight over him. He originally thought that the one who came was powerful, but who would have thought that it was a pretty boy who relied on his appearance to make a living. Nan Gongsai immediately lost interest and turned around to kill the enemy. My Hanxue glanced at Xue Meng. His eyes revealed some helplessness, but he did not pay attention to him. Instead, he lowered his eyebrows and casually plucked the zither strings several times. The 100 cultivators of the Treading Snow Palace heard the zither music and scattered in all directions. Zither Division, play the Twinkling Brilliance song. Peeper Division, perform the array-breaking dance. Following his orders, those who were playing the zither and strings instantly changed the movements under their hands. Countless rapid sounds of metal and stone converged in midair, resounding through the clouds. For a moment, the ghosts were confused. They actually stopped fighting and stretched their necks in place, looking around blankly. When Li Wuxin saw this, he remembered that not only were the people of the Treading Snow Palace good at music, they also knew how to repair barriers. He was overjoyed. He raised his head and shouted, "Nephew Mai, do you know how to repair the heavenly fissure?" My Hanxue did not care that his nephew Mai was disgusting. He only replied, "The endless hell's heavenly fissure is not something that can be repaired with my strength." "Ah, this." Li Wuxin's face paled. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and sighed, "Ai. Hanxue, can you guard the barrier on all sides of the colorful butterfly town?" The one who spoke was Shizun. Because the peak of life and death had always been on good terms with the Treading Snow Palace, my Hanxue saw a familiar elder. He first hugged his peeper and bowed, then said, "I can try." "That's great." Shizun clapped his hands and said, "You go guard the barrier on all sides. Don't let the ghosts rush outside. Then call Yuheng back, Elder Yuheng." "Ah, look at my memory. I forgot that you've never seen Yuheng before. But it doesn't matter. You'll know when you get there. He's the one who's guarding the barrier." "Good." My Hanxue was quite calm. She tilted her sword and flew towards the edge of colorful Butterfly Town like a meteor. Nan Gongsai knocked 3 arrows and shot them in 3 different directions. Amidst the buzzing of the bowstring, he saw my Hanxue fluttering like a startled swan and the Ta Shui Gong people using the sound of the guqin to confuse the enemy. He could not help but be startled. He said to Yu Wanshi, "This person's strength is so outstanding, how can you say that he is a gigolo who relies on women to fight?" Yu Wanshi was also quite puzzled, but right now the ghosts were moving slowly, so it was a good opportunity to kill them. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. He only told Nan Gongsai, probably at that time he did not use his full strength. And then he focused on killing the enemy and did not say anything else. Among the 10 great sects, 4 of them had already arrived. They were no longer battered and exhausted when dealing with the Heaven's Fissure, but it was still very strenuous. Although the dead souls on the ground were frozen by the zither music of the Treading Snow Palace, there were even more ferocious howls gushing out from the bloody eyes of the ghost world. The people of the Treading Snow Palace were all standing in midair, and when they played the music, they could not divert their hands to protect themselves. Therefore, the evil spirits rushed towards the Peeper formation and the Guqin formation in the 4 directions of the clouds. The people of the Treading Snow Palace had no choice but to divert some of them to play the music of the defensive formation. Therefore, the sound of the exorcism music of the enemy was weakened by a lot. The evil spirits on the ground immediately surged up like anxious ants. What was even more frightening was that as the gate of the ghost world opened wider, some of the high-ranking evil spirits who were shackled actually broke free from their shackles because they had absorbed a large amount of yang energy from the human world. They rushed into the mortal world with a loud bang. These evil spirits were different from before. Their corpses and resentful spirits merged into one. They were more ferocious and their spiritual power was stronger. Ordinary cultivators could not stop them at all. There were even some disciples who were alone who were flipped over by their palms. Their white bony claws suddenly pierced into the living person's chest and lungs, poof. Blood splattered everywhere. The hearts of the cultivators that were full of spiritual power were eaten by these high-ranking evil spirits. The blood flowed down the evil spirits' rotten faces continuously. With the remnants of flesh and blood in their mouths, the evil spirit's strength was even stronger. They fiercely rushed into the crowd, like a cheetah looking for a new prey to bite. In an instant, it was chaos. Shuizhengyong shouted, "Stay in formation and don't run around. Don't be alone." However, there were still people who were panicking and crying as they fled in all directions. The smell of blood in the air was getting heavier and heavier. The evil spirits were like a tide, and the dead people were like a tide. Nangongsai was drawing his bow and fighting to his heart's content. Suddenly, a hand ghost stuck out its blood-red tongue and wrapped around his waist. Its sharp claws pierced toward his chest. Yi Wangxi was far away. When he turned around, his usually calm face instantly turned pale. "Ah, Sai. Master." At the critical moment, Song Qiuteng held her sword and rushed over. She fiercely stabbed into the hanged ghost's arm. However, she had never killed a human before, let alone such a ferocious evil spirit. She was so shocked that she let go of her sword when she stabbed it. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The hanged ghost furiously swung an attack at her. Nangongsai put away his bow and changed to a sword. He blocked in front of her and shouted, "Stay away. Quickly leave." Song Qiuteng's eyes were glistening with tears. She said, "Qiuteng's life was saved by the Confucian Wind School. How can I leave now?" Nangongsai was not good at dealing with women, but when he saw her delicate posture and firm gaze, his heart was moved. He could not help but curse inwardly, "Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi. Get your ass over here. Protect her well." Yi Wangxi was bathed in blood. His handsome face was full of stains. He grabbed Song Qiuteng's arm and sternly said, "Go find Marshal Brother Qin. Don't run around." "I won't go. I can still help." She begged, "Young master, I want to stay by your side." "Yi Wangxi, protect her." Yi Wangxi's expression instantly became very unsightly. He was such a gentleman, so it was rare for him to show such an angry expression. Nangongsai. Every word between his teeth was trembling and broken. "I think you've lost your mind." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. Holding his sword, he swept away and hid in the rolling tide of corpses. More and more high-level evil spirits appeared. They blended into the crowd like a sharp knife cutting through the belly of a fish, peeling off its scales. The sticky and shiny scales were dyed with dark red strands of blood, floating up and down. Everyone was unable to fend for themselves. The evil spirits surrounded the living people, wanting to tear them apart and swallow them into their stomachs, dragging them into the endless hell. Mo Ran, Xue Meng, and Shamai had their backs against each other, blocking the evil spirits from all sides. However, the circle was getting narrower and narrower. With a swoosh, Xue Meng chopped off the arm of an evil spirit, tainting its blood with a ruler. The evil spirits attacking saw that this person was tyrannical, so they circled around him and pounced on Shamai. Shamai formed a seal with both hands, but because his strength was gradually weakening, the aqua light formation dimmed and brightened. Seeing that it was difficult to resist, Mo Ran steeled his heart and said, "Shamai, you open a defensive formation. Xue Meng, hide inside." "What?" Xue Meng was furious when he heard this. "You want me to be a coward? Listen to me and hide inside. What kind of situation is this, and you still want to compete? How can we kill so many evil spirits?" Shamai said, "Mo Ran, what are you going to do? Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say." Mo Ran softened his tone. "It's okay." The encirclement gradually narrowed. Mo Ran urged, "Hurry up, it'll be too late if we don't." Shamai had no choice but to change the spell talisman and raise a blue defensive light formation, enveloping himself and Xue Meng. When Mo Ran saw that he had formed the formation, he suddenly pulled out an arrow from his sleeve. He wiped his palm and sprinkled his blood on the formation, leaving his own spiritual power behind. Then, his eyes burned and he shouted, "Why aren't you working?" When the evil spirits heard him, their flames grew brighter. Every willow leaf was wrapped in blood-red spiritual power, like a sharp knife that fell on the vine. The whole willow vine suddenly grew 10 feet long. Mo Ran closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw the appearance of Chu Wanning using his killing moves several times. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes reflected the sinister faces of countless evil spirits. He held the evil spirits and struck them in the air. Sparks exploded and splashed everywhere. Mo Ran raised his hand, and his clothes fluttered. At that moment, his figure seemed to overlap with Chu Wanning's figure in his mind. The two people's movements were almost identical. Wind. Unstoppable. The clouds were rushing and the sky was low. The two people behind Mo Ran only saw a huge scarlet light formation like a red lotus from hell blooming. A strong wind passed through the ground like thousands of invisible blades. The evil spirits in Mo Ran's hands danced like shadows. Wherever they passed, sand and gravel flew. Countless evil spirits were swept up by this shocking airflow and were instantly crushed into minced meat. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisitions, wind. Mo Ran had actually learned 90% of it. The fierce wind gradually stopped. The surroundings were vast, and there were no corpses left. Not a single piece of armor was left. Looking back, Xue Meng and Shamai's faces were full of astonishment. Mo Ran did not have time to be happy. He only felt that his daily learning was far from enough. If he could immediately return to his past cultivation, this small gap in the world of spirits and souls would not be so difficult for them. "Look over there." Suddenly, someone shouted from afar. Everyone looked up at the same time. They saw several sword formations in different clothes and spiritual power coming from several directions in the sky. The heavens fissure of the Avachi hell finally alarmed all the sects in the upper cultivation world. As the light swords fell to the ground, the people of Lin Ling Island were beautiful and elegant, and the masters of Wubei Temple were solemn and dignified. All kinds of things were overwhelming. The people of the 10 great sects finally arrived. More powerful evil spirits were still being born, like endless locusts. However, with the sudden increase of cultivators, the situation gradually became less disadvantageous. At the same time, Mai Hanxue and Chu Wanning's spiritual power exchange was finally completed. The enchantment in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west changed from gold to blue. The edge was guarded by Mai Hanxue. Chu Wanning flew with the wind and swept to the center of the fierce battle. He looked up at the crack in the sky that had been completely opened. There was some kind of huge and terrifying evil force behind it. Chu Wanning could almost feel the madness of that power, as if it had drunk thousands of blood plasma and the brains of hundreds of millions of creatures. If the enchantment was not sealed, he was afraid that some kind of evil spirit suppressed in the Avachi hell would break free from its restraint and come to the human world. Chu Wanning could not help but think, Could it be that the person behind the scenes wanted to release some kind of evil spirit from purgatory into the world of mortals? But what did he want? Master! Shamai anxiously called him. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. The scene from his previous life overlapped again. Master! At that time, Shamai also called him like this. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. Shamai gasped for breath in the snow. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were firm. Master is going to repair this crack in the sky. Yes. But this is not an ordinary crack in the sky. This is the crack in the Avachi hell. Master, how can you resist it alone? I'm here to lend Master a hand. I've learned the defensive technique in the Peach Blossom Spring, so I won't drag Master down. The conversation between the two of them years ago that decided life and death seemed to be in his ears. Mo Ran was frightened and his scalp was going numb. He suddenly pulled Shamai behind him and stuffed him to Xue Meng. He said loudly, Xue Ziming, look after him. Look after him. Xue Meng opened his eyes wide. Dog, where are you going? The wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. There was no snow in the sky. Everything was different from his previous life. Mo Ran's eyes fell on Shamai, who was at a loss. He felt sad and relieved. It was impossible for Chu Wanning to fix this barrier on her own. But other than his disciples, no one knew Chu Wanning's spiritual energy cultivation method and could cooperate with him perfectly. Therefore, one of them had to go through this tribulation. The north wind is angry, and thousands of miles of killing intent. Mo Ran suddenly made up his mind and hugged Shamai. For the first time, he directly held him in his arms. He paused for a moment and then suddenly pushed him away. Shamai. The person who will die this time is probably me. I'm going to help Master seal the barrier. Mo Ran said firmly. His tone was resolute. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Shamai. Suddenly, he didn't want to care about what other people thought of him. He didn't care that Xue Meng was right next to him. He didn't care that he would be rejected. He waited for 2 lifetimes, loved 2 lifetimes. Now he was going to leave, and maybe he wouldn't be able to come back. He stood in the wind, wanting to say a few words to his beloved one. Shamai, actually but when he was about to open his mouth, the howls of evil spirits and evil beasts drowned out his voice. The urge to roll over and over like molten lava gradually cooled down in this stagnation, and finally stopped. Mo Ran, what do you want to say? Mo Ran suddenly saw the reflection of his previous life. Under the warm curtains, he saw Shamai's gentle and smiling face. How cruel. He remembered it all his life, from birth to death, from heaven to hell. Mo Ran's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled. Nothing, I won't say it twice. Shamai, I'm going to help Master. When I come back, if I still want to tell you. His dimples were deep, and his eyes were full of affection. I'll tell you again. After saying this, he turned around and rushed toward Chu Wanning. Shamai wouldn't die. At least, he wouldn't die in front of him. Mo Ran suddenly felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. The figure in white fluttering in front of him was probably the end of his rebirth in this life. His master had always been magnanimous. When Shamai died, Chu Wanning chose to leave in order to complete the final gap. In order to purge those demons and monsters that ran amok. This time, he was the one who had to build the barrier. Chu Wanning despised and hated him so much. He wouldn't give up his reputation as the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable to help an insignificant person die. Master. He stood in front of him. A ghostly light appeared in his hand. This barrier is difficult to fix. Let me help you. The situation was dangerous. Chu Wanning glanced at him and didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. He leaped into the sky and stood at the corner of the eaves of Chen Manor. Mo Ran followed him and leaped up. Chu Wanning said, "Set up the formation and observe." Mo Ran followed his instructions and raised his hand at the same time. The two of them stood on the left and right, and the tips of their fingers condensed the seal of the observation barrier. They slowly raised their hands. "Open the formation." Along with this shout, the two people's spiritual power suddenly surged out from their bodies. They each stood at the foot of the formation and joined hands to forge, using their surging cultivation to condense into a constantly expanding golden red barrier. When the barrier came into contact with the evil spirits that had just surged out, the evil spirits seemed to be burned by a raging fire. They screamed and retreated into the eyes of the ghost realm. The barrier became clearer and clearer, and the light formation became more and more dazzling. Two coiling dragon platforms condensed from spiritual spells rose under Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's feet, dragging the two of them to the highest point in the sky. The ghost eyes slowly closed under the pressure of the golden red light formation, but they seemed to be unwilling, and the evil spirits inside became more intense. Every inch they closed, the evil spirit surging out of them became more and more intense. When the two of them were only a few miles away from the barrier's crack, the evil spirits inside were almost solid. After Mo Ran's reborn body, he gradually felt as if there was 1,000,000 pounds of weight on his shoulders, and as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Chu Waning's spiritual power was steady and strong, continuously flowing out. Inch by inch, and another inch by inch. The evil winds between heaven and earth gathered in one place, turning into sharp blades, cutting every inch of his skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Master, as his consciousness gradually blurred, he seemed to see the scene of the past. Shamai and Chu Wanning worked together to repair the formation, and the two worlds of yin and yang closed in only a moment. Those evil spirits who were unable to return to the mortal world saw that Shamai's power was weak, so they all gathered in one place, and attacked Shamai. Bang! In just a moment, Shamai, who was doing his best to maintain the balance of the barrier, was pierced through. It was like a reenactment, almost nothing had changed. Only this time, the person who was struck by the 10,000 evil spirits was Mo Ran. At the crack in the sky, the black evil spirits pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, pierced through Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran only saw a smear of blood in front of his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that it was the hot blood gushing out of his chest. In this stifling airflow, he turned his face with difficulty, only to see that Chu Wanning's clothes were as white as snow, his expression solemn and cold. He didn't even spare him half a glance. His chest suddenly surged with countless grievances. In the end, the hatred was deep. He fell from the coiled dragon-high platform, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and his chest was burning red. Falling down was actually very fast, but suddenly it felt so long, like a drowning person gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, no longer able to hear the whispers of the mortal world. Chu Wanning did not raise his hand to greet him. Did not stop him. Did not even divert his attention to look at him. When he fell, the red spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Chu Wanning, just like in his previous life, chose to use all of his spells, and single-handedly closed the barrier that Mo Ran had not yet completed. Suddenly, it was sealed. However, the evil spirits that were left in the human world lost the nourishment of the yin qi in the ghost world. They instinctively felt anxious and became more and more violent. They became angry and made enemies with the cultivators. In just the blink of an eye, the formations of many sects were defeated. Chu Wanning fell from the sky. When Mo Ran fell, the coiled dragon pillar below formed a layer of light to protect him, so when he fell to the ground, he did not shatter into pieces. But his entire chest was penetrated by evil spirits, and blood flowed all over the ground, but it was no different from Shamai in the past. Chu Wanning pushed back the evil spirits that were rushing towards Mo Ran, and put down a barrier to protect Mo Ran. "Master," the person behind him seemed to murmur softly. "Are you leaving?" Mo Ran coughed up blood, but there was a smile on his face. "Are you leaving again?" Outside the flowing golden barrier, that person's figure was still standing with his back to him. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but a mouthful of blood suddenly surged up in his throat. "Chu Warning, are you made of wood? You won't be sad, you have no selfish motives, right?" Chu Warning, he felt that his vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. After the fierce battle, he was already full of injuries. Somewhere on his forehead was cut, and blood flowed down to his eyes. As he looked up to the sky and laughed wantonly, almost crazily, tears of blood rolled down his face. He choked up and said, "Chu Wan Ning, turn around. Look at me, are you still leaving? Look at me one more time. I'm going to die." "Back then, you at least looked at Shima one last time. Is it true? You don't like me at all. You don't like me at all. Otherwise, why didn't you look at me one last time? Why didn't you turn back?" "Master," tears of blood filled his eyes. His last impression was of the white-robed man walking away alone outside the golden enchantment. He went to suppress evil. So, in his heart, anyone in the world was more important than Mo Weiyu. 97, Mo Ran, Mo Ran. Someone seemed to be calling him. He vaguely opened his eyes, a snow-white figure reflected in his hazy vision. He vaguely felt that this person was very similar to Chu Warning, but he didn't dare to believe it. He only felt that person's hands were folded over his chest, continuously transferring spiritual energy to the place where his blood was flowing. "So warm, who is it?" He blinked his eyes hard, trying to see that too blurry figure. "Mo Ran, Shizun." He swallowed the blood in his throat, muttering to himself. Warm drops of water dripped onto his cheeks. Gradually, he saw clearly. The person in front of him had a pair of phoenix eyes like apricot flowers in Jiangnan. His face was pale and stained with blood. Mo Ran stared at him in a daze. He had never seen such an expression on Chu Warning's face before. His Shizun had always been indifferent, but the person in front of him was crying. Mo Ran reached out, wanting to touch. He wanted to know if this was real or an illusion of a person about to die. But when his fingertips were a few inches away from that person's face, he stopped. Sometimes, hating a person was a habit. If he suddenly stopped hating them, he would be at a loss. He didn't dare touch it. He was afraid it was real. He was also afraid it was fake. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind Chu Warning. He didn't know if it was colorful Butterfly Town after a fierce battle, or if he was already in Ashura hell. He knew that he had committed many evil deeds. Even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. After his life was gone, he would fall into the abyss, never to be reincarnated. But Chu Warning, he was a kind person. Why would he accompany him and be trapped in Avachi forever? There is one last point. Chu Warning's voice seemed to come from the deep sea, so hazy. You can't fall asleep, otherwise. He saw blood seeping out of Chu Warning's mouth. The golden light became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the person in front of him was covered by the light and turned into a child. Otherwise, Yu Heng, will no longer have a disciple like you. Junior Xia. Seeing Chu Warning turn into Xia Xianai with his own eyes, Mo Ran was extremely shocked. His wounds suddenly hurt, and without thinking, he fainted again. Mo Ran. That gentle voice that was almost like a sigh was not an illusion from his previous life, but a whisper that he left in his ears. I'm sorry, it's Master's fault, this sentence again. This sentence again. Chu Warning, I don't want you to admit your mistake. I want you to, how was it? Suddenly, he paused, not knowing what to think. If he didn't want him to admit his mistake, then what should he do? He suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Mo Ran's clothes were soaked with sweat. He looked up and saw a clean and tidy room without too many decorations. He was already lying in the bedroom of the peak of life and death. He was actually still alive. He looked around in disbelief. He raised his slightly cold hand and touched the wound on his chest. It was wrapped in a thick bandage, and blood was seeping through the bandage. It hurt to touch it, but under the bandage, the heart was still beating. It was so strong, surging with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. He was still alive. He was still alive. Blood flowed crazily in the young body, shaking his soul. His fingertips trembled. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the warm curtains rolling up. Mo Ran sat on the bed and looked up. He saw a beauty who opened the curtains and came in. Maybe it was because it was a little cold outside. He was wearing a white fur robe. His black hair was hanging down, and his soft eyes were slightly raised. His tail was dyed red, and it was better than many rouge colors. Shamai did not expect Mo Ran to be awake. He was shocked, and then said, "Mo Ran. You. Shamai. Shamai." Mo Ran called him a few times. His eyes were very bright, shining like obsidian. He jumped off the bed, and did not care about the pain of his wound. He grimaced and jumped over to Shimingjing and hugged her tightly. He was overjoyed. "That's great. You're not dead. I'm not dead either. It's over, it's all over." This heaven split was a great disaster in his previous life. Demons and monsters fell from the sky, took away Shamai, and pushed Mo Ran into the abyss of evil. After he was reborn, he was anxious about this chaos. He was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake. In the end, he would be alone again, stepping on the bones of his loved ones, and walk alone to the empty Shaman Mountain Palace. But the heavens did not treat him badly. When he stood up and was willing to die for Shamai, everything changed. He would no longer be alone. He would no longer be betrayed by his loved ones. He would no longer be forced to go to Liangshan at night and become a lone traveler. From now on, the curse was broken. He had truly gotten rid of the nightmare of his previous life. He had truly been reborn. Mo Ran hugged Shamai for a long time before letting go. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be filled with twinkling stars. Shamai was still standing in the same place in a daze until Mo Ran put his arm around his shoulder and looked down at him with a smile. After a long time, he gradually came back to his senses. He stretched out his forehead and actually took the initiative to touch Mo Ran's chin. Mo Ran. Yes. When Shamai raised his head again, there was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were a little wet. "Fortunately, you're still alive." Mo Ran smiled and rubbed his head. He held his hand and said, "Idiot, how could anything happen to me?" He wanted to say more, but suddenly, someone outside lifted the curtain and strode in. Xuemeng. Xuemeng was really a narrow-minded person. Probably because his limelight was stolen during the exorcism at colorful Butterfly Town, his face was inevitably gloomy and his lips were tightly pursed. Seeing that Mo Ran had woken up, he only paused for a moment. Then he turned to Shamai and said, "When did he wake up?" Shamai hesitated for a moment before speaking. His tone was a little worried. "Just now." "Yes." Xuemeng responded. He was still unwilling to look at Mo Ran. Mo Ran thought that a child would always be a child. Being in the limelight was like being robbed of candy. His face did not look good for a long time. However, he was in a good mood and did not want to bicker with Xuemeng. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that I've been unconscious for a long time. Who brought me back? Who else could it be?" Xuemeng swung his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. His expression was very bad. Wasn't it Shizun? Ah. Hearing this, Mo Ran was stunned. When he was unconscious, bits and pieces flashed in front of his eyes. However, when he woke up, he was surprised and happy. He was even more uncertain whether the things he saw were real or not. He pondered, Shizun. Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Hearing him say this, Xue Meng's body trembled slightly. Then he stiffly said, You saw it. What? Junior Marshal Brother Xia is Shizun. Mo Ran was just guessing. Now that he suddenly heard this, he could not help but turn pale. What? Xue Meng suddenly turned his head. His expression was strange, as if he was trying to suppress something. What? I thought you already knew. Mo Ran exclaimed, How could I know? When I was unconscious, I vaguely saw the two of them alternating. He thought of the company he had with Xia Xini in the Peach Blossom Spring. The two of them slept on the same bed. He also thought of the golden hairpin that fell out of Chu Waning's lapel when he was unable to control himself at Lin Ling Island. The begonia handkerchief. The clothes that changed size according to one's body. The pot of soup in Xia Xini's hands. He looked up and called him Senior Marshal Brother. Xia Xini patted his head and said with a smile that they would be brothers in the future. Senior Marshal Brother will dote on you. These things gathered and scattered in front of him like smoke. One moment, it was Chu Waning's indifferent face. The next moment, it was Xia Xini's silent appearance. He had said in front of Xia Xini that Chu Waning was not good and did not like him. He had also patiently combed Xia Xini's long hair. The hair was so soft that it flowed between his fingers like ink. Thinking about it carefully, they were indeed so similar. Mo Ran felt like his head was about to explode. He played around in circles and muttered, Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is, he came to an abrupt halt, almost frantically. What kind of joke is this? How can Shizun be Junior Marshal Brother Xia? Mo Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. They are very similar in many ways, but they are still not the same. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person, how can? What do you mean? Xue Meng suddenly interrupted Mo Ran's words and stared at his opponent's face with a pair of sharp eyes. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person. Why, can't such a good person be Shizun? Mo Ran said, Of course I'm not saying that Shizun is not good. It's just that Junior Marshal Brother Xia has always been sincere to me. I already see him as my own brother. You suddenly tell me that he is Shizun, how can I accept? Xue Meng said angrily, Junior Marshal Brother Xia is sincere, but Shizun is fake. Hearing the impending storm in his voice, Shamai hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. Young master, think about what uncle told you. Mo Ran just woke up, and Xue Meng suddenly shook off Shamai's hand. His brown eyes were still fixed on Mo Ran's face. The veins on his neck were slightly trembling because of his anger. He was like a hissing snake, ready to bite its prey at any time. Mo Wei, you better tell me clearly today. Why can't Shizun be Xia Xini? Why can't he be sincere, HM? Tell me, why is he fake in your heart? Mo Ran was annoyed by his relentless questioning. This was not the first time he had seen Xue Meng's angry face. In his previous life, when he had become the Emperor Ta, every time he saw Xue Meng, he would have such a bad temper. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He frowned and said, This is between me and him. Why do you care so much? Between you and him? Xue Meng said, Do you have him in your heart? Mo Ran was so angry that he laughed. Xue Ziming, are you crazy? Why are you acting crazy for no reason? Let's go, Shamai. Let's go to Danshin Palace and ask Uncle and Shizun clearly. As he said this, he pulled Shamai and walked past Xue Meng, intending to leave. Shui Meng stood in place for a while, as if he was trying to suppress something. But when Mo Ran was about to leave, he still couldn't hold it in. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Mo Weiyu, do you have him as your Shizun in your heart?" Mo Ran couldn't help but feel annoyed by his yelling. He stopped in his tracks. His originally relaxed and cheerful face gradually became gloomy. Shamai squeezed his palm and whispered uneasily, "Don't mind him. He has a bad temper these days. Let's go." "Okay." But just as his hand touched the warm curtain, before he could open it, Shui Meng's voice sounded. It was suffocating, hot, and boiling, as if it had come out of a fire. "Mo Weiyu, you mother **ka, you're really a good-for-nothing." With a swish sound, the curtain was lowered. Mo Ran closed his eyes and then opened them. Mo Ran, Shamai tried to pull him, but he was gently pushed away. He turned his face and turned around. The two youths were about the same age, but they were much taller than Mo Ran. This person's malicious and cold appearance was really frightening. Mo Ran suddenly laughed, but his black eyes were heavy and there was no smile. He said, "What a good-for-nothing. Shui Ziming, I have never looked down on Shizun. I also didn't stand aside when the sky cracked. The Avachi hell was broken and he couldn't fix it alone, so I volunteered to help him. Let me ask you, as his disciple, what did I do wrong? There was a huge difference in strength between us. I couldn't fix the barrier and fell from the coiling dragon pillar, but he didn't even look at me. He didn't care whether I lived or died. Let me ask you again, if it were you, wouldn't you be disappointed?" Mo Ran, the knot in his heart of 2 lifetimes. When it came to the painful part, Mo Ran's handsome face couldn't help but distort. He said word by word, "I thought I had done my best and had a clear conscience. I don't know what face you have to stand in front of me and say that I'm a good-for-nothing. Shui Meng, do you think I never cared about him? You're wrong, I did. But this person is made of stone." Mo Ran said softly. Every word was like a knife cutting into his heart, dripping with blood. "Shui Meng. Listen to me, I don't care how good of a Daoist priest he is in the eyes of the world, how powerful of a master he is, or whether he is Wanyi Yuheng, the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. These are not important. What's important is that when the sky cracked and leaked, my life was in danger. I begged him to turn back, but he didn't even spare me a glance. It was clearly such a cold and infuriating thing. But when he said it, he could be considered calm, but his eyes were more or less a little red. Also, Shui Meng, I can tell you. At that time, no matter who fell from the coiling dragon pillar, even if it wasn't me, it would have been you or Shamai. He wouldn't have saved you. Because I saw it with my own eyes." In the heavy snow, he turned around, leaving his disciples bones cold. Nothing is more precious than his good reputation as the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. Mo Ran sneered. Maybe it was because of the dim light, but his smile was a little bleak. The lucky ones live, the unlucky ones die. Before the last word ended, light and shadow gathered in front of him, and a strong wind attacked. The room was narrow. Although Mo Ran had already sensed it, because Shamai was behind him, he was afraid that if he dodged now, he would hurt the innocent. So he stood in place and blocked the attack. Shui Meng pounced over like a cheetah, fiercely grabbing Mo Ran's collar. With a crisp, pa sound, Shui Meng had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Mo Ran was hit for no reason, so he was also burning with anger. He turned around and grabbed the violent youth, gritting his teeth. "Shui Ziming. What are you doing?" Shui Meng didn't answer, only angrily spitting, "Mo Weiyu, you animal." He didn't listen to reason. He didn't know what wrong medicine he ate, but he didn't have any intelligence at all. He tangled with Mo Ran in this empty room like two trapped beasts, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the other's skin and chew the bones and blood into their stomachs. A lonely lantern flickered, illuminating their furious silhouettes on the stone wall. It was like a shadow puppet show, like an evil spirit totem. Suddenly, Mo Ran heard Xue Meng choke with sobs. It wasn't too loud, so he thought he must have misheard. But just as he thought this, a few drops of tears fell on the back of his hand. Xue Meng suddenly let go of Mo Ran and pushed him back. He hugged his knees and curled up on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Mo Ran's cheeks were still red and swollen, but he was stunned by this. He thought that he didn't use any killing moves, so he shouldn't have hurt him so much. Besides, it was his younger cousin who hit him first, so why did he suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Xue Meng's sorrowful cries. How can you say that he didn't save you? How can you say that he didn't save you? Tears rolled down his cheeks, and he couldn't stop crying. On the side, Shimai saw that Xue Meng couldn't hide this matter, so he couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Xue Meng choked with sobs. If you say this, he'll be so sad if he hears it from underground. This sentence came out too suddenly, so Mo Ran didn't react for a moment. He just blankly said, "What?" Xue Meng just cried bitterly. His venomous fangs had sunk into Mo Ran's neck, but he had also hurt himself. He cried so bitterly that his voice was fragmented. He kept wiping his face and his eyes. His gaze was sometimes fierce and sometimes sorrowful. He crouched on the ground and didn't get up. He buried his face in his arms for a long time. Mo Ran gradually felt a numbness surge up from the soles of his feet, and gradually, coldness spread throughout his body. He felt his lips move, and heard himself ask. "Xue Meng, what did you say?" Xue Meng cried for a long time, or maybe it wasn't that long. It was just that Mo Ran felt that he had been waiting for that thunderous answer for too long. "Shizun." Xue Meng finally choked out, "He's not here anymore." Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. His whole body was cold. He just listened blankly, as if he didn't understand what he meant. "Not here anymore? What's not here anymore? Not here anymore, where did he go? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore?" Xue Meng slowly raised his head. There seemed to be hatred, mockery, and the deepest hatred in his eyes. "Do you know why he didn't turn back at that time? My father said that after mending the heavenly fissure, his spiritual power was already exhausted. Do you think that the murderous aura of the world of spirits and souls only hit you? The clairvoyance barrier is twinned. No matter how much damage you suffered, he also suffered the same. It's just that he held on and didn't tell anyone." Mo Ran only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Could it be that in his previous life, he didn't save Shimai because Mo Ran didn't dare to think about it anymore? Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. Impossible. He's clearly so calm. When has he ever been so calm in front of others? As Xue Meng spoke, his eyes reddened and tears fell again. After he came down, he was already exhausted. After he cast a defensive spell on you, he left you and didn't look at you. Why do you think it was? Xue Meng cried blood with every word. Master knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. His spiritual power is very high. Once he reveals a flaw, it will attract a lot of evil spirits. Mo Ran. Do you think he left because he didn't want you anymore? Mo Ran, he left because he didn't want to drag you down. Mo Weiyu. He was afraid of dragging you down. After the Avachi hell closed, the zombies went berserk. The 10 great sects fought until dusk. There were countless casualties. Who would care about you? My father only found out that you were missing when he brought the heavily injured elder Xuanji back to the peak of life and death. Xue Meng panted for a while and choked out, "Mo Weiyu, he was the one who brought you back. He was the one who took the medicine to recover his body and then dragged you out of the mountain of corpses. He was the one who was injured all over and even gave you the last of his spiritual power. Impossible. He was the one who brought you home. At that time, you hadn't woken up yet. His spiritual power was depleted and he was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic or send sound transmissions. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. No, more than 3,000 levels of spiritual power. He's a person whose spiritual power has dissipated. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Under the clear moonlight, he saw Chu Wanning, who was still alive, carrying him on his back and slowly climbing the endless stairs. He was covered in blood and his white clothes were mottled. That person was once so unreachable and untainted. Northern Dipper Celestial Sovereign, Wanya Yuheng. Mo Ran choked and said with a trembling voice, "Impossible, how could it be?" Yes. Xue Meng was also stunned when he said this. His eyes reddened. When I saw him, I thought that I was crazy and that what I saw was an illusion. Because I was also thinking. He was almost sighing. How could it be? Impossible. Mo Ran suddenly let out a sob. He hugged his head and muttered helplessly, "Impossible, Chang Jie's blood hasn't run dry. That's the way he'll bring you home." Xue Meng was filled with hatred and cruelty. "Go and see, Mo Ran. Go and see." Impossible. Extreme shock and helplessness made Mo Ran suddenly furious. He grabbed Xue Meng and pulled him up from the ground. He pressed him against the wall and his expression changed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why would he save me? He never liked me and never looked down on me. Xue Meng didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed bitterly. "Mo Weiyu, it's not that he looks down on you." In the flowing candlelight, Xue Meng looked up with moist eyelashes and looked at him with hatred. "It's me who looks down on you. Mo Ran, I look down on you, Elder Xuanji looks down on you, Elder Tanlang looks down on you. Who do you think you are?" Xue Meng almost ground his teeth and spat these words at Mo Ran's face. "Bastard. You." Xue Meng suddenly laughed. He looked up at the dark ceiling. "Mo Ran, on this peak of life and death, if there's one person who looks up to you the most, it's him. But you repay him like this." He laughed and laughed. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks again. This time, it was a soft sob. "Mo Ran, your junior brother Xia, my master, is dead." Mo Ran was really bitten by the most vicious snake in the world. He was scalded. He let go of his hand in shock and took 2 steps back. It was as if he understood this sentence for the first time. His whole body started to tremble. Xue Meng suddenly called him, "Brother." Mo Ran retreated, but his back hit the cold wall. There was nowhere to run. Xue Meng finally stopped crying. But his tone was as calm as death. "Brother, we don't have a master anymore." 98. The peak of life and death had a mountain range with a funny name called RRR. There were many theories about the origin of this name in the sect. The most common one was that it was named RRR because this mountain range was so steep that people often fell down. However, Mo Ran knew that this was not the case. This mountain range was so tall that it reached the clouds. The mountain peak was covered in snow all year round and was extremely cold. If someone died at the peak of life and death, their coffin would stop there and wait for the funeral. Mo Ran had only been here once in his previous life. That time was not very different from the current situation. It was also after the Avachi Hell split open that a bloody battle took away countless lives. Shamai also died. He was unwilling to accept this reality, so he knelt beside Shamai's coffin and looked at the person's lifeless face in the ice coffin. He knelt for many days. The reason why it's called RRR is because your father passed away that year. In his previous life, Shizun accompanied him in the cold Frost Heaven Palace and told him this. I only have one elder brother. The peak of life and death was created by the two of us. However, your father, he was very similar to you. He was an extremely capricious person. He only enjoyed his life for a few days before he got bored. He lost in a fight with an evil spirit and left. Frost Heaven Palace was too cold. Shizun brought a pot of wine and took a sip. Then, he passed the goatskin wine bag to Mo Ran. Here, drink some, but don't tell your aunt. Mo Ran did not take it, nor did he touch it. Shizun sighed. This peak is called Aurora because during that time, I was also very sad. It was as if my heart had been dug out. I stayed on the mountain and watched over your father. When I thought of the sad part, I couldn't help but cry loudly. When I cried, it was very unpleasant to hear. I was always howling, so I got this name. He glanced at Mo Ran and patted his shoulder. Uncle didn't study much, but he also knows that life is like the morning dew. It disappears in the blink of an eye. Just treat it as Ming Jing taking the first step. We'll be brothers in the next life. Mo Ran slowly closed his eyes. Shizun said, my condolences are just empty words. If you're sad, just cry it out. If she didn't want to leave, she could stay here and accompany him. But he had to eat and drink. I'll go to the Meng Po lobby for some food and come back later. If you want to kneel after that, I will not stop you. The Frosty Heaven Palace was cold and silent. Inside the large cold room, the white silk gently fluttered like a gentle finger brushing across one's forehead. Mo Ran slowly opened his eyes. It was still the same ice coffin in his memory. It was made of the mysterious snow of Kunlun. The body of the coffin was sparkling and translucent, with wisps of cold air lingering around it. However, the person lying inside was Chu Wanning. Mo Ran had never expected that in this lifetime, the person who would die in this heaven split would be Chu Wanning. He was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Facing this person's ice-cold corpse, he didn't feel too much emotion. There wasn't the joy of an enemy's death, nor was there the sorrow of his master's passing. Mo Ran was somewhat puzzled. He lowered his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning for a long time. That person's face was even colder than usual. Right now, it was really covered in a layer of frost. Even his tightly closed eyelashes were frozen. His lips were pale and his skin was almost transparent. He could see the light blue blood vessels, like the fine cracks on white porcelain. How could the person who left be him? Mo Ran raised his hand and touched Chu Wanning's cheek. It was very cold to the touch. All the way down, his throat and neck, there was no pulse. He reached his hand again. He held his hand. His knuckles were already somewhat stiff, but they felt very rough. Mo Ran felt that it was strange. Although Chu Wanning's fingertips had small calluses, his palm was always soft and delicate. He couldn't help but look carefully. What he saw were chapped and broken scars. Although they had been wiped, the wounds would never heal. The flesh was still open. He remembered what Shui Meng said. His spiritual power was completely damaged. He was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic, nor could he transmit sound. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. He couldn't support himself. He couldn't stand up. He crawled on the ground, knelt, and dragged until his 10 fingers were worn out and his hands were full of blood. He also wanted to bring him home. Mo Ran murmured in a daze, "Did you carry me back?" Chu Wanning, is it you? If you didn't nod your head, I wouldn't have believed it. Mo Ran said to the person in the coffin. His face was calm, as if he believed that the person in front of him would really wake up. Chu Wanning, nod your head. If you nod your head, I'll believe you. I won't hate you anymore. Nod your head, okay? But Chu Wanning was still lying there. His expression was indifferent, and his eyebrows were cold. It seemed that he didn't care whether Mo Ran hated him or not. He had a clear conscience, leaving others in the world to feel uneasy. This person, whether alive or dead, made others feel annoyed. It was far better than making others feel pain. Mo Ran suddenly sneered, "That's true." He said, "When have you ever listened to me?" He looked at Chu Wanning and suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. All this time, he hated Chu Wanning because he looked down on him. He hated Chu Wanning because he didn't save Shimai that year. After going around in circles, this hatred continued for more than 10 years. Suddenly, one day, someone told him, Chu Wanning turned around and left because he didn't want to be a burden to you. Suddenly, someone told him, the observation barrier is twinned. You suffered heavy injuries, but so did he. His spirit flow was exhausted, he couldn't protect himself, good, this was really good. Chu Wanning was right, but what about him? He had been kept in the dark like a fool and had been played around like a clown. He had grimaced in pain and dug out his heart for so long. What was this? Things like misunderstandings, if short, were like a lump of dirt that stuck to a wound when it was healing. If it was discovered in time, it couldn't be better to clean it up and apply ointment again. But if a misunderstanding continued for 10 or 20 years, the person trapped in the net had invested a long time of hatred, a long time of care, a long time of fetters, and even his life into this misunderstanding. These feelings had already formed scabs and grown into new flesh, completely blending with the body. Suddenly, someone said, "It's not like that, everything is wrong." Then what should he do now? The dirt from back then had already grown under the skin and in the blood with the passage of time. Only by tearing open the intact skin and flesh could the past be dispelled. A year of misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. 10 years of misunderstanding was a sin. And from birth to death, a lifetime of misunderstanding was fate. Their fates were thin. The heavy stone door of Frost Heaven Palace slowly opened. Just like in the previous life, Xue Xingyong carried a goatskin wineskin full of soju wine and walked with heavy steps to Mo Ran's side. He sat on the ground and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "I heard that you were here, so uncle came to accompany you." Xue Xingyong's leopard eyes were red, showing that he had cried not long ago. "I also came to accompany him." Mo Ran did not speak, so Xue Xingyong opened the wine pot and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he suddenly stopped, wiped his face, and forced a smile. "In the past, when I drank, Yu Heng was always unhappy when he saw me. Now, sigh, forget it, I won't say it, I won't say it. I'm not old, but I've sent away one old friend after another. Ran, do you know how it feels?" Mo Ran lowered his eyes. In the previous life, Xue Xingyong had also asked him this question. At that time, he only had eyes for Shimai's withered flesh and blood. What did the lives of others matter to him? He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. But now, how could he not understand? Before his rebirth, he was all alone. In the huge Shaman Mountain Palace, he was the only one left. One day, he woke up with a start from a light sleep and dreamed of the old times when he was studying under Yu Heng's tutelage. After waking up, he wanted to go back to his bedroom to take a look, but when he pushed open the door and entered, that narrow disciples' room had been deserted for a long time, the walls covered in dust. He saw a small incense burner on the ground, but he did not know who had knocked it over or when. He picked up the incense burner and subconsciously wanted to put it back to its original position. But time passed quickly. He held the small incense burner and suddenly froze. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He did not remember. His hawk-like gaze swept past the people behind him, but those people all had blurry faces. He could not even tell who was called Zhong San and who was called Li Sai. And naturally, They did not know where the incense burner of the emperor's youth was placed in the room. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He didn't remember, and those who could remember the past were either dead or scattered. How could Mo Ran not understand Xue Xingyong's feelings at this time? Sometimes, I suddenly think of a joke when I was young and unconsciously say it, but I realize that there is no one who can understand this joke. Xue Xingyong drank another mouthful of wine and lowered his head to laugh. Your father, your comrades in the past, your Shizun, his fragmented light flowed, and he asked, Ran, do you know why this mountain range is called RRR? Mo Ran understood what he wanted to say, but he was currently upset and did not want to listen to Xue Xingyong talk about his late father, so he said, I know. Uncle cried here before. Ah. Xue Xingyong was stunned. He slowly blinked, and there was a deep mark at the end of his tail. Did your aunt tell you? Yes. Xue Xingyong wiped his tears and took a deep breath. Okay, then you know, Uncle wanted to tell you that if you feel bad, you can cry, it's okay. A man has tears for his king, it's not shameful. Mo Ran did not cry, perhaps because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, his heart was as hard as iron. Compared to the heart-wrenching pain when Shimai passed away, he was so calm. He was so calm that he even felt frightened by his own numbness. He did not know that he was so cold. After drinking, Xue Xingyong sat for a while and stood up. It was unknown whether it was because his legs were numb from kneeling for too long or because he drank too much, but he was slightly unsteady. He patted Mo Ran's shoulder with his wide hand. Although the heavenly fissure has been mended, the person behind it has not been found out yet. Perhaps this matter will pass like this, or perhaps there will be a second great battle soon. Ran, it's about time to go down the mountain and eat something, don't starve yourself. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. At this time, it was night. A waning moon hung high in the sky outside the frosty sky palace. Xue Xingyong stepped on the snow that never melted all year round, carrying half a pot of turbid wine. His rough voice was like a broken gong as he sang a short song from the center of Sichuan. I worship an old friend half as a ghost, only now can I be happy. The corner is hidden under the Osmanthus tree, drinking on the face with rotting hair. The sky is broken, the people are gone, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. I am willing to extend my life and return the wine to you. In the end, it was different from his previous life. The one who died was not Shimai, but Chu Wanning. Thus, Xue Xingyong felt even more emotional. Mo Ran's back was facing the open door of Xuanqian Temple. He listened to the long, hoarse voice of a man, sonorous, yet desolate. The song was like an eagle flying away, finally swallowed up by the wind and snow. Heaven and earth were bright, the moon was high, and the people were faint. Everything was washed away very, very faint. Only one sentence remained, going back and forth. Abandoning my old body with turbid tears, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ran slowly walked down Xuanqian Temple. Uncle was right. Although the heavenly fissure had been mended, it did not mean that the matter would end here. Chu Wanning was no longer here. If there was another fierce battle, he would be the only one left to defend. When he arrived at the Mengpo lobby, it was already late. Other than the old woman cooking supper, there was no one else. Mo Ran asked for a small bowl of noodles, found a corner seat, and slowly ate. The noodles were spicy, warming his stomach. He looked up as he wolfed down the food. Amidst the dense steam, the Mengpo lobby was dimly lit, and his image was blurry. He vaguely remembered that after Shimai's death in his previous life, he was far more willful than he was now. He refused to leave for 3 days and 3 nights, and he did not eat. Later, he was finally persuaded to leave Xuanqian Temple to eat something. However, he saw Chu Wanning's busy figure in the kitchen. That person was clumsily rolling the dough and mixing the stuffing. There was flour and water on the table, as well as several neat rows of wontons. Clang! The things on the table were swept away, and that tyrannical sound came through the rolling dust. The current Mo Ran could not lift his chopsticks and eat. At that time, he felt that Chu Wanning was mocking him, harboring malicious intentions to hurt him. But now that he thought about it, perhaps Chu Wanning really did want to replace the already dead Shamai and cook another bowl of wontons for him. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of the things he used? Are you worthy of cooking the dishes he made? Shamai is dead, are you satisfied? Will you only be satisfied after you drive all of your disciples to their deaths and drive them insane? Chu Wanning. There is no one else in this world who can make that bowl of wontons. No matter how much you try to imitate him, you won't be able to do it. Every word pierced his heart. He did not want to think about it anymore. He ate his noodles. But how could he? His memories would not let him off so easily. He recalled Chu Wanning's face more clearly than ever before. There was no joy or sorrow. He recalled every detail of that time more clearly than ever before. He remembered the slight tremble on his fingertips, the crumbs of flour on his cheeks. He remembered the plump, snow-white wontons rolling all over the floor. He remembered Chu Wanning. He lowered his eyes, bent down, and slowly picked up the food that could no longer be eaten. Then he personally threw it away. Personally threw it away. There was still more than half a bowl of pea noodles left. Mo Ran could not eat anymore. He pushed the bowl away and fled from this place that would drive him crazy. He ran madly at the peak of life and death, as if he wanted to leave behind all the misunderstandings of the past 10 years, as if he wanted to catch up to the man who had left Granny Meng Hall alone that year. Catch up to him and say one sentence. I'm sorry, I hated you wrongly. Mo Ran ran without any order in the dark night. He ran, but everywhere he went, there was Chu Wanning's broken figure. The good and evil platform, teaching him how to read and practice the sword. The bridge of helplessness, holding an umbrella with him, walking together. The green heaven hall, suffering all kinds of punishment, wandering alone. He became more and more anxious and helpless in the night. Suddenly, he ran to a spacious place. Suddenly, the clouds parted and the fog cleared. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Mo Ran gasped for breath and stopped. Tong Tien Pagoda, the place where he died in his previous life. The place where he and Chu Wanning first met. His heart beat like a drum. His eyes were in chaos. He was chased by the past like a tide. He could not resist or hide. In the end, he was forced to hear. The moon was white and the wind was clear. When he first met June, Mo Ran finally stopped running. He knew that he could no longer escape. In this life, he was destined to Chu Wanning. He slowly walked up the steps to the crabapple tree that was still in the air. He reached out and stroked the dry tree trunk. It was hard like a cocoon on his heart. At this time, it had been nearly 3 days since Chu Wanning died. Mo Ran looked up. He suddenly saw that the tree was as gentle as before. At this time, he suddenly felt a burst of endless sadness. He pressed his forehead against the tree trunk. Finally, he lost his voice and cried. His tears fell like rain. Shizun, Shizun. He choked and murmured. He repeatedly said the words when he first met Chu Wanning. Pay attention to me, please, pay attention to me. But things were the same, people were different. In front of Tong Tien Tower, he was the only one left. No one paid attention to him. No one would come again. After being reborn, Mo Ran had the body of a teenager. But inside his body was the soul of the 32-year-old Emperor Ta. He had seen too many deaths and tasted the sweetness of the world. Since he was reborn, the emotions in his heart were not so sincere and clear. It always seemed like there was a layer of mask covering them. But at this moment, his face suddenly showed such confusion and pain. It was naked, tender, pure, and inexperienced. Only at this moment did he truly look like an ordinary teenager who had lost his Shizun. Like an abandoned child. Like a lonely dog who had lost his home and could no longer find his way back. He said, "Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me." But, in the end, what responded to him was only the swaying leaves and the lush shadow of the flowers. And the handsome man under the crabapple tree would never again, and could never again raise his head to look at him. Even if it was the last time. 99. That night, Mo Ran leaned against the crabapple tree and fell asleep. There were many places on the peak of life and death that had traces of Chu Waning's life. If he wanted to pay homage, it was best to go to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. However, he could only lean against this tree so that his heart would not hurt so much. Only then could he feel a little bit of the human world. He once thought that it was his greatest misfortune to have Chu Waning as his teacher. This Bo was wrong from the beginning. However, only today did he understand that the unfortunate person was not him, Mo Weiyu. Instead, it was Chu Waning who was standing among the flowers with his head lowered in contemplation. Immortal Master, please pay attention to me." He vaguely remembered the first sentence he said to his teacher. It seemed to be like this. Perhaps there were some differences in the words. It had been too long, so he could not remember it so clearly. However, he could clearly remember that when Chu Waning raised his eyelashes, that blank and slightly stunned face. Between his eyebrows, he looked very gentle. Now, Mo Ran was lying under the tree. He thought, if time could go back to the day when he chose his teacher, no matter what, he would not pester Chu Waning to accept him as his disciple. Because the moment he raised his eyes, the price he had to pay was the endless entanglement that followed Chu Waning's life. 2 lifetimes. He destroyed them all in his own hands. 2 lifetimes, his throat moved, and he choked and closed his eyes. He was in the pain of 10,000 gnawing at his heart. After a long time, he fell into a light sleep. Then, the memory that he did not dare to touch easily since his rebirth broke free from the shackles in his sleep. Holding a knife, he dug out his heart. At that time, he had already reached the peak of the human world. Chu Waning had already been crippled of his spiritual nucleus and was under house arrest in the palace without freedom. However, he suffered several assassinations in succession. The last assassination was even done by Xue Meng and Mai Hanxue. Although Mo Ran did not die on the spot because of his strong mana, he was seriously injured. He recuperated in the palace for more than a month before he recovered his energy. There was a lot of rain in the center of Shu. During that period of time, the rain did not stop. Mo Ran was draped in a thick brocade robe, his jade-like fingers gripping the lapels of his robe as he stood under the veranda, looking at the dark sky outside. His expression was a little happy and a little crazy. He didn't say anything, but everyone could feel the twisted humanity in him. He clearly had an extremely handsome face, but the light in his eyes was often gloomy and tyrannical, without the slightest bit of warmth. The longer he sat in his high position, the more obvious this gloominess became. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. He didn't turn around and only said, "You're here. You want to destroy the Kunlun treading snow palace?" Chu Waning's voice resounded faintly in the hall. Mo Ran said, "So what if he is? Did you forget what you promised me? You said that you wouldn't harm Xue Meng's life again." Mo Ran said calmly, "Shizun came, but you didn't ask about my injuries. Standing here in the cold wind, you only care about who I kill and who I don't kill. Mo Weiyu, I came to tell you, don't do anything you will regret." "Ha, regret? The one who should regret is you, Shizun." Back then, when I slaughtered the Confucian Wind sect, you and I fought a life and death battle, and your spiritual core was shattered. Now that I want to destroy the Treading Snow Palace, you are no different from a mortal. You don't even have the ability to fight me anymore. Do you regret meddling in other people's business? After Mo Ran finished speaking, he turned his face and looked back. There was a trace of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chu Wanning, you are now a cripple. What can you use to stop me? Perhaps because he really had nothing left, Chu Wanning was speechless for a long time. With a thunderous boom, heavy rain poured down, flowing down the roof tiles and beams. Chu Wanning finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he softly said, "Don't go." His black robe fluttering, Mo Ran turned around. Behind him was the leaden grey sky, the chilly wind and rain. He looked at Chu Wanning in the hall, and then said, "Why don't I go? I gave Xue Meng a chance. That year, you were willing to submit to me for him. I kept my promise and took your people, but spared his life. Now that he wants to kill me, tell me, why don't I go?" "What? Can't say anything?" Mo Ran laughed coldly. "Reprimand me, curse me. Chu Wanning, aren't you very capable? I know that Xue Meng is your flesh and blood, the disciple you are most proud of. You think that he has a pure heart, but I am just a piece of mud under his shoes." "Enough." Chu Wanning's face was pale. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was suppressing something. "Not enough? How can it be enough?" When Mo Ran saw this, the cruel pleasure in his heart grew stronger. Rage, ecstasy, hatred, jealousy, all kinds of intense emotions were like oil on fire, burning his heart. His eyes were extremely bright, shining with light. He paced back and forth. "There is no second chance, Chu Wanning, he does not have a second chance. I want to kill him, peel off his skin and step on it, use his skull to drink wine. I want to dig out his liver and intestines, chop up his flesh and make soup. You can't stop me. Chu Wanning, you can't stop me." His eyes were red, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He was almost deranged. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar and slapped him in the face. "Are you done being crazy?" Chu Wanning's face was so close that he could see the other's eyelashes trembling, and tears in the other's eyes. Mo Ran. Wake up, I'm awake." The burning pain on his face made him even more crazy. He stared at Chu Wanning's face, and suddenly became furious. "I'm awake. The one sleeping is you. Are you blind?" He pushed the other away and tore open his own collar, revealing the blood-red gauze underneath. "Are you blind, Chu Wanning?" He roared angrily, poking his own chest, but felt that it was not enough, so he viciously tore off the gauze, revealing a bloody mess. "Who did this?" "Your good disciple, Xue Meng. If his dragon city was a bit more to the side, I would have died. Tell me, why should I let him go? In your eyes, only his life is life, and mine is not, right?" Under the hatred, Mo Ran suddenly grabbed Chu Wanning's hand and stuck it to his bloody wound. "Didn't you want to stop me? Fine, I'll give you a chance, take out my heart. Chu Wanning, if you have the fucking ability, take out my heart." Chu Wanning's fingertips were trembling, so cold, so cold. Mo Ran stared at him, furious, ruthless, and the veins on his neck were trembling. He said hoarsely, "Take it out." Outside, the rain was pouring down, hitting the roof tiles and eaves. It was apprehensive and crazy. Dead silence. No one moved. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ran finally released Chu Wanning's hand. He gasped for breath and said in a deep voice, "Xue Ziming and my Hanshu lives, I want them." "You hate me, Shizun." Mo Ran said, "In any case, my life is like this, our lives are like this. We can't turn back, so let's just walk in the dark. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'll drag some old friends to accompany me. That day, Chu Wanning looked at his departing back and said one last sentence. He said, Mo Ran, if you destroy Treading Snow Palace and kill Shui Meng, I will also die in front of you. I have nothing to exchange with you, but at least I can choose to die. Mo Ran heard this, paused, and then turned half of his handsome face. In the hazy wind and rain, he revealed a smile. With this seat here, you won't die. Even if your blood runs out, I can still bring you back from the Yama Palace. Even if you disgust me in this life, you still have to live with me. After Mo Ran released his madness, his face gradually regained its usual calm and cold killing intent. He said, My good Shizun, you should obediently stay at the peak of life and death. When I catch Shui Meng and come back, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. Now that he is under me, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. In any case, we are from the same sect, so I should let him die clearly and clearly. However, Mo Ran never thought that Grandmaster Chu would still be Grandmaster Chu after all. A month later, Mo Ran fulfilled his grand promise. He stood proudly at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, in front of the heavenly lake. My Hanshue and Shui Meng had already been captured by him and bound to an ice pillar. Then, he used the exquisite chess game to control the minds of the 1,000 people of Treading Snow Palace, making them slaughter each other in front of Mai and Shui. In a flash, the pure white snow mountain was dyed red. Blood dyed the heavenly lake red and soaked the mountain range. Mo Ran calmly sat in front of the Treading Snow Palace's entrance. While eating grapes handed to him by a servant, he smiled at the scene in front of him. He asked Shui Meng, whose eyes were almost out of focus. He said, Meng Meng, is it good? Shui Meng did not respond, as if he had lost his hearing. Mo Ran was very satisfied with this and smiled even more intimately. He asked again, Did you like the performance that cousin showed you? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Suddenly hearing such a weak murmur, Mo Ran blinked and asked, What? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Shui Meng's burning eyes no longer had any light. Let go of them, let go of my Hanshue. That assassination, the one who wanted your life was me. You can kill me, but don't implicate others. Mo Ran laughed in spite of himself. Are you negotiating with me? No. Shui Meng stared blankly. He said, I am begging you. The proud son of heaven said, I am begging you. The demon in his heart was suddenly pleased. Mo Ran's eyes lit up, as if he was interested. He pinched Shui Meng's chin, forcing him to look up at him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a blue light on the horizon. What's going on? Before his servant could answer, he saw that above the snowy peak of Kui Wei, a brilliant array stretched for thousands of miles, covering the entire Kunlun mountain range. Above the array, Chu Wanning stood in the clouds, his clothes as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. In front of him hung a strangely shaped guqin. It was completely black, the end of the guqin curled up, spreading out lush branches and leaves. The begonia on the guqin wept, its brilliance scattered. Chu Wanning's third divine martial, 9 songs. 100, Mo Ran was terrified. In his life, he had only seen Chu Wanning's 9 songs once, during the life and death battle. Chu Wanning had summoned the ancient zither 9 songs, and the sound of the zither had broken through the air and entered the clouds. The living monsters, strange beasts, and birds that were controlled by the exquisite chess game were recalled by the 9 songs. With one song, Mo Ran's millions of chess pieces were thrown into chaos. But summoning the divine martial required the activation of the spirit nucleus, which consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Chu Wanning could not even summon back his usual Heaven's Inquisition, so how could he suddenly summon the 9 songs that was even more powerful than Heaven's Inquisition? The fierce battle on the heavenly lake was not inferior to the life-or-death battle between the master and disciple back then. But Mo Ran could not remember so many details. After this bloody battle, there was finally no one by his side that he could talk to. In fact, when Mo Ran died in his previous life, he did not understand why Chu Wanning could use his own soul to summon the 9 songs. This was a connection that no divine martial would have with its master, but Chu Wanning did it. On that day, the exquisite chess pieces made by Mo Ran were shattered into dust by the zither music. The power of the 9 songs was purer and more powerful than the first time he saw it. It was so powerful that he even suspected that Chu Wanning's spirit nucleus was not broken at all. For so many years, it was Chu Wanning who was pretending, enduring humiliation, and wanting to avenge his shame. Later on, he could not help but think that if it was really like this, then it would be good. If Chu Wanning was really pretending, then maybe things would not have reached that final step. How good would that be? The 9 songs destroyed Mo Ran's forbidden technique, causing the cultivators who were in the middle of killing each other to suddenly wake up. It even broke the ice pillars that imprisoned Xue Meng and Mai Hanxue. Mo Ran flew into the clouds, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with both anger and joy. He wanted to see just how many more shocking moves Chu Wanning had yet to use. He stepped on the top of the barrier and walked closer, standing in front of Chu Wanning. He saw the pair of pale and slender hands slow down and stroke the strings of the 9 songs guqin. The sound of the guqin stopped. Chu Wanning raised his head. His face was as white as snow under the sun. He said, "Mo Ran. Come here." For some reason, he walked over to him. Chu Wanning's finger moved slightly, and a few jade-green rays of light flew towards Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran was shocked. He thought that Chu Wanning was going to kill him. However, that brilliance was neither painful nor itchy. It lingered in front of his chest and slowly seeped into his skin. It was actually indescribably warm. "The sword that Xue Meng injured you, I healed it for you." Chu Wanning sighed softly. "Let him go, Mo Ran. If he is no longer here, if you want to find someone to talk about the past, who can you find?" Before Mo Ran could react to what he meant, the powerful barrier beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. Along with it, the 9 songs guqin that Chu Wanning had summoned also disappeared. He immediately raised his hand to summon the Mo Dao does not return, only then did he stand in the clouds. However, Chu Wanning fell down like a fallen leaf, as if that song just now had used up the last of his strength. "Wanning!" His expression suddenly changed. He flew down with his sword, and before that person was about to fall into the ice-cold heaven lake, he grabbed him into his arms. "Chu Wanning! You. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Dignity was extremely important to him. Even if he was imprisoned in the Shaman Mountain Palace, he still did not bend his spine. He rarely embarrassed himself. However, right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. His usually upright and elegant appearance was now in such a sorry state. Chu Wanning swallowed a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely, "You said that life and death is not up to me. But look, Mo Ran. You still underestimated your teacher. If I was determined to leave, even if you tried to stop, you would not be able to stop me." "Teacher?" Mo Ran looked at him. He felt a chill in his heart. His scalp was numb. He was actually at a loss as to what to do as he shouted. Chu Wanning laughed. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy. "Originally, I had been living like this because I was a little unwilling. I always wanted to accompany you for a few more years so that I could teach you not to commit more sins. But now, Mo Ran trembled. He held the person in his arms. He suddenly felt very scared. Scared. This emotion did not belong to him for more than 10 years. Now, It suddenly attacked him. It was so strong that it almost dug out his heart. But now, I know that only my death can make you not do evil anymore. When he said this, he seemed to be in extreme pain. Forcefully summoning Ju Ji was too much for his body to handle. Some of his organs were broken again. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Mo Ran held him and landed beside the heavenly lake. His expression was crazed and painful. He kept sending spiritual energy into Chu Wancheng's chest. However, when that powerful energy entered Chu Waning's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not return. Mo Ran was really panicking. The Emperor Ta hugged the person in his arms tightly. He failed again and again, but he tried again and again to give him some spiritual energy. It's useless. Mo Ran, I used my life to summon Ju Ji. My life and death have been decided. If you still have some sense in your heart, please, let me go. Let go of who? Shui Meng. My Han Shui. Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace. Or the entire cultivation world. Yes, he could let them go. As long as Chu Waning lived, as long as this person he hated so much didn't die like this. Chu Waning raised his trembling hand. His cold fingertips seemed to be sympathetic, but also seemed to be intimate. He gently tapped Mo Ran's forehead. He said, please, let go of yourself. The ferocious look on Mo Ran's face froze in an instant. Let go of who? Who was he thinking about before he died? Let go of yourself, was that what he said? The Emperor Ta hugged him. He seemed to be at a loss. He seemed to be happy. He seemed to be in great pain. He seemed to be satisfied. Let go of myself. Your last wish is for me to let go of myself. Mo Ran muttered. His eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly laughed out loud. That laughter was like a fierce fire. It penetrated the clouds and burned away all reason and consciousness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, let go of myself. Chu Waning, you're crazier than me. You're so naive, ha 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 ha. The entire Kunlun mountain reverberated with his disgusting and mocking laughter. It was twisted, unrecognizable, and chilling. Chu Waning swallowed the blood in Mo Ran's crazy laughter. If he still had strength, his expression would be extremely painful. But he didn't even have the strength to frown. Only his pair of phoenix eyes, those phoenix eyes that used to be sharp, resolute, stern, or gentle, were filled with sorrow. They were as pure as the snow in the heavenly lake. They were hazy like frost on the roof tiles. Chu Waning's eyes gradually lost focus. Her eyes, which had once been as bright as lightning, gradually lost focus. She could no longer see anything clearly. In the end, he said softly to Mo Ran, don't laugh. Seeing you like this makes my heart very sad, Mo Ran, in this life, no matter what happens in the end. I didn't teach you well at the beginning. I said you were inferior and difficult to cultivate. I mistreated you. I won't blame you in life or death. Chu Waning's pale face didn't have any color. His lips were pale. He tried to look up and look at Mo Ran's face. He opened his eyes. He wanted to cry, but what slowly flowed out of his eyes was blood. It flowed down his cheeks. Chu Waning cried. He said, but you really hate me that much, until the end, you're not even willing to give me a moment of peace, Mo Ran. Mo Ran, don't be like this. Wake up. Turn back, wake up. He wanted him to wake up, but he opened his eyes blankly and fell asleep just like that. Mo Ran couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe that Chu Waning had died just like that. A grandmaster of a generation, a high mountain to look up to. His own teacher, the person he hated so much, had died just like that. Lying in his arms, beside the blood-soaked Heaven Mountain heavenly lake. Bit by bit, The cold turned into frost and snow, condensing into ice. Chu Waning's face was full of blood. Mo Ran lowered his head and looked at it for a while. He raised his sleeves and tried to wipe it clean. But there was too much blood. The more he wiped, the dirtier that originally cold and clean face became. Mo Ran pursed his lips and wiped them with all his might. But what he got was a face mottled with blood. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly anymore. He finally stopped laughing. He closed his eyes and said softly, "This time you've won, Chu Waning. I can't stop you from dying." After a pause, he opened his eyes again. They seemed dark and cold, but they burned with the fire of the abyss. He said, "But you underestimate me too much. If you don't want to live, I can't stop you. But if I don't want you to die, you can't stop me either." Mo Ran didn't announce Chu Waning's life or death. He brought him back to the peak of life and death. At that time, he already had the ability to reach the heavens. He could guarantee that the corpse would never wither. He placed Chu Waning's body in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He forced Chu Waning to live like this. It was too difficult for him to admit that he killed the last person in the world who cared about him. As long as Chu Waning's body didn't turn into ashes, as long as he could still see him every day. He could feel that Chu Waning was not dead. His crazy hatred, his twisted love, there was still a place where he could vent, a place where he could entrust himself. The celestial treading monarch had finally gone completely mad. After Chu Waning left, he went to the Red Lotus Pavilion every day to see his body. In the beginning, his eyes flashed with a vicious light. He cursed in front of the body. He said, "Chu Waning, you deserve it. You saved everyone in the world, but not me. You hypocrite. What kind of master are you? I was blind to have you as my master. Bastard." Later, he would ask every day, "Why did you sleep for so long? When are you going to wake up? I've already let go of Shuemeng. You're almost done. Get up." Every time he said this, the servants by his side thought that he had lost his mind, that he was crazy. His wife, Song Chiotong, also thought that he was crazy. She was very scared, so after a rare pleasure, she said to him, "Mo Ran, the dead can't come back to life. I know you're sad, but you, who's sad?" Song Chiotong was very good at reading people's expressions. These years, she was very careful around Mo Ran. Seeing his unkind expression, she immediately shut up and lowered her eyes. "I was wrong. Don't." Mo Ran did not let her go easily this time. He narrowed his eyes. "You spat out the words, why did you swallow them? Tell me, who's sad?" "Your Majesty." Mo Ran's black eyes were filled with thunder. He suddenly sat up and grabbed Chiotong's slender neck. He picked up the woman who was touching him with one hand and threw her off the bed. His face changed, becoming a vicious face of a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. "What do you mean by the dead can't come back to life? Who's dead? Who's going to come back to life?" Mo Ran gritted his teeth. "No one died, no one wants to come back to life, and no one is sad." Song Chiotong's lips trembled. She wanted to struggle, but just as she said, "Red Lotus Pavilion," Mo Ran's eyes turned red. He was furious. "There's only one unconscious Chu Waning in the Red Lotus Pavilion. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to tell me? Evil creature." Song Chiotong saw that Mo Ran had lost control of his anger. Her heart trembled. She did not know what crazy thing he would do if this continued. She threw caution to the wind and raised her voice. "Your Majesty, the one lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion is a dead person. You spend your days here, so how can I not be worried?" She said it cleverly. In order to not let Mo Ran blame her, she even said that her selfish desire was out of concern for Mo Ran. Mo Ran stared at her. His breathing gradually stabilized. It seemed that he had more or less listened to her. He no longer shouted at her. After a while, he said, "I've made you worry." Song Qiutong let out a sigh of relief. "For your Majesty's good health, I can disregard life and death. Your Majesty is very affectionate, but you shouldn't be so depressed." "Then what do you think I should do?" "I said too much for your Majesty's good. In my opinion, one day Grandmaster Chu should be buried. He's no longer here. If his body is left empty like this, it will only make your Majesty feel more pain." "What else? You haven't said everything. Why don't you say it all today?" Song Qiutong saw that his expression was gradually relaxing. She felt slightly relieved. She lowered her half-closed eyes and slightly tilted her head. She knew that her appearance was most similar to Shimingjing's. She firmly believed that Shimingjing was Mo Weiyu's weak spot. Although she didn't understand why she couldn't arouse Mo Ran's interest even though she meticulously embellished and imitated Shimingjing's appearance. Although this unpredictable man liked her company, ever since they got married, unless he was extremely depressed or drunk, he would never touch her. Song Qiutong felt that perhaps it was because Mo Ran didn't like women that much. In short, it clearly had nothing to do with Shimingjing. Not to mention her, the entire peak of life and death knew that the man who died many years ago was the Emperor Ta's true love. What was Chu Wanning? Song Qiutong thought that he was just a plaything that the Emperor Ta used to vent his love. He was a man that the Emperor Ta was tired of using. Although Chu Wanning used his life in exchange for Mo Weiyu's restlessness after his death, she understood that this was just a moment of guilt and a moment of unfamiliarity. She was confident that with a face that was so similar to Shimingjing's, the living dead in the Red Lotus Pavilion was no match for her. But Mo Ran couldn't continue like this. Now that the world was in chaos and war was everywhere, she was afraid that she would follow the wrong master. If Mo Ran's power was gone, she was no longer young. She probably wouldn't be able to find a tree that reached the sky that she could cling to. Therefore, she sincerely hoped that Mo Ran would pull himself together and stop being so crazy. So she thought about it and weighed the pros and cons. In the end, she gathered her courage and said, "After Grandmaster Chu left, no one deserves to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion." Mo Ran said, "That's right. Go on. I think that since it's like this, your Majesty will only recall the scenery if you go to the pavilion." Why don't you? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. "Why don't we seal the Red Lotus Pavilion? One pavilion for one master, that's a good story."